Global Reincarnation, Becoming a God with My Unlimited Revive. Chapter 151, YZ Survivor Base. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the midst of everyone's despair, the red dots on the scanner quickly approached and soon appeared not far away from them. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the red dots. There was a tall and rugged stone forest. Due to the obstruction of the tall stones, no one could see the figure of the pollution giant. However, in the next second, a shocking scene appeared. A huge pollution giant appeared in the stone forest. The giant was at least 8 meters tall, and its body was as tall as an iron tower. Its muscular arms were covered with twisted blood vessels. There were 2 pollution giants like this, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. However, the way these 2 pollution giants appeared was very strange. They were lying on top of each other and floating in the air. The most important thing was that they were surrounded by thick ice, just like ice statues. Such a familiar scene stunned everyone present, and then their pupils contracted. No. No way. Could it be that these 2 powerful pollution giants were brought back by Mr. Li Xian? It seems like it. A storm rose in everyone's heart. They could not help but look carefully at the 2 pollution giants below them. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in their field of vision. A handsome little person was holding 2 overlapping pollution giants in one hand and was flying at high speed. The key point was that this handsome little person was holding such heavy pollution giants, but his face was not red and he was not panting. He even yawned. Such a relaxed posture and such a lazy look made it seem like he was holding 2 leaves. Such an unbelievable scene and such a shocking scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. Shwetter could not help but open her mouth as she exclaimed in shock. So strong. Mr. Li Xian actually brought back 2 pollution giants. He even lifted them with one hand. How long has he been gone? How could he bring back 2 pollution giants in such a short period of time? They are both at the black iron rank and could easily destroy the base. However, they have all been frozen by the ice and turned into trophies. Mr. Li Xian was holding them with one hand. Mr. Li Xian is too powerful. Lil Ru's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fell into admiration for Li Xian, even a little fanatical. It's hard to imagine that the black iron rank pollution giant that the entire base couldn't defend against was defeated by Mr. Li Xian so easily and even became a trophy. Shwetter, you're so lucky. The bespectacled captain was envious of Shwetter for summoning such a terrifying existence. The 2 soldiers next to her were also envious, but they were more ecstatic. It was because their mission was to investigate the movements of these 2 black iron rank giants. After all, such a terrifying existence was nearby. If they attacked the base, then the base would be finished. Unexpectedly, before the 2 brothers could find the location of the black iron rank pollution giants, the 2 pollution giants were finished and became Li Xian's spoils of war. Such a result made the 2 brothers completely relax. Their hearts were filled with pleasant surprise because the big problem that troubled the base had been solved. Shwetter, can I use that scroll of yours? I can also summon such a powerful existence. The bespectacled captain suddenly turned his head to look at Shwetter. It won't do. This scroll can only be used once, and it's disappearing bit by bit. It seems like the scroll has borne the consequences of summoning Mr. Li Xian. Shwetter picked up the scroll and pointed at the center of the scroll. There was a small hole there, and the hole was dissipating bit by bit. Although the dissipating speed was very slow, it was also the kind of dissipating that could not be stopped. So that's how it is. As expected, such a powerful existence is not so easy to summon. The bespectacled captain shook his head helplessly, but he was still very envious of Shwetter. He was envious that she had summoned such a powerful existence. Let's go to your base. Li Xian's voice sounded. His right hand held 2 pollution giants high in the air. He slowly flew into the sky above the group and landed like a mountain pressing down on them. When he landed in front of the upper-level pollution giant, Li Xian raised his right foot and kicked the pollution giant's chin with a bang. Instantly, the pollution giant was kicked away by Li Xian. When it landed, it steadily landed on Li Xian's right hand and stacked with the two black iron rank pollution giants. In other words, Li Xian was holding three pollution giants with one hand at the moment. The three pollution giants were stacked together. These giants were originally huge and burly. When the three giants were stacked on top of each other, they were like a small mountain, giving off immense pressure. Shuer and the others looked at this terrifying scene. They looked at the three pollution giants stacked on top of each other. Then, they looked at Li Xian, who was holding one of his hands up and yawning lazily. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. They felt that their understanding of Li Xian had been refreshed once again. "Oh right, do you want the dying pollution giant in your base? I used too much strength just now and kicked the black iron rank giant until it was almost dead. At the moment, it's at its last breath." Li Xian raised the three pollution giants high and turned his head to look at Shuer and the others. "Yes. Yes, although the price is slightly lower, I still want it." Shuer hurriedly nodded. She was extremely shocked that Li Xian had kicked the black iron rank giant until it was almost dead. The few people beside them also looked similar. They had never expected that the black iron rank pollution giant would actually be kicked until it was almost dead by Li Xian. This strength was becoming more and more frightening. "MMHM, your base can just keep it. I thought that the pollution giants had strong self-healing abilities. I didn't expect their limits to be so low. They actually couldn't recover from the heavy kick." Li Xian muttered. He lifted the three pollution giants and continued to set off, heading toward the base in the breeze. When Shuer and the others heard Li Xian's muttering, they were so shocked that they swallowed their saliva. They felt their scalps go numb. However, when they saw Li Xian leave, they hurriedly caught up and continued to move around Li Xian. Under the blue sky and white clouds, they headed towards the base. YZ Survivor Base. This was a 10,000 people survivor base, and it was also the only survivor base within a radius of 100 miles. Originally, there were some other survivor bases around, but they were all conquered by the pollution giants, leaving only the YZ survivor base. At this moment, the entire base's higher UPS were sitting in a meeting room, talking to each other with solemn expressions. The atmosphere was very heavy. The two black iron rank pollution giants have been wandering around outside the base. They are too powerful. The base can't withstand them at all. If they attack, no one in this base can survive except me, the base leader said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, everyone became very serious. The deputy leader thought for a while and said, "Leader, I suggest we go to the Green Mountain base to issue a mission. It is a medium-sized base with 100,000 people, and there are many masters there. As long as our mission rewards are enough, there will definitely be people who will accept the mission to kill these two pollution giants." Chapter 152, Return. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This won't do. The last time the Green Mountain base was attacked by a powerful pollution giant, it was a bronze rank pollution giant, and it was very powerful. Although the Green Mountain base had repelled the enemy, the base suffered heavy casualties. Now their base is in full repair and defense, so it's impossible for them to come to our base to do missions. The base leader shook his head. He felt that this method would not work. However, the Green Mountain base is the closest to us. It is only 100 kilometers away. If they do not come, then we can only go to the Thunder base. However, the Thunder base is too far away from us. It is so far away. Perhaps our base will be destroyed when the others arrive, the deputy leader said hurriedly. His face was full of anxiety. Then what should we do? Why don't we relocate our base and go to the Green Mountain base together? The guard said. No, there are too many pollution giants in the wild. If we leave the city wall and lose the protection of the city wall, we might be killed by the giants in a day. So this method is not feasible. The only way out now is to ask the Green Mountain base to help, the deputy leader said seriously. But we can't ask them to help us at all. The atmosphere in the meeting room became heavier and heavier. Everyone was arguing non-stop, trying to find a solution. However, the Green Mountain base could not ask them to help them, so they lost all their support and became helpless. This time, the atmosphere became heavier and heavier. Everyone racked their brains. Some of them even planned to use human lives to lure the black iron rank pollution giant away. However, not only were these methods cruel, they might not be effective. After all, the pollution giants also had intelligence. Although they were not as intelligent as humans, they could not be underestimated. Moreover, these two black iron rank pollution giants might have already discovered the base. The reason why they had not attacked yet was that they were most likely observing the defensive strength of the base. If the two pollution giants knew that there was only one black iron rank in the base, then the entire base would be finished. Thus, the argument became more and more intense, and they were all looking for a solution. At this time, in the oppressive atmosphere, ring, ring, ring. The urgent alarm sounded throughout the entire base, ringing in everyone's ears. When the higher UPS who were in the middle of a meeting heard the alarm, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately stood up. Bang! 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 The urgent knocking on the door immediately sounded very fast, and it was enough to show the anxiety of the person who knocked on the door. Come in. The leader ordered in a low voice, trying his best to remain calm. The entire base was looking at him. If even he lost his composure, then the base would be finished. Creak. The door was pushed open quickly. A soldier who was sweating profusely said hurriedly, "Sir, something big has happened. 3 pollution giants are approaching the base. 2 of them are black iron rank pollution giants, and the other one is a high-level pollution giant." What? 3? There's another high-level pollution giant. The deputy leader's expression changed slightly. What should have come has come. Let's go. Mobilize all the forces of the base immediately. Take out all the flamethrowers and all the trump cards. Today, we will fight to the death and defend the base to the death. The leader of the base announced loudly, his face full of solemnity. Yes, leader. Everyone nodded immediately. Then, they rushed out of the meeting room with a serious look on their faces. They began to gather all their forces, preparing to fight to the death. They had nowhere to retreat. If they could not defend the base, they would only end up dead. In order to survive and defend the base, they had only one way to go, and that was to fight. Whoosh! 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 The mobilization of the base was very fast. The entire base had experienced many battles, so the superpowered ones came to the top of the city wall as soon as possible, preparing to defend the base to the death. Even the ordinary people were mobilized by the soldiers to gather resources, dig traps, and make preparations before the battle. On the city wall, the leader of the base was holding a machete tightly. His eyes were sharp, and his whole body was emitting a strong aura. This kind of aura calmed the panicking superpowered people down. When they remembered that the black iron rank leader was here, they finally let out a sigh of relief. However, when they remembered that the enemies were 2 black iron rank pollution giants, they were still very worried and worried that something bad would happen. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more depressing as time passed. If the base leader was not here, the people would not be able to bear the atmosphere here. Along with the oppressive atmosphere, the sirens suddenly sounded, resounding through the scanners on everyone's left wrist. It's here, it's finally here. The leader gripped his large saber tightly, and his body slowly began to expand, from 1.9 meters to 2.5 meters tall. His entire body became sturdy and sturdy. The guard next to him also took a step forward, and his eyes glowed brightly. He began to focus his gaze into the distance, ready to observe the enemy's situation and report information. However, when his eyes looked into the distance, he was stunned and looked into the distance. "What's wrong?" Someone saw that the guard's situation was not right and hurriedly asked. "Something's wrong, something's wrong. The pollution giant is flying." "Strange, how can it fly when it's frozen? There are humans walking beside the pollution giant. It's too strange." The guard looked at the scene in confusion. He could not figure out what was happening. The main reason was that his superpower was not powerful enough. He did not see Li Xian from too far away, so he could not figure out what was happening. "Hey? The pollution giant is flying? It's frozen, but it's still flying? There are humans beside the pollution giant." Everyone was confused. They looked at the guard in confusion. If it was not for the fact that the guard was stronger, they would have scolded him for being stupid. "It's true. The three pollution giants are flying together. Their bodies are covered in ice, and there are 5 people following them." Aren't these the people from our base? That's the uniform of the 3rd Division." The guard was even more confused. He really could not understand what was going on. His mind was in a daze. The people around were also confused by the guard. They all looked confused. As everyone was puzzled, the figure of the pollution giant gradually appeared in the distance. It was the figure of 3 pollution giants overlapping each other. That figure was very huge and burly, so it was the first time everyone saw it. When they saw the ice around the pollution giant clearly and saw them flying together, everyone was also dumbfounded. Their minds were in a state of paralysis. That's not right. There seems to be something below the 3 pollution giants. Wait, let me take a closer look." The guard noticed something and his eyes lit up even brighter. He looked over with a serious expression. However, it did not matter when he looked. Very soon, his pupils constricted and he was shocked. This was because he saw a very small person holding up 3 pollution giants with one hand. From the looks of it, the pollution giant seemed to have been captured by this small person. That small body, that figure that was extremely different from the pollution giants, caused the guard's mind to go blank. He could not wrap his head around it for a moment. "What's wrong with you? Your expression changed too quickly," the deputy leader hurriedly said. "You'll know in a moment." "I can only say that a great figure has come to our base," the guard said solemnly. Chapter 153, A Piece of Essence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An amazing big shot. Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. Then, they thought of something and their expressions changed. They hurriedly looked into the distance and looked at the few figures that were gradually walking over. As time passed, those figures became clearer and clearer, and they were getting closer and closer to the city gate. The people on the city wall who were trying their best to observe finally saw the situation clearly. They saw that Li Xian was holding up 3 gigantic pollution giants with one hand. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They finally understood what was going on. It's actually like this. It's actually a small person holding up 3 pollution giants. Moreover, there are 2 black iron rank giants. What level is this small person? He's clearly such a small person, but he's actually holding up 3 huge things with one hand. His strength is truly astonishing. Isn't that so? This time, our base has indeed sent an incredible expert. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were all extremely shocked by the scene before them, and their worldview was also affected. Their words also caused some of the soldiers who had just walked up to not understand. When the soldiers looked at the city gates, they were all shocked, and some of them could not help but exclaim out loud. At this moment, the base leader spoke and announced loudly. "Open the city gates! Open the city gates immediately!" Leader, we don't know if the other party is an enemy or a friend. Is it really all right to open the city gates directly? The deputy leader said worriedly. With the other party's strength, even if they close the city gates, it's useless. The other party only needs one hand to destroy us. Hence, opening the city gates is the best choice. The leader shook his head helplessly. That's true, you're still the one who saw through it. The deputy leader suddenly understood the leader's thoughts. Let's go and welcome them together. The leader gave the order and led everyone down the city walls in a mighty manner. They walked to the city gates to personally welcome Li Xian. Below the city walls, Li Xian held 3 huge pollution giants with one hand and slowly flew to the city gates. He looked at the people gathered at the city gates. The faces of these people all revealed a look of shock. Some of them were so scared that they retreated continuously, looking at Li Xian with fear. There were even some people who gathered together to secretly discuss something, constantly looking at Li Xian and the 3 pollution giants from time to time. Rumble. The 3 pollution giants were thrown down by Li Xian, crashing onto the ground with a rumble, creating a strong air wave, scaring the people around to retreat continuously. After the air wave passed, Li Xian flew to the top of the pollution giants and stepped on their heads. He looked down at the people in the base. Are you the base leader? Li Xian looked at the only low-level black iron rank warrior at the city gate. There was only one low-level black iron warrior in this base, so Li Xian quickly locked onto him. Yes, sir. What do you need? Our base will do our best, the base leader said respectfully. I'll give you these 3 pollution giants. Later, I'll make a list. As long as you have any of the materials on them, leave them for me. In return, you can ask for anything. As long as it's not too excessive, I can help you complete it, Li Xian said calmly. Okay, thank you, sir. The base leader hurriedly bowed. At first, he was worried that he would be seized of power, so he felt uneasy. However, it seemed that the other party did not have such thoughts and was preparing to make a deal. This made the base leader let out a sigh of relief. As long as Li Xian did not seize power, he would do his best to satisfy Li Xian. The base leader let out a sigh of relief and immediately welcomed Li Xian warmly, inviting him into the city. When they reached the city, through the bespectacled captain and the others, they once again confirmed Li Xian's strength and became even more respectful towards him. At the first moment, they arranged a very good residence for Li Xian. At the same time, they also received a list from Li Xian. Half a day later, the base leader carried a big box and carefully arrived at Li Xian's residence. He respectfully handed over the materials in the big box. Not bad at all. Looking at the items in the big box, Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. This was because the items in the big box were the essence that could raise an advanced level skill to the peak level. Just the items in the big box alone were worth a lot, far exceeding the 3 pollution giants, so Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Li Xian was more concerned about the transcendence fruit. Only when his skills reached the transcendent level could his strength be greatly increased, so he turned his head to look at the base leader. Do you have any information about the transcendence fruit? I have a rough description of it on the list, Li Xian asked. I'm sorry, my lord. We don't have any information about the transcendence fruit, the base leader explained apologetically. At the same time, he was somewhat hesitant, as if he had something to say. Say what you have to say, Li Xian said. Yes, my lord. Although I don't know anything about the transcendence fruit, if there is a transcendence fruit in this world, then there is probably only one person who knows about it, and that is the famous blind granny. The base leader thought of someone, and his expression became very serious and respectful. Blind granny? Why does she know it? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. It's like this. The blind granny has extremely strong investigative abilities and is also a very powerful expert. She knows a lot of secrets. It was said that she had once probed the source of the pollution giant, but unfortunately, when she returned, she lost both her eyes and had been recuperating in the World's End base. The base leader explained the situation bit by bit. World's End base, blind granny. I got it. Give me a map of the route to World's End base. In addition, this news and the essence can be exchanged for a small promise from me. Tell me, what do you want? Li Xian said faintly. This. The base leader hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. We want to move the entire base to the Green Mountain base. I know that this request is very excessive, but if we join the Green Mountain base, it will definitely increase their strength greatly. When the time comes, they will definitely take out something similar to the essence and give it to you as a reward. I can even guarantee that I can at least give you another piece of the essence, the base leader guaranteed. Oh? Are you sure? Li Xian was instantly interested when he heard about the essence. I'm sure. It's said that Lord Qingshan, the leader of Green Mountain Base, has followed the blind granny to many places. Later, when he couldn't keep up with her strength, he became the leader of the base and protected the human race. The essence was obtained when he followed the blind granny. This piece of essence was given to us by the Green Mountain Base for us to study. After all, our base is better at studying. The base leader kept on talking, telling them the general information he knew. After listening to his story, Li Xian thought that he could still obtain a piece of the essence, so he nodded and said, Sure, I promise to send you guys over, but if I meet a pollution giant that I can't face, I might leave. This, sure. If there really is a powerful pollution giant that you can't face, you leaving is also the best choice. We don't blame you. Cough. May I ask, how strong are you? Low-level bronze rank? If it's low-level bronze rank, then we will definitely be able to reach the Green Mountain base safely. The base leader said nervously. Chapter 154, Go to the Green Mountain base. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Low-level bronze rank? You're underestimating me. Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Underestimate. Hearing Li Xian's words, the base leader was stunned for a moment. He could not help but exclaim with wild joy on his face. Could it be? Could it be that you are stronger than the low-level bronze rank? Mid-level bronze rank? Or even more terrifying high-level bronze rank? Li Xian. Li Xian was already at his wits' end. Even the base leader did not dare to try his best to guess. It was actually just safe guesses. This was really petty. Li Xian could not be bothered with them. Instead, he said indifferently, Go and prepare. We'll set off in 2 days. Yes. Yes, sir. The base leader hurriedly nodded. In his heart, he was still secretly guessing Li Xian's strength, guessing how strong Li Xian really was. After he left, Li Xian stood on the table, opened the big box, and looked at the essence inside. This essence was not small either. It was enough for him to finish upgrading his skills, and there was still more than half left. Therefore, Li Xian eagerly picked up the essence to absorb and began to slowly strengthen his ability. A moment later, a mechanical notification sounded, ringing in Li Xian's ears. Ding! Your physique strengthening skill has been successfully upgraded to the peak level. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 0 honor points. Physique, little humanoid beast low-level black iron rank. Soul, high-level bronze rank. Master, Qin Yu, Shuer. Advanced level, companion spiritual equipment, stealth, lightning resistance, portable space, earth spike, earth wall. Peak level, physique strengthening, steel body, poison resistance, self-healing, fireball, speed enhancement, God's perspective, transformation, invisibility, battle instinct, lava survival, healing spell, meteor shower, size amplification, dragon's might, froze freeze, wind wings, underwater breathing, simulated communication. Transcendent level, monstrous strength, self-destruct, defense, tornado. Physique strengthening has reached peak level, yet another passive skill, how nice. Li Xian muttered to himself. Seeing his various skills getting stronger and stronger, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. However, seeing that his honor points were 0, Li Xian was prepared to earn more honor points in the future. The last time in the Ashwolf area of the Summoned Beasts world, Li Xian bought a lot of things from the auction house and used up his honor points. At the moment, a lot of his materials were in the auction house. Unfortunately, the reincarnators in the Ashwolf region could not afford them at all. This made Li Xian very depressed. He had no choice. He had already lowered the price to the lowest possible. Even so, those reincarnators still could not afford it. These reincarnators can't even afford such a small amount of items. Right now, I still have a large number of materials in my portable space. If I can't sell them, my space won't be able to hold them anymore. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. He felt that he would be troubled if he had too many materials. He was even considering whether he should sell them off. Let's talk about it when the space is full again. I hope that the reincarnators will work hard to improve their strength and obtain honor points as soon as possible, Li Xian muttered to himself. Master Li Xian, it's time to eat. We have prepared some special oranges that you like. They are different from ordinary oranges and taste even better. A sweet voice was heard. Li Xian turned his head and saw Master Shuai walking over with some food in her hands. Beside her was Lil Ru, who was holding some fruits. Let me have a taste. Let me see what's different. Li Xian flew over with his wind wings and started to taste the special oranges. Hey? The taste is indeed sweeter. Why is that? Li Xian was confused. Master Li Xian, these oranges are grown by water-type superpowered people. The oranges contain pure water elements, so the taste is even more delicious, Shuai explained in a low voice, revealing the information she knew. I see, interesting. Give me a copy of your information later. In return, I'll teach you how to fight in the wild. Li Xian thought for a moment and said. Okay. Shuai and Lil Ru were so happy that they did not eat any more. They immediately ran out to look for information. Time passed. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The people in the base had finally finished organizing after 2 days. They left the city gate with their big and small bags and drove cars one after another. They followed the long road and headed toward the Green Mountain base. To Li Xian's surprise, the people of the base had given up a lot of resources and specifically dragged the 3 pollution giants with them, as if they were going to continue their research. Are you going to continue your research? If I get more pollution giants, will you accept them? Li Xian stood on Shuai's shoulder and turned his head to look at the base leader. Of course, we will. Not only will we accept them, but the Green Mountain base will also accept them. The blood of these pollution giants has an extremely strong self-healing ability. Through this blood, we have developed a recovery medicine. Although the effect of the medicine was not very strong, in this era where the medicine was lacking, the healing medicine could be very effective. Moreover, we can continue to research on the pollution giants. Perhaps we can develop a more powerful medicine, the base leader said hurriedly. I see. Then I have a good idea. Li Xian scanned the area quickly with his god's perspective, searching for the pollution giants in all directions. However, there were no polluting giants nearby. Li Xian thought for a while and said, you guys continue moving forward. I'll be right back. After Li Xian finished speaking, his figure suddenly flew into the distance. Amidst everyone's shock, he flew far away and soon disappeared into the distance. Lord Li Xian! Lord Li Xian! The base leader anxiously shouted. He was worried that after Li Xian left, the team would be attacked, so he did not want Li Xian to leave. However, Li Xian was too fast. By the time the leader shouted, it was already too late. This made the leader very worried. Leader, Sir Li Xian has already flown far away, exceeding my observation ability. If the giant of contamination attacks at this time, we'll be in trouble. The guard asked worriedly. His eyes flashed with white light as he used his special ability to observe the direction Li Xian had left. Unfortunately, he could not see Li Xian's figure. This was enough to prove that Li Xian was far away. If the team was attacked, Li Xian would not be able to save them in time. We have to believe in Mr. Li Xian. His strength is likely to reach bronze rank. With his strength, he will be able to come back in time to protect us. The base leader gritted his teeth. Although he was very nervous, he tried his best to remain calm and ordered everyone to continue moving forward. However, without Li Xian as their leader, everyone, including Shuer, Lil Ru, and the base leader, was very worried. At the same time, they kept a close watch on their surroundings to prevent any attacks. The team continued to move forward in the direction of the Green Mountain base. However, Li Xian still had not returned after they had walked for 2 hours, which made everyone even more worried. At the same time, an urgent alarm sounded on everyone's scanners. Everyone hurriedly looked at the scanners and found that there were 10 red dots on the scanners. This meant that there were 10 pollution giants rapidly approaching. This also made everyone shocked. However, they thought of Li Xian and felt that he might have brought them back, so they let out a sigh of relief. However, they were still a little worried because there were too many of them this time. There were a total of 10 of them. If it was not Li Xian who was bringing the giants back, then they would be finished. Chapter 155, There's Too Many of Them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With this worry, everyone continued to wait. Soon, the mountain-like pollution giants appeared. They were still floating, stacking on top of each other, and still covered in ice. Needless to say, everyone already understood that Lord Li Xian had returned. These pollution giants were Lord Li Xian's prey. However, with so many pollution giants stacked together, they looked like a small mountain that was frightening. After all, there were a total of 10 of them. Rumble. Following a muffled sound, the 10 pollution giants were thrown onto the ground. When they were thrown in front of everyone, Li Xian's small figure was revealed. You guys load these pollution giants first. I'll go and catch some more. Li Xian left his words in the air and did not give them a chance to reply. His figure quickly disappeared into the distance. There were only people left on the spot. They stared blankly at the 10 polluting giants, watching them stacked together. At this moment, everyone at the scene fell into a state of stupor. They were in a daze, not moving for a long time. Leader, can our car hold so many pollution giants? We are pulling a lot of supplies, the deputy leader stuttered. Even if it can't hold them, we have to keep them. Throw away most of the supplies and load up B pollution giants, the base leader said loudly. Yes. The deputy leader hurriedly responded and trotted to arrange this matter. However, the civilians were very reluctant to throw away the supplies. After all, they were their own things. Who would be willing to throw them away? In the end, the leader personally came forward and promised to reward everyone with healing potions. Only then did everyone agree to throw away the supplies. After the discussion, the team officially got busy. They threw away a large number of supplies to store the pollution giants. Many people were reluctant to part with their supplies, but when they saw the polluting giants one by one and thought of the healing potions, everyone revealed an expectant look. However, after everyone worked hard for more than an hour, under the concerted efforts of everyone, they finally managed to store the 5 polluting giants. Once again, a shocking scene appeared. Rumble. Another 10 pollution giants fell from the sky and smashed not far away from them. It also caused everyone present to fall into a dazed state once again. Sir, don't go. We can't fit them anymore. We really can't fit them anymore. When the base leader saw Li Xian leave again, he hurriedly shouted. However, it was still too late. Li Xian had long disappeared into the distance. Leader, what should we do? There are 10 more pollution giants. If we throw things again, we can only throw research machines. These are our treasures. We spent a lot of money to buy them back then, the guard said reluctantly. Throw them all. Throw them all away. At worst, we can go to the Green Mountain base and buy new ones. We can't delay Lord Li Xian's business, the leader of the base said through gritted teeth. This. All right, leader. The guard sighed. For the first time, he was worried that he could not pull all the pollution giants away. It could not be helped. These pollution giants were very valuable, and there were even black iron rank pollution giants. If these giants were used to extract healing potions, they could definitely extract a large number of potions and earn a large amount of wealth. Therefore, the guard was reluctant, depressed, and helpless because he saw that Li Xian had returned. Rumble. Another 10 pollution giants were thrown down. The ground continued to shake, shaking everyone until their scalps went numb. Then, Li Xian continued to flap his wind wings and prepared to leave. Lord Li Xian, please don't capture the pollution giants anymore. We really can't hold them anymore. We really can't hold them anymore. The base leader shouted. He was so anxious that he almost knelt down. There were so many pollution giants that their cars could not hold at all. At most, they could hold 20 pollution giants. If they caught a bunch of pollution giants and could not take them away, it would be very painful just to look at them. Therefore, the base leader hurriedly shouted to express his attitude. It's okay. You can hold as many as you can. Also, in your team, I will give you a 1% commission on any cars that contain pollution giants, Li Xian said indifferently. 1% commission. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. It was because 1% was enough, and they could get a lot of healing potions. Many people were tempted. Well, it's fine if our family doesn't take the car. We can walk underground. Our car can help carry the pollution giant. Someone suddenly raised his hand. My car can also do that. My car is small. We can pull the pollution giant together with other people's cars. My car is the same. We can go underground. The group of people began to raise their hands to show that they were willing to pull the pollution giants, and their attitude was very positive. They were even worried that they would not be able to pull the pollution giants. Don't worry, everyone will have a share. Your car is loaded with pollution giants. You can even use ropes to tie the pollution giants to the back of the car and pull them away. I'll go get 10 more. After Li Xian finished speaking, he flapped his wind wings and left quickly. Soon, he disappeared again. When everyone heard Li Xian's words, they immediately began to move. Other than the elderly, the sick, and the disabled sitting in the passenger seat, everyone got out of the car and chose to go underground. After 3 hours of hard work and loading the car, everyone finally filled up all the cars. In the end, there was only one pollution giant left without a place to put it. Leader, why don't we push this pollution giant? This pollution giant is wrapped in ice. It's very suitable for pushing, the deputy leader said. Yes, you're a black iron rank. With you as the main force and us superpowered people, we can push this pollution giant for a long time, the guard suggested. This method is not bad. Okay, let's push it together. The base leader's eyes lit up. He led the others to test it out. With the protection of the ice, they could really move. Rumble. Another 10 pollution giants landed. Li Xian flew in the air and watched the others push the pollution giants. He thought for a moment and said, not a bad method. I didn't plan to catch the pollution giants anymore, but since you can push the pollution giants, I'll go and catch a few more. After Li Xian said that, he flew away again at an extremely fast speed. Don't "Sir, there are too many pollution giants. We can't take it anymore." The base leader cried again. He really could not take it anymore. With so many pollution giants, even pushing them was a very difficult challenge for them, so the base leader cried out with a sad face. Unfortunately, it was too late. Li Xian had already disappeared into the distance. The base leader could only push the giants with a sad face. "Everyone, come over. Everyone who pushes the giants will get a commission. Everyone, form a team according to my arrangement." The weaker ones push the smallest pollution giants. The base leader began to make arrangements with a sad face. It was not easy to form a team, but everyone finally began to move. They started to push the pollution giants bit by bit. However, the pollution giants were too heavy. After pushing it for 2 kilometers, they were so tired that they sat on the ground panting. Chapter 156, High-Level Bronze Rank in the Mangrove Forest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. They're too heavy. If we push them to the Green Mountain base like this, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion, the guard said with a headache. It's indeed too heavy. Although the pollution giants are very valuable, the feeling of being exhausted by money is also quite uncomfortable. The deputy leader was extremely depressed. He felt both pain and pleasure. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded again, but no one paid attention to it. Everyone was already used to it. In addition to being exhausted, they did not want to get up at all. Whoosh! Li Xian flew over from afar with 6 pollution giants in his hands. He frowned as he looked at the people sitting on the ground. "Why is your speed so slow? It's been so long. Why did you only walk this little distance?" "Sir, these pollution giants are too heavy. We have already reached our limits. We really can't push them anymore," the base leader said helplessly. "No way. You can't even push them." Li Xian shook his head speechlessly. He felt that these people were really too weak. They were completely useless. "Forget it. I'll lift 4 more of them. You guys push the rest together. Is that okay?" Li Xian said. No problem. This way, the number will be much smaller. We should be able to push them," the base leader hurriedly said. "Then let's do it." Li Xian flew in front of the largest pollution giant and kicked it away. It landed on his right hand. Then, Li Xian continued to kick the pollution giants. After a busy period, the team set off again. Their speed was obviously much faster, and they could finally move forward normally. The people in the base watched Li Xian lift 10 pollution giants with one hand. Among them, there were even black iron rank pollution giants. This kind of contrast made everyone even more shocked. Many people guessed Li Xian's strength, and guessed that he might have reached the bronze rank. After all, Li Xian could easily crush black iron rank pollution giants. With Li Xian's confident appearance, there was a high chance that he was at the bronze rank. It was not that they did not dare to guess further, but the bronze rank was already a very powerful existence in this world, and could be considered an overlord of a region. Like the leader of the Green Mountain base, he was only a low-level bronze base. He controlled a medium-sized base with 100,000 people and was respected by many people. He was like an existence that could calm the sea. Therefore, most of the people in the team felt that Li Xian was probably a mid-level bronze base, a true overlord of a region. In this speculation, the team walked for 2 days and finally came to a strange mangrove area. The team stopped. The leader of the base looked at the mangrove forest with a serious expression. He quickly took out a map and looked at the route. Finally, he looked toward the southeast. "Why aren't we continuing?" Li Xian flew over from the side and asked. "Master Li Xian, this is the mangrove forest area. A bronze rank pollution giant lives there. It is very powerful. It also leads a large number of low-level ordinary rank pollution giants. It is an existence that we cannot afford to offend. Therefore, we have to take a detour and walk through the red copper mountain over there. We can avoid this area and arrive at the green mountain base safely, the base leader said seriously. Bronze rank? That's all. Li Xian raised his eyebrows. A small bronze rank was nothing in his eyes. That's all. The base leader was stunned for 2 seconds when he heard Li Xian's words. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. Originally, he had guessed that Li Xian's strength was around the mid-level bronze rank. That was why he wanted to take a detour. However, it seemed that Li Xian was even stronger. He seemed like he had even surpassed the bronze rank. When he thought of Li Xian surpassing the bronze rank, the base leader's expression finally changed. That was because those who surpassed the bronze rank were at the bronze rank peak, but there were also silver ranks. In this world, there were also existences that treated everything below silver ranks as ants. They were also existences that everyone feared. Back then, when the pollution giants were in a great riot, they attacked human cities in all directions and massacred humans. All the major cities were struggling with great difficulty. At this time, a silver rank powerhouse carried a 2-foot-long sword on his back. He was dressed in cotton clothes and wore a simple bamboo hat on his head. He traveled all the way from the south of Jing City and passed through all the major cities. He killed all the pollution giants along the way and saved the common people. This person was a silver rank powerhouse. He was known as the Sword Saint by the people. He was a true super powerhouse. Other than him, there were 9 other silver rank powerhouses in this world. These people were also the cornerstones of protecting the world. They were the strongest existences that continued the survival of mankind. Therefore, silver rank powerhouses were the strongest existences in the hearts of all mankind. They were worshipped by countless people. Of course, silver rank was very far away from ordinary people and was rarely seen. However, Lord Li Xian in front of him was very likely to be a silver rank, a truly terrifying ultimate powerhouse. Thinking of this, the base leader completely lost his composure and looked at Li Xian with an even more respectful attitude. Rumble. 10 pollution giants fell to the ground, creating waves of air. The wind wings on Li Xian's back flapped, and he flew toward the mangrove forest in a beautiful arc. With the addition of the peak-level wind wings, Li Xian's figure rushed into the mangrove forest like a flash of lightning, disappearing into the forest. At the outside, everyone gathered together and whispered to each other, discussing Li Xian's strength level. When they heard the base leader say that Li Xian might be a silver rank, everyone revealed shocked expressions. Leader, what you said is too frightening. If Lord Li Xian was at the bronze rank peak, it will still be believable. However, if he's a silver rank, that would be too terrifying. There were only 10 silver rank experts in this world. They are the world's famous top 10 experts. Now, you actually said that Lord Li Xian was a silver rank. This is too unreal, the guard said in disbelief. That's right. A silver rank is a true powerhouse. What's that saying? Everything below silver rank is ants. Such a terrifying existence would definitely be like a stabilizing needle protecting a large city. How would he have the time to come to our place? I feel that Lord Li Xian's strength is closer to bronze rank peak, the deputy leader said. This. When the base leader heard the 2's words, he also felt that it made sense. However, he still felt that Li Xian might be silver rank, a legendary powerhouse. The main reason was that Li Xian gave off a calm feeling. Furthermore, he was so bold to charge into the mangrove forest without any scruples. This was very likely to prove that Li Xian was a silver rank. Therefore, the base leader firmly believed that Li Xian was a silver rank. Hence, he made a solemn vow. Just wait and see. In a while, Lord Li Xian will definitely appear with a bronze giant. I'm sure of it. Is that so? Everyone started to waver when they saw how determined their leader was. They also started to believe him. They even looked forward to Li Xian appearing with a bronze giant. As they waited, time slowly passed. Soon, a familiar voice appeared. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent alarm sounded on everyone's left wrist. Everyone immediately smiled when they heard the sound. It was because every time it sounded recently, it meant that Li Xian had returned. It meant that he had appeared with a bunch of pollution giants. However, when everyone lowered their heads to look at the scanner, their expressions completely changed. Their smiles became serious. This was because the giant red dots on the scanner had always been in a group. That was because they were held up high. But now, the red dots on the scanner were all scattered, and there were many of them. Some of them were even running out of the mangrove forest. Such a scene made everyone's faces turn pale. They had a faint feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 157, Armored Pollution Giants. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crack. 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 A strange cracking sound suddenly sounded from the surroundings. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and suddenly saw that the frozen pollution giants were actually beginning to thaw. The incomparably solid ice actually cracked with a cracking sound. A large number of cracks appeared and quickly spread to the entire body of the pollution giants. Not good, all the pollution giants are thawing. The guard pointed at the pollution giant on the vehicle behind and shouted. What? When everyone heard this voice, they hurriedly looked around and looked at the pollution giant on the vehicle. When they saw that the pollution giant on the vehicle also began to thaw with a cracking sound, everyone completely panicked. A bad idea appeared in everyone's mind. Normally, if the spellcaster's ability suddenly lost its effect, there was a high chance that something had happened to the spellcaster. Since the pollution giants had suddenly thawed, and with so many pollution giants running out of the mangrove forest, all of this seemed to indicate that something had happened to Li Xian. Shwetter, did something happen to Master Li Xian? Lil Ru looked at Shwetter anxiously and asked. No. I don't think so. I can feel that the contract is still there, Shwetter answered truthfully after sensing the contract. Then why did the giants suddenly thaw? Could it be that Master Li Xian was seriously injured and couldn't maintain the ice? Lil Ru asked again. I don't know. Shwetter shook her little head, and her ruby-like eyes were filled with worry because there was a possibility of such a possibility. When the people around heard Shwetter's answer, they became even more worried. Especially after the defrosted giant opened its eyes, it looked at everyone with a crazed gaze, causing everyone to become even more flustered. However, no one escaped. No one left because it was useless to run. Instead, they might become the first target of attack. Facing so many powerful pollution giants, even the strongest base leader could not escape. They were doomed. Despair appeared in everyone's heart, especially after the surrounding pollution giants had completely unsealed themselves. They all looked at the humans with cruel eyes, which made everyone despair to the extreme. Flesh and blood, fresh flesh and blood. This time, I want to eat all of them, ha ha ha. A brutal voice came from the pollution giant. A black iron rank pollution giant slowly walked forward and looked at Shwetter and Lil Ru. The pollution giant seemed to be more interested in the young girls. The two girls' faces turned pale, and fear rose in their hearts. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the sky. The voice was as loud as a thunderclap, and it contained a terrifying power. When the black iron rank giant that was moving forward heard the roar, he immediately retreated. Then, he looked at the mangrove forest with fear and respect. The surrounding pollution giants also looked similar. All of them looked at the mangrove forest with fear and respect. Under such fearful gazes, a muffled running sound could be heard from the mangrove forest. Following this sound, numerous powerful pollution giants began to appear in the forest. There were low-level, mid-level, high-level, black iron rank, bronze rank, and even mid-level bronze rank giants. At the very end, a 10-meter tall and sturdy pollution giant appeared. This giant was covered in white bone armor, and its body was abnormally burly. It stood there like a small mountain, giving off an extremely strong pressure. Looking at this huge pollution giant, everyone became even more frightened. Some of the timid ones even collapsed on the ground. This was because the aura this pollution giant gave off was extremely terrifying. Even the base leader could not withstand this kind of aura pressure. High-level bronze rank, it's definitely the controller of the mangrove forest. High-level bronze rank armored pollution giant, the base leader shouted loudly. High-level bronze rank? There are no injuries on its body. I haven't seen Lord Li Xian yet. Could it be that something happened to Lord Li Xian? The guard said in fear. I don't know, but the armor of the pollution giant is unharmed. The probability of something happening to Lord Li Xian is very high. Very high. The base leader okayed desperate. He felt that he was really done for this time. Why are the giants not moving? Why have they all stopped? Someone suddenly spoke, pointing at the giants that had stopped moving. They're really not moving. Strange, what are they doing? Everyone was surprised. They looked at the dozens of giants that had run out of the mangrove forest in confusion. So many giants were standing still. It was very puzzling. The key point was that these giants suddenly turned their heads collectively and looked in the direction of the mangrove forest. This made everyone even more puzzled. Suddenly, the armored pollution giant suddenly revealed a frightened expression. It hurriedly covered his butt with both hands and looked at the mangrove forest in fear. At this moment, a small figure flew out from the mangrove forest, holding a football-sized essence in his hand. He looked very happy. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I really didn't expect that the giants also have the habit of collecting treasures. They actually have such a large piece of the essence. They are really lucky this time. Li Xian mumbled delightedly as he slowly flew to the top of the armored pollution giant's head. His 2 small feet stepped on the giant's head as he looked at the people below. Let's go. Let's continue, Li Xian said calmly. Yes, sir. But, what's wrong with these pollution giants? Why aren't they attacking humans? The base leader pointed at these giants and could not help but say. Oh, I've subdued this armored pollution giant. It has the ability to control low-level giants. It's perfect for being a worker for transporting goods. With the armored pollution giant, you can relax. You don't need to transport the giants bit by bit, Li Xian said calmly as if he was talking about a small matter. Ah! Subdued. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at Li Xian as if they were dreaming. One had to know that the pollution giants were extremely brutal and cruel. They would never submit to humans. Even a silver rank sword saint was unable to subdue a pollution giant. Even the legendary blind granny had done an experiment. She wanted to subdue all the giants through subjugation. Unfortunately, they had all failed. No one could subdue the pollution giants. It seemed that the word unyielding was written in the genes of the pollution giants. They would never submit to anyone. Even if they were killed completely, they would never submit. However, seeing that the armored pollution giant had actually been subdued by Li Xian, it was simply subverting their understanding. Their worldview had collapsed because of this. Therefore, everyone was stunned. They were as dumb as geese. All right, let's go. Li Xian raised his leg and kicked the head of the armored pollution giant. He ordered everyone to leave. Roar! The armored pollution giant roared and began to order all the pollution giants to move forward. Be quiet, it's so noisy. Li Xian kicked the armored pollution giant's head and frowned. Roar! The armored pollution giant's eyes were filled with grievance. It let out a soft cry. When it saw that Li Xian did not beat it anymore, it heaved a sigh of relief and began to move forward. Chapter 158, Underground Darkness City. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Those people who were in a daze had been shaken awake by the giant's roar. However, when they saw the giant being bullied by Li Xian, everyone fell into a daze again. They even froze on the spot as if they had been petrified. It took them a long time to recover. Then, they suppressed their shock and started discussing. Oh my god, Lord Li Xian actually treated the high-level bronze rank pollution giant like a dog and ordered it around. Isn't this too awesome? Exactly. That giant's aggrieved look just now was just like a video I've seen before. That video was of a dog barking too loudly and being taught a lesson by its owner. Right, right, right. I've seen it too. I can only say that Lord Li Xian is too amazing. He can even tame the pollution giant. This is breaking the history of mankind. Everyone gathered together and discussed animatedly. They were very shocked at the same time that Li Xian had tamed the pollution giant. However, there was one thing that they were very puzzled about. That was how Lord Li Xian had tamed the pollution giant, especially the high-level bronze rank armored pollution giant. Lord Li Xian, how did you tame it? Can you tell us? As a master, Shwetter had the most authority, so she walked over to the giant curiously and looked up at Li Xian. It's very simple. Just beat it up, Li Xian said calmly. Ah? Beat it up? Shwetter was at a loss. Humans had done this test before, using violent methods to beat the pollution giant, but the results were useless. It was because the pollution giant was very strong-willed, it would not give in even if it died, so Shwetter could not figure it out. You won't be able to learn it. Only I can tame it. Li Xian thought of the scene not long ago. After he activated his dragon's might, he used the earth spikes to attack the pollution giant under strong deterrence. Although the pollution giant had a strong self-healing ability, when faced with the earth spikes that suddenly came out of the ground, even with the armor blocking it, it was still shattered many times and hit the weak parts of the giant. That kind of extreme pain, it was likely that the giant would never want to try it again, especially under the intimidation of the dragon's might. This was traumatic for the armored pollution giant. That was why Li Xian said that others could not learn it. After all, without the dragon's might, it was impossible to pressure the other party mentally. It was impossible to make the other party yield. He had gone too far. After Li Xian and Shwetter exchanged a few words, he held the essence and slowly flew to Shwetter's shoulder, and began to slowly absorb this essence. This essence was not bad. It was not a special type, but a wider range of Earth-type essence. It could increase most of the Earth-type skills, and it could be used to improve his Earth Spike skill and Earth Wall skill. Li Xian naturally began to absorb without hesitation, as if he was hungry for the mysterious power in the essence. Ding! Your advanced level Earth Spike has successfully advanced to the peak level. Ding! Your advanced level Earth Wall has been successfully advanced to the peak level. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 0 honor points. Physique, little humanoid beast low-level black iron rank. Soul, high-level bronze rank. Master, Qin Yu, Shwetter. Advanced level, companion spiritual equipment, stealth, lightning resistance, portable space. Peak level, earth wall, earth spike, physique strengthening, steel body, poison resistance, self-healing, fireball, speed enhancement, God's perspective, transformation, invisibility, battle instinct, lava survival, healing, meteor shower, size amplification, dragon's might, frost freeze, wind wings, underwater breathing, simulated communication. Transcendent level, monstrous strength, self-destruct, defense, tornado. 2 more peak level skills. I'm getting stronger. It's just that the transcendence fruit is too lacking. Li Xian looked at his data panel and saw a bunch of peak level skills. He felt that the transcendence fruit was too lacking, and he could not help but feel even more anxious. I have to find the blind granny as soon as possible and see if she knows anything about the transcendence fruit. If she does, then I'll be happy. Li Xian muttered to himself as he threw the essence that had shrunk a few times into his portable space. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps sounded under the feet of the pollution giant. Under the sound of these footsteps, the large group continued to move forward toward the green mountain base. However, the people in the group all looked at Li Xian, and a deep admiration came from the bottom of their hearts. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. The group was getting closer and closer to the green mountain base. It was less than 10 miles away. During this process, Li Xian subdued many more pollution giants, causing the number of pollution giants to reach 200, and 8 of them were bronze rank. There was even a fat pollution giant who was being pulled by a few cars. This fat pollution giant was also a bronze rank 1. He was very strong-willed and refused to submit no matter what. Even after being beaten up by Li Xian for 3 hours, the fat pollution giant refused to submit. Even activating his dragon's might would not be of much use. In the end, the furious Li Xian suddenly enlarged his right hand and slapped the fat giant to death. Then, the world fell silent. At the moment, the fat pollution giant's corpse was still being dragged in the carriage, and its skull was broken. Li Xian's display of size this time also frightened the armored pollution giant, causing it to become more obedient and more like a dog. Sir, the pollution giants you brought this time are too terrifying. I'll go to the Green Mountain base to report first to prevent them from being frightened. After all, there are 200 of them. They'll probably be scared to the point of asking for help. The base leader spoke and asked Li Xian for instructions. Go ahead. Remember to bring the list of materials I need and prepare them as soon as possible, Li Xian said lightly. Yes, my lord. After the base leader bowed, he hurriedly left with the guard officer and headed to the Green Mountain base at once. Soon, they rushed to the base, reported the matter, and handed in the list. Even though they had been informed in advance, when Li Xian arrived at the gate of the Green Mountain base with 200 pollution giants, they were still shocked and frightened. It's so spectacular. I've never seen so many pollution giants. Someone exclaimed in shock. Yes, this number is too terrifying. Moreover, there are 8 bronze rank pollution giants. One of them could severely injure our base, let alone 8. Look at the little person flying in the sky. It's him who captured the pollution giants. When everyone heard this, they looked at the sky at the same time and looked at Li Xian who was quietly flying in front of the 200 pollution giants. Looking at Li Xian's small appearance and the 200 pollution giants on the ground, everyone was even more shocked. He's too strong. What's his name? His name is Li Xian. I heard that he's a silver rank. Silver rank? My god, no wonder he's so strong. He's actually a silver rank. That's right. I'm good friends with the guard of YZ base. I saw him when he entered the city just now. He told me all this. Amazing, amazing. Silver rank. This is the top super powerhouse. The people on the city wall were discussing animatedly. They were all shocked when they saw the 200 pollution giants below the city and Li Xian who could easily control the pollution giants. The leader of the Green Mountain base, Qing Shan, was the first to go out of the city to welcome them. He had 2 essences in his hands. At the city gate, Li Xian took the 2 essences and nodded in satisfaction. Do you have any transcendence fruits? Or you can tell me similar information. Master Li Xian, I don't have any transcendence fruits here, but I do know some information, Qing Shan said solemnly. Oh? Tell me quickly, Li Xian pressed hurriedly. It's like this. I once heard a piece of information from the blind granny. When she investigated the origin of the pollution giant, she saw a similar fruit. That fruit looks very similar to the transcendence fruit on your list, Qing Shan said solemnly. Are you sure? Where is that fruit? Li Xian immediately asked. That fruit is in a very dangerous place. I don't recommend you to go there. Even if you are a silver rank, it is still very dangerous. It was there that the blind granny lost her eyes and suffered serious injuries. That was why she escaped, said Qing Shan hesitantly. It's fine. Tell me the location, Li Xian said solemnly. All right. The location of the fruit is at the bottom of the dark underground city. It's very dangerous inside, and there are many pollution giants. By the way, the Sword Saint and the Blind Granny are planning to go to the dark underground city again. I suggest you go with them. It's safer if there are more people, Qing Shan suggested. Chapter 159, Continue to Level Up. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There's no need. Li Xian shook his head. His fighting style was different from others. The final self-destruct was too terrifying. It was not suitable for him to team up with others. However, Li Xian had to get his hands on the Transcendence Fruit. Shue'er was his temporary master. If anything happened to her, he would automatically return to the summoned beast's world. Hence, he needed to properly arrange for Shue'er. Forget it. I'll stay with her for now. When the time comes to go to the underground darkness city, I'll arrange for her to stay in the human world and improve her strength to prevent anything from happening to her. After Li Xian had made up his mind, he turned to Shue'er and said, Shue'er, come here. Okay. Hearing Li Xian's voice, Shue'er nodded her head and ran quickly to Li Xian's side, blinking her big eyes while waiting. Do you have a map to the underground darkness city? Li Xian looked at Qing Shan again. Yes. Qing Shan sighed and took out a map from his pocket, holding it up high. Thank you. The information about the Transcendence Fruit is very important to me. Together with the 2 pieces of essence from before, it's enough to exchange for a part of the pollution giants. Tell me how to refine the healing potion, and I'll give you these frozen giants. Li Xian waved his hand. In an instant, all the other giants were frozen into ice, except for the armored pollution giant. The most important thing was that Li Xian did not hold back. These giants had lost the ability to breathe, and the coldness was bone-piercing. Soon, they were frozen to death or suffocated to death. The reason was that after Li Xian left, no one could control these giants anymore. They would pose a great threat, so they had to be killed. Yes, Master Li Xian. Qing Shan nodded hurriedly and sent someone to bring the information of the healing potions to Li Xian. He did not dare to keep any of them for himself. That's all. Goodbye. Li Xian pulled Shue'er up into the air and landed on the shoulder of the armored pollution giant. Then, he rode the giant toward the direction of the underground darkness city. Goodbye, Shue'er. You must follow Master Li Xian well. Lil Ru waved her little hand from afar. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Goodbye. The captain also waved his hand. He had always been strong. However, he was actually a little sentimental at the moment. Wait for me to come back. Shue'er stood on the shoulder of the armored pollution giant and waved toward the city gate. She was also very reluctant to part with them. She was even a little nervous and scared. She was scared when she stood on the shoulder of the giant. After all, it was her first time standing on the shoulder of the giant. She must be very scared. She was scared because she was uncertain about the future. She did not know if she would be able to come back this time and see her best friend, Lil Ru. In this kind of mood, she left with Li Xian and rode on the giant. Not long after Li Xian left, the news of him capturing the pollution giants spread to all the major cities through various channels. Everyone knew about the glorious story of a mysterious silver rank little man capturing the pollution giants everywhere. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Li Xian had been heading toward the underground darkness city. On the way, Li Xian refined some pills to try to increase Shue'er's strength. However, most of these pills had no effect, not even the moistening water pill. After all, Shwe'er was a superpowered human, not a spiritual warrior. In order to increase Shwe'er's strength, Li Xian suddenly thought of a high-level pill in that ancient book, called the Ice Snow Pill. This pill did not increase spiritual power much, but it had a great effect in increasing the power of ice. Thus, Li Xian gave it to Shwe'er. What was surprising was that the effect after taking it was very pleasant. Shwe'er's strength had increased by a large margin. Originally, her strength was very weak, and could not even defeat a high-level ordinary rank pollution giant. However, after she took a few ice snow pills, her strength had increased crazily, and she had already reached the mid-level black iron rank. If she did not take too many medicinal pills frequently, Shwe'er would not be able to bear it. Perhaps, she would become even stronger. Even so, being able to reach the level of a mid-level black iron rank still shocked her greatly. The way she looked at Li Xian had completely changed, becoming even more respectful. "There's a city over there. Shwe'er, go and buy some supplies. Come back as soon as possible. I'll wait for you here." With the armored pollution giant around, it's inconvenient to enter the city. Li Xian stood on the armored pollution giant's shoulder and pointed towards the southeast direction. "Yes, Master Li Xian." Shwe'er nodded obediently. Her delicate body twisted slightly, and her figure leaped down like a sharp arrow. She jumped from the shoulder of the giant to the ground and then ran toward the southeast quickly. Li Xian was left standing there quietly, silently absorbing the 2 essences he had obtained from the Green Mountain base. Ding! Your advanced level skill, Lighting Resistance, has successfully reached the peak level. Ding! Your advanced level Companion Spirit equipment has successfully reached the peak level. Another 2 skills have reached the peak level. Not bad, but it's a pity that Transcendence fruits are too rare. Li Xian secretly sighed. He felt helpless about how rare Transcendence fruits were. After experiencing so many worlds, he only had 4 transcendent level skills. One could imagine how difficult it was. One had to know that other summoned beasts could only be in one world. If that world did not have a Transcendence fruit, then other summoned beasts would not be able to obtain a Transcendence fruit in their entire lives. My improvement speed is already very fast. I should be satisfied. Most of the reincarnators in the same batch are still ordinary rank summoned beasts. Very few can reach the black iron rank. For example, the black-furred dog had long contracted with a prince and was supported by the entire country. However, he was still at the ordinary rank and was still far from reaching the black iron rank. There was also the flame hound. He was lucky enough to be reincarnated as a black iron rank. However, his soul was too weak. If he wanted to increase his strength, he would have to raise his soul. However, the speed of raising my soul was too slow. Qin Yu was supporting me at 10 times the speed. In addition, there were other masters feeding me from time to time. However, my soul had only reached bronze rank. Based on this calculation, if other reincarnators wanted to reach black iron rank, they would need a few more years. A few more years. Li Xian was in a trance. He had always been dissatisfied with the speed at which his soul was improving. He felt that the rate of improvement was very slow. However, after comparing the two, he suddenly realized that he was already so strong. His bronze rank soul had a very high chance of reaching silver rank within a year. Silver rank soul was a rank that other reincarnators could never reach in their lifetime. Even if they keep buying soul crystals, it will be very difficult for them to reach the silver rank in their lifetime. This is because the number of soul crystals required to reach silver rank is too much. It can be said to be a huge amount. Li Xian had roughly calculated the direction of the future. He felt that unless other reincarnators had a fortuitous encounter, it would be very difficult for them to reach silver rank in their lifetime. I don't care about that. After Shwe'er has bought the materials, we will continue to set out to search for the Transcendence fruit. After saying that, Li Xian took the materials of the medicament he had obtained from the Green Mountain base and continued to study them. Half an hour passed by quickly, but Shuai was still not back. Li Xian scanned the surroundings with his god's perspective and said with a slight frown, "Forget it. I'll go there myself." After saying that, Li Xian flapped his wind wings and flew up slowly toward the southeast. Before he left, his voice resounded in the ears of the armored pollution giant. "Wait here. Awu. It's my lord." The armored giant hurriedly nodded. He did not dare to roar loudly and instead used in a soft voice. Even his small eyes were secretly watching Li Xian leave, not daring to look directly at Li Xian. After Li Xian completely disappeared into the distance, the armored pollution giant finally heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground without any care. He's finally gone. He can finally speak loudly. Sob, 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 it's too difficult. The armored pollution giant's voice was filled with tears. It felt that it had not been easy after meeting Li Xian. However, it did not dare to escape because Li Xian was too terrifying. His terrifying strength, which was like that of a demonic god, had already left a psychological scar on the armored pollution giant. Therefore, even if Li Xian left, it did not dare to run away. Instead, it sat cross-legged on the ground and waited foolishly. Chapter 160, Shapeshifters. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the other side, at Golden Claw City in the southeast direction. As one of the more famous trade centers in the survivor base, the flow of people in Golden Claw City was several times that of other cities. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out of the city gate every day. Many people rushed here from the surrounding survivor bases to buy or provide supplies and trade. At this moment, there were many people standing at the city gate, waiting to enter the city in long lines. However, this day's inspection was especially strict. Everyone had to go through a strict inspection. They even had to go through several scanning machines. It was very strict. Shuai had been waiting in the line for a long time. After such a long time, she was a little anxious. After all, Li Xian had told her before that they had to hurry up. However, seeing that there were still many people waiting in front of her, she was very anxious. "Have you heard? A shapeshifter has appeared in a nearby city and threatened to kill the city lord's daughter of Golden Claw City. That's why Golden Claw City has such a strict inspection." "A shapeshifter? Is it that mid-level Black Iron rank abnormal killer? A superpowered person who can transform into anyone?" "Yes, he can transform into anyone. In order to prevent the shapeshifter from entering Golden Claw City, the examiners here have put in a lot of effort." "Indeed. Furthermore, shapeshifters like to torture and kill young girls the most, especially those who are valiant. The city lord's daughter is a beautiful woman, which is why she was targeted by shapeshifters. The key point is that this shapeshifter is not easy to deal with and is very difficult to find. Back then, when the Sword Saint pursued the shapeshifter for 100 days, he was unable to succeed. From this, we can see how troublesome shapeshifters are." "Yes, yes." The people in the group discussed animatedly. They were very wary of the shapeshifter, and their voices were a little loud, causing Shuai to hear them clearly. Initially, she did not pay much attention to them, but suddenly, she was stunned. This was because she was often praised for her heroic and valiant bearing. For example, she liked to tie her hair in a ponytail very much, and her personality was more straightforward. Regardless of whether it was her appearance or temperament, she gave off a valiant feeling. The conversation between these people was more like they were talking to her as if they were reminding her. This also made Shuai's heart jump. Her ruby-like eyes quickly scanned her surroundings, and very quickly, she noticed that there were a few figures watching her from behind. There were men and women among these figures, and two of them had aroused Shuai's suspicion. One of the figures was a young youth, probably only 14 or 15 years old. When he looked at Shuai, the youth would blush and feel embarrassed. However, there was no one else around the boy, only him. In such a dangerous world, it was very unusual for him to be alone outside the city. The other person was a frail woman. There was always a smile at the corner of the woman's mouth, but her eyes were extremely sharp, making people feel inexplicably flustered when they looked at each other. Schwetter and the other person looked at each other and felt a little flustered. They did not dare to look at the frail woman. These two people made Schwetter very anxious. Especially when she stood in the line, she felt an inexplicable chill on her back. Schwetter continued to line up, following the flow of people and moving forward step by step. After a long queue, they finally arrived at Schwetter's place. They began to undergo tests and were asked about relevant information. "Are you alone?" The sheriff frowned as he looked at Schwetter, his eyes filled with suspicion. "I have a friend waiting outside the city. I'll go into the city to buy some supplies and then leave," Schwetter answered truthfully. "Oh." The security officer stood up warily and narrowed his eyes as he sized up Schwetter. Normally, it was more dangerous outside the city. If one could enter the city, there should not be anyone left outside the dangerous city. With Schwetter alone, this caused the suspicion to become even more serious. Therefore, the sheriff frowned and said, "Stand in the testing area and accept multiple scans first." "Ah? But I'm in a hurry to buy supplies. Why don't you guys help me enter the city to buy some supplies?" "I'll leave after buying them," Schwetter said hurriedly. "No, go to the testing area immediately. Hurry." The sheriff pulled out his long knife and looked at Schwetter with even more vigilance. He seemed to think that Schwetter was afraid of being exposed, so he said that he wanted to leave. "All right." Schwetter saw that the other party's attitude had changed drastically. She did not want to cause any trouble, so she could only helplessly walk into the testing area. Beep, beep. Strength scan, mid-level black iron rank, the same level as a shapeshifter. There are some suspicious points. You need to wait for an hour in the testing area to receive a long-term flaw scan. The mechanical notification sounded, causing the atmosphere at the scene to become heavy. Everyone looked at Schwetter vigilantly. "Everyone, don't worry. I feel that she shouldn't be a shapeshifter. Her temperament doesn't seem like it. Beauty, can you wait in the detection area for an hour longer? Don't worry, the machine scans automatically. It's only to scan for traces of a shapeshifter." A beautiful female inspector walked out and softly comforted Schwetter. "But I really have something on." "An hour is too long," Schwetter said worriedly. "Even if you have something to do, you have to accept the test. This is the city lord's order. No one is allowed to disobey it. Let me tell you, even if the heavenly king comes, you have to take the test for an hour." The sheriff shouted, his right hand holding the long knife tightly. All right. Don't be so loud. You're scaring me." The female inspector waved her hand and continued to comfort her. "Beauty, we're also doing this for everyone's safety. After all, shapeshifters are vicious and merciless. We must ensure the safety of the girls in the city. Please cooperate with us, all right?" This. All right. Actually, Schwetter was a little angry, especially when the sheriff's attitude was too infuriating. However, the other party's strength was very strong, and she had to enter the city to buy supplies, so she could only wait. Seeing that Schwetter agreed, the sheriff and the female inspector let out a sigh of relief and then continued to check on the others. Soon, a few more people were asked to enter the testing area. These people included the delicate woman, the tender youth, and a black-faced brawny man. These people had to undergo an hour of scanning to check if there were any traces of a shapeshifter's transformation. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, a figure flew over from the distance. With intense pressure, it rushed toward the Golden Claw City gate. The sheriff seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Then, his pupils constricted. It was because he had received a simple intelligence report the previous day. The intelligence report said that there was a small person called Li Xian. He had silver rank strength and had captured 200 pollution giants. Although there was only a little information on the intelligence report, looking at the small person who had suddenly flown over and feeling this terrifying pressure, the expression of the sheriff finally changed. He hurriedly called out to the crowd and brought all the security personnel to bow in unison. "Greetings, Lord Li Xian." When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were somewhat at a loss. They did not know what was going on. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects to Lord Li Xian. This is a silver rank expert. He is an extremely powerful expert who has captured 200 pollution giants," the sheriff said loudly. "Silver rank? 200 pollution giants? My God, this is too terrifying." When everyone heard these words, they were all scared out of their wits. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Pay your respects to Lord Li Xian." "Okay." Li Xian quietly flew in the air and indifferently glanced at everyone. Then, he looked at Schwetter. Under everyone's gaze, he flew to Schwetter's shoulder and said, "Let's go into the city to buy supplies." "Okay." Schwetter nodded her little head and looked at the security officer with resentment. "Can I leave now?" Of course. Please enter the city. Please enter the city." The sheriff hurriedly made an inviting gesture and guessed Schwetter's identity in his heart. It was because there was very little information in the intelligence report, and it was all about Li Xian. "Didn't you say that even if the Heavenly King came, I also have to check for an hour?" Schwetter said with resentment. Isn't it because the Heavenly King didn't come? So you don't have to check for an hour. You can leave at any time. You can leave at any time." The sheriff wiped the cold sweat on his head. Schwetter was stunned. She felt that the sheriff's words seemed to make sense, but why did it feel so strange? However, she did not say anything else. Instead, she walked with Li Xian to the city gate. Everyone left on the spot respectfully bowed, not daring to be disrespectful. However, there was one person in the crowd who was squinting at Schwetter, staring at this valiant-looking little beauty. Only after seeing Li Xian, did that person grit his teeth and finally lowered his head, choosing to give up. Chapter 161, The City Lord of Golden Claw City. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the inner gate of Golden Claw City, Li Xian and Schwetter had just walked into the city when Li Xian looked back and revealed a thoughtful expression. "Lord Li Xian, what's wrong?" Schwetter was curious and could not help but open her small mouth to ask. "I saw a strange person. The man actually turned into a woman," Li Xian said calmly. "The man turned into a woman." Schwetter frowned when she heard this. Then, she thought of something and said anxiously, "Could it be that perverted killer, the shapeshifter?" What perverted killer? Tell me the general situation," Li Xian was curious. "Yes, my lord, it's like this." Schwetter quickly told him the information she had just heard. "So that's how it is. In that case, he is a shapeshifter. Regardless of whether it is his level of strength or the ferocious aura he exudes, even if he conceals himself well, he still can't escape my observation." Li Xian calmly spoke, directly determining the other party's identity. "Sir, what does the shapeshifter look like now? Let's tell the city lord's manner to capture this evil person first. Otherwise, he will commit evil," Schwetter suggested. "There's no rush. Since the city lord here is in such a hurry, if they can't find the shapeshifter, they will definitely come to seek my help. When that time comes, they will be able to obtain even more resources. However, this shapeshifter might do evil during this period of time. Later on, I will take care of him and imprison him first." Li Xian waved his hand and said, "Yes, yes." Schwerer felt that Lord Li Xian was extremely shrewd and thoughtful. The key was that his strength was strong enough to easily solve problems that others could not solve. Hence, Schwerer admired Li Xian even more. Let's go and buy some supplies first. This time, buy more oranges. We've only eaten them for half a month and we've already finished them. It's too little, Li Xian said seriously. Okay. Schwerer nodded again and realized that Li Xian really liked eating oranges. Moreover, he had to eat sweet ones. He did not like to eat them even if they were a little sour. He was very picky. For this reason, all the sweet oranges along the way were eaten by Li Xian, while Schwerer ate all the sour ones. Fortunately, there's still the armored pollution giant. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to finish so many sour oranges. Schwerer muttered to herself, hoping to buy more sweet oranges this time. Otherwise, it would be hard on her and the pollution giant. With this thought in mind, they left and headed to the sales market in the city. After they left, a soldier ran to the city lord's mansion and reported this matter, causing the city lord's mansion to become nervous. The city lord's mansion immediately began to make preparations. At the same time, it ordered the soldier to return and call the sheriff to the city lord's mansion. At the city gate, the testing here was still continuing. Many people who were suspected had been arranged to enter the scanning area to carry out a detailed flaw scan. However, after a long period of testing, not a single person with a problem was detected. This made the sheriff very anxious and his face was solemn. We have to find the shapeshifter as soon as possible, or we won't be able to give an explanation. Where did this guy go? Why can't we find him no matter what? The security officer said gloomily. Maybe the shapeshifter was just talking casually and didn't have the intention to come to Golden Claw City. The female security officer said with a twinkle in her eyes. No, when this guy said that last time, he harmed the daughter of a base leader and attracted the pursuit of Lord Sword Saint. This time, it's very likely to be true. After all, the city lord's daughter is too attractive. Not to mention the shapeshifter, even we admire her from the bottom of our hearts. Therefore, the shapeshifter will definitely appear, the security officer said affirmatively. Yes, what you said does make sense. The female inspector nodded. The moment she lowered her head, her eyes narrowed slightly. Security officer, the city lord's mansion has summoned you. The soldier hurriedly ran over and said. I understand. It should be about Lord Li Xian. You stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll make a trip there. The magistrate hurriedly left and quickly ran towards the city lord's mansion. After they left, the female inspector gave a few orders. She also hurriedly walked into the city and headed towards her residence. Back at her residence, the female inspector took out a map of the city and narrowed her eyes as she sized it up. I originally wanted to make a move in the next few days, but it looks like I'll have to wait for a while. Silver rank is too dangerous. When the female inspector thought of the terror of silver rank, fear welled up in her heart. She even immediately burned the map and narrowed her eyes as she thought of a countermeasure. He was actually a shapeshifter. The reason why he became a female examiner was that no one would think that he was a shapeshifter. Originally, he was already confident of victory and was prepared to make a move. However, the appearance of Schwerer and Li Xian disrupted his plans, causing him to not dare to casually make a move. This was because silver rank was too terrifying. Back then, when he was being hunted down, he had to expend a lot of effort and transform multiple times before he managed to escape under the circumstances where he was extremely lucky. Since another silver rank had appeared, the shapeshifter really could not afford to offend him. However, that red-eyed girl really suits my taste. It's a pity that there's a silver rank beside her. What a pity! If it was only her, I would definitely play her to death. The female examiner's voice was hoarse as a cruel expression appeared on her face. Oh? Are you sure? An indifferent voice suddenly sounded, causing the female examiner to be shocked. Whoosh! The female inspector's right hand pulled out a dagger from her waist at lightning speed. With a backhand, she stabbed backward. This action could be said to be done in one go. It was very stable, accurate, and fast. However, when the dagger stabbed backward, there was actually nothing behind. Bang! An intense pain appeared on the female inspector's head, and in the next second, she directly fainted, fainting on the ground. Not bad, you have quite a lot of battle experience, but it's a pity that you're too weak. You can't even withstand a blow to your head. Li Xian quietly flew in the air, lightly flicking his index finger as he looked at this person with a hint of disdain. Li Xian would never let go of such a pervert. As long as he saw a pervert, Li Xian would definitely get rid of him, regardless of the world. This was because this kind of person was scum. He was useless to the world and would only bring danger to the world. Li Xian hated this kind of person as much as he hated human traffickers. Crack! Crack! Li Xian easily broke the female inspector's legs. Then, he grabbed one of her hands and pulled her away like a dead dog. During this process, the female inspector's face was stuck to the ground. She was dragged away by the friction. A few minutes later, Li Xian and Shui rented a small courtyard in the residential area and threw the female inspector into the cellar. Then, they fell into a silent wait. It was because Li Xian knew that the city lord of this city would definitely come to visit him and ask him to help find the shapeshifter. 3 kilometers away, the city lord of the Golden Claw City brought the sheriff and many gifts to the residential area in a hurry. The city lord's face was full of solemnity. City lord, do you really want to ask Lord Li Xian to help? The cost of a silver rank is not low, the sheriff said worriedly. There's no other way. Shapeshifters are too hard to catch. Even if I give you another month, can you catch a shapeshifter? Golden Claw City's city lord asked seriously. This. The sheriff was silent, unable to say anything to refute because he really could not do it. Even one of the top 10 experts, Lord Sword Saint, could not catch a shapeshifter. How could a mere sheriff like him catch a shapeshifter? However, the sheriff thought that although Li Xian was a silver rank, it would be very difficult for him to capture a shapeshifter, so he said again. However, even if Lord Li Xian is a silver rank, he might not be able to capture a shapeshifter. After all, even Lord Sword Saint failed. No. I don't expect Lord Li Xian to capture the shapeshifter. I only hope that Lord Li Xian can protect my daughter for a period of time and scare the shapeshifter away, the city lord said solemnly. Chapter 162, Sword Saint. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This is a good method. Facing the protection of a silver rank, even if the shapeshifter was given 10,000 guts, he would not dare to make a move. The sheriff nodded in agreement, feeling that this method was very good. Yes, the strength of a silver rank is very terrifying. Although they are unable to see the shapeshifter's transformation, they can easily find people who are filled with hostility. Therefore, if the shapeshifter dares to attack my daughter, then he will definitely die, the city lord affirmed. It is indeed a good method. It is better for the city lord to be more considerate. The sheriff flattered him. It is a pity that the shapeshifter is still alive. He is still a scourge. If only someone could kill him. It is a pity that no one has been able to do so until now. The Golden Claw City Lord shook his head helplessly. He led the security officer towards the residential area and soon arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Is this the place? The city lord looked at the sheriff. Yes. According to the investigation, Lord Li Xian lives here, the sheriff hurriedly said. Okay, knock on the door. It's the city lord. The security officer nodded. He was about to raise his hand to knock on the door when the door suddenly opened. Come in. Lord Li Xian has been waiting for you for a long time. Shui opened the door and said in a crisp voice. Waiting for us for a long time? Lord Li Xian knows that we are coming. The city lord was shocked. Yes. With the difficulties that the Golden Claw city is facing now, besides Lord Li Xian, who else can solve it? Shwetter said with some pride. I didn't expect that Lord Li Xian had already seen through it. I'm really ashamed. The city lord smiled bitterly, but in his heart, he was shocked at Li Xian's intelligence. This was because he had come into contact with a silver rank expert before, but that silver rank expert only kept cultivating. He did not even understand the ways of the world. However, Li Xian had just entered the city for such a short period of time, yet he was able to easily see through everything. In comparison, the gap between the two was obvious. Thus, the city lord's attitude was even more humble. Carrying heavy gifts, he carefully walked into the small courtyard and entered the reception hall. Greetings, Lord Li Xian. Although the Golden Claw city lord was the city lord, he did not dare to offend Li Xian. Instead, he respectfully bowed. I can help you solve your problem, but it depends on your sincerity. Li Xian was too lazy to be polite and directly asked. The Golden Claw city lord was also a little dazed by the sudden question. He felt that Li Xian was a little unconventional. However, this was also good. By being direct, everyone could relax. Therefore, the Golden Claw city lord said solemnly, Don't worry, my lord. I have brought something that you need the most. After the city lord finished speaking, he hurriedly took a few boxes from the guards behind him and opened them. Most of the boxes were ordinary items. There were even gold, silver, and jewelry. However, when the last item was opened, Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Lord Li Xian, I heard that you like essence. It just so happens that I have one here. This is the reward I received when I followed the blind granny. After the Golden Claw city lord finished speaking, he raised the item up high. After Shweta received Li Xian's instructions, she hurriedly took the box and carefully placed it on the table beside Li Xian. That's right. Although the nature type essence isn't of use for the time being, it's still a good item. I'll take it. Leave the other spatial stones behind and keep the rest. Li Xian looked at the spatial stone. This was a good item to upgrade one's portable space. For a skill like portable space, the upgrade did not depend on the essence, but on spatial stones. The more spatial stones one consumed, the larger the space would expand. As long as one consumed them for a long period of time, they might be able to upgrade the space to the size of a country. Of course, there was still a long way to go. They still needed to work hard. Yes, my lord. The Golden Claw city lord hurriedly handed over the spatial stones and continued. My lord, that shapeshifter is mysterious and hard to find. I hope that you can protect my daughter for a period of time. What do you think? There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can just go to the cellar in the backyard and take a look. Go. Li Xian waved his hand and started to take the spatial stones to expand his portable space. Yes. The Golden Claw city lord and the sheriff were at a loss when they heard Li Xian's words. However, an absurd thought appeared in their minds. With this thought in mind, they hurriedly ran to the backyard and nervously walked towards the cellar. Sir, could it be that the shapeshifter has already been captured by Lord Li Xian? The sheriff said in disbelief. It should be. Otherwise, Lord Li Xian wouldn't have allowed us to come to the cellar in the backyard. The Golden Claw city lord was also somewhat shocked. However, even the Sword Saint couldn't capture the shapeshifter, yet Lord Li Xian was actually able to capture it. This is too unbelievable. The sheriff was still feeling shocked and somewhat in disbelief. We'll know once we take a look. The Golden Claw city lord came to the entrance of the cellar and looked inside. He happened to see a person who was unconscious in the cellar, and this person was actually the female examiner. Why is it her? Is she a shapeshifter? The city lord frowned. No, it can't be. She was just testing the person who entered the city with me. How could it be her? The sheriff could not believe it either, and his eyes were wide open. Puff! A sharp spike suddenly rose from the ground and pierced through the right arm of the female examiner. Blood instantly gushed out. Ah! The screams echoed throughout the area. Although the voice tried to imitate the female voice, it could not help but be mixed with the male voice. Hearing the male voice, the expressions of the city lord and the sheriff changed. They jumped into the cellar and grabbed the female examiner. They started to check the position where the face and hair touched. It's the transformation tattoo, it's him. He's the shapeshifter. The sheriff discovered a very small transformation tattoo and immediately shouted. Damn it! How did you become the examiner? Did you kill her? Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Golden Claw City Lord. Of course, right under your noses, I took her away and tortured her to death bit by bit. You two idiots didn't even notice. If it wasn't for the silver rank, you would never have found me, ever. The female examiner opened her eyes and glared at the city lord and the sheriff. Her eyes were bloodshot. The female examiner's body also changed at this moment, from a woman to a sinister man. Damn it! I'll tear you apart in front of everyone! The Golden Claw City Lord roared in anger. He did not expect the shapeshifter to be so close to them. If the shapeshifter made a move in advance, then his daughter would be finished. Thinking of his daughter's possible accident, the Golden Claw City Lord felt a lingering fear. At the same time, he also felt deep anger toward the shapeshifter. Go, bring him to the center of the city. I want to tear him apart in front of everyone. The Golden Claw City Lord shouted. Yes, City Lord. The sheriff picked up the shapeshifter and walked out amidst the fresh blood. The City Lord originally wanted to continue to express his gratitude to Li Xian, but he suddenly saw that Li Xian had already walked far away with Shuer, heading out of the city. Thank you, Lord Li Xian. I will never forget your achievements. The Golden Claw City Lord bowed deeply and then came to the center of the city. He gathered everyone and dismembered the shapeshifter in front of everyone. After doing all this, the City Lord recorded Li Xian's achievements and sent it to the blind granny. Dark forest. On a dark and gloomy path, a blind old woman was walking step by step with a dragon-headed walking stick. Beside her was a handsome man dressed in white and holding a 3-foot-long sword. These two people were none other than the blind granny and the sword saint. I heard that another silver rank has appeared recently. It's a very small person. It seems to be related to the summoning of that clan, the blind granny said in a hoarse voice. Yes, his name is Li Xian. He can capture 200 pollution giants. His strength is not bad. The sword saint smiled faintly and walked forward calmly. Do you think it's possible for his combat strength to surpass yours? The blind granny said in a hoarse voice again. Impossible. There's a huge gap between silver rank warriors. I walk in the path of the sword, which is also the path of the sword with the strongest offensive power. In silver rank, no one can surpass me except for you. The sword saint smiled faintly, his entire body exuding absolute confidence. Your combat power is indeed very strong. It's indeed somewhat difficult for him to surpass you. Granny Blind nodded her head in agreement, feeling that what the sword saint said made sense. However, at this moment, the ring on her hand lit up. This was a communication and transmission ring. It could send messages over long distances. Chapter 163, Pollution Giant Tree. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sensing the energy emanating from the ring, the blind granny was a little surprised. Her right hand gently tapped the void a few times, and two illusory eyes slowly formed. After the illusory eyes formed, they quickly landed on the blind granny's eyes. In an instant, the blind granny seemed to be able to see, and she actually turned her head to look at the ring. What's wrong? The sword saint asked in puzzlement. Someone sent me a long-distance communication. Let me see who it is. The blind granny turned her head and stared at the ring with her blind eyes. A moment later, a strange expression appeared on her face. Who sent it? Why do you look like that? The sword saint was puzzled. He could not understand why Granny Blind looked like that. Sword saint, do you still remember the shapeshifter? The blind granny asked. Of course I do. Although this fellow is not very strong, his shape-shifting ability is very powerful. Back then, I chased after him for a very long time, but I was unable to kill him. He is an extremely troublesome figure. The sword saint frowned deeply. He had been brooding over this failure for a long time. However, he was very puzzled. He did not understand why the blind granny would suddenly mention the shapeshifter. Why did you suddenly mention the shapeshifter? Could it be that this guy has done something evil again? The sword saint asked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yes. The shapeshifter went to the Golden Claw City and wanted to attack the city lord's daughter. However, the problem has been solved, the blind granny said calmly. Solved? How could it be? The shapeshifter is so difficult to deal with. How could it be solved? Could it be that the shapeshifter has given up? The sword saint was puzzled. No, he didn't give up. He was captured by Li Xian and then dismembered, the blind granny said faintly. Captured? By Li Xian? Silver rank Li Xian. The sword saint frowned and looked at the blind granny in disbelief. Yes, you'll know when you read this information. I'll pass it to you. The blind granny smiled and passed the information to the sword saint. As the ring on the sword saint's hand lit up, he began to look at it solemnly. After looking at it for a while, the sword saint said with a solemn expression. Unbelievable. This Li Xian is actually so amazing. He actually managed to capture a shapeshifter. Back then, I spent a lot of effort, but I was still unable to capture a shapeshifter. This is really surprising. It is indeed surprising. I guess that he might have the ability to see through illusions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. Granny Blind guessed. It is indeed possible. He is truly an amazing person. I had previously said that Li Xian was not as good as me. I did not expect him to surpass me so quickly in terms of observation. The sword saint was a little taken aback. However, when he thought of his own offensive power, a look of confidence appeared on the sword saint's face once again. He admitted that Li Xian's observation ability was strong enough, but the sword saint also believed in his own sword. He believed that in this world, other than the blind granny, no one was a match for him. Therefore, although the sword saint had suffered a blow, he still did not treat Li Xian as an opponent of the same level. Instead, he treated him as a good junior. In such a mood, the two continued to move forward, step by step, in the dark and quiet forest. Their goal this time was the underground darkness city. They were ready to investigate the ultimate mystery there. Before that, they had to go to Gravel Valley and destroy a very terrifying pollution giant tree. This giant tree could absorb the power of the earth and continuously grow stronger. It grew from a small tree to a towering tree that was even larger than a 500-story tall building. The key was that this giant tree could absorb the power of the earth and heal its own injuries at all times. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Half a year ago, the sword saint personally made a move and fought against the pollution giant tree in the Gravel Valley for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, the sword saint chose to leave. He had no choice but to give up. Although the sword saint's attacks were extremely powerful, the pollution giant tree's recovery ability was even more monstrous. No matter what kind of injuries it suffered, it could heal quickly. Although the sword saint had severely injured the giant tree many times, the giant tree was still able to recover quickly. Even though it could not move, it still used its endless roots to counterattack crazily, forcing the sword saint to leave helplessly. This time, the Sword Saint had invited the blind granny because he was prepared to work together to kill the giant tree of pollution and destroy this formidable enemy. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Gravel Valley. This was a mysterious forbidden land, and a strange fog filled this place all year round. Some people tried to walk into the fog and enter the Gravel Valley, but in the end, they never came out. 1 kilometer away from the Gravel Valley, Shwetter held Li Xian in her small hands and stood on the shoulders of the armored pollution giant as they walked toward the direction of the underground darkness city. These few days, Shwetter noticed that Li Xian's condition was not quite right. He always liked to sleep, as if he was affected by something. This also made Shwetter very worried, so she tried her best to use her small hands to protect Li Xian, carefully protecting him. At this time, Li Xian, who was sleeping soundly, felt something and suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Lord Li Xian, you're awake," Shwetter hurriedly said. "Yes, how long did I sleep this time?" Li Xian asked. At the same time, he used God's perspective to lock onto a giant tree in the Gravel Valley, a towering giant tree. "This time, you slept for a day and a night. Are you sick? I feel that your condition is not very good," Shwetter asked worriedly. "No, don't worry." Li Xian shook his head. The reason why he slept was because of the curse. Previously, he had been cursed once in another world. Later, the curse was suppressed by the people of the moon race. However, the power to suppress the curse had weakened over the past few days. Li Xian needed to use his soul to start resisting the curse. His soul was strong, so he was not worried about hurting himself. However, it was inevitable that he would be affected. For example, if he wanted to sleep, he would not have suddenly woken up if he did not feel threatened. This threat came from the Gravel Valley. It came from a lush, towering tree. "Shwetter, wait for me here. I will go to the valley over there and take a look." Li Xian pointed at the Gravel Valley in the distance. "All right." Shwetter nodded. Her ruby-like eyes were filled with curiosity. She also wanted to follow them to take a look, but she did not do so. Instead, she obediently waited. Whoosh! Li Xian flew at high speed. His figure flashed like a fleeting flash as he quickly headed toward Gravel Valley. After a few minutes of flying at high speed, Li Xian passed through layers of fog and arrived at Gravel Valley. He arrived at the center of Gravel Valley. With his God's perspective, the dense fog had no effect on him at all. It was purely a decoration. However, when he arrived here, Li Xian stopped and said loudly, "Who are you?" Li Xian flew in the air and narrowed his eyes as he sized up the towering tree in front of him. He sensed danger from the tree and felt the vigorous power and vitality. Moreover, the tree had been absorbing the power of the earth. At this rate, the tree would probably grow to an extremely terrifying level. Just like this moment, even Li Xian could sense the danger. This was also the first time he felt the danger since he came to this world. Although the sense of danger was very weak, Li Xian still took this matter seriously. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of sharp tree roots suddenly rose from the ground and suddenly drilled out from the ground, suddenly stabbing toward Li Xian in the air. The densely packed tree roots flashed like lightning, their speed was unimaginable. Whoosh! 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 2 scimitars appeared in Li Xian's hands. In a flash, he cut off hundreds of tree roots and easily destroyed this attack. Chapter 164, Giant Tornado. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh! 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 Even more terrifying tree roots appeared. They attacked rapidly from all directions, enveloping Li Xian like an inescapable net. It was as if they wanted to surround and kill Li Xian. Interesting, but do you think you can defeat me just like that? Ridiculous! Li Xian's body suddenly turned into a body of steel. The companion's spiritual equipment also surged. His body was covered with a thick layer of scales. The scimitars in his hands flashed rapidly like lightning. Puff! 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 Li Xian's entire body flashed in the air like a gust of wind. The scimitars drew beautiful arcs in the fresh blood, as dazzling as the blood-red waning moon. The densely packed tree roots kept breaking, and dark red blood flowed out from the tree roots, scattering onto the ground with a fishy smell. Li Xian flashed rapidly among the endless tree roots, passing through the densely packed attacks. At the same time, he still had time to observe this towering tree. The reason why he did not use his ultimate move was to test his current combat strength. The second reason was to observe the tree. Li Xian wanted to understand why the tree was constantly absorbing energy from the ground to strengthen itself. Perhaps it was hiding some treasures. Whoosh! The tree roots that were like an inescapable net were all broken. Li Xian's figure suddenly flew high into the sky as he looked down at the world with a commanding attitude. Next, I'll try my transcendent level tornado. Ever since this skill has been upgraded to transcendent level, I haven't used it much. Now is the perfect time to try it. I'll use it to deal with this big fellow. Li Xian smiled and lightly snapped his fingers with his right hand. Whoosh! 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 Along with the intense sound of the wind, a huge tornado began to condense into form. It grew larger and larger, becoming more and more terrifying. Its body size gradually increased from 10 meters to the height of a 500-story building. It even surpassed the pollution giant tree and directly became a huge monster. The appearance of this tornado scared the pollution giant tree so much that it trembled crazily. Endless tree roots directly wrapped around its body and protected it like a chrysalis in the middle. Sure enough, you have wisdom. However, do you think you can escape my tornado like this? Ignorant, really ignorant. Li Xian sneered and snapped his fingers again with his right hand. Whoosh! 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 3 similarly enormous tornadoes appeared and landed around the pollution giant tree. While blowing away all the fog, they also surrounded the giant tree in the middle. After these tornadoes appeared, they brought with them the great power of a natural disaster and began to approach the giant tree of pollution, crazily crushing and tearing at this enormous creature. Whoosh! 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 The wild wind whistled, and smoke and dust billowed. 4 giant tornadoes that were connected to heaven and earth roared. The wild wind that contained the great power of heaven and earth continuously raged, crazily distorting and destroying everything. Although the pollution giant tree tried its best to protect itself, crazily drawing power from the earth to protect itself. However, under the violent tornadoes, the body of the pollution giant tree had soon torn apart. Large patches of branches and leaves scattered, shattering into dust in the wild wind. However, the pollution giant tree was quite resistant. Even in the midst of such a tornado, it was still struggling hard to recover. At the same time, a strange human face slowly condensed from its body. It stared at Li Xian with cold killing intent. I want to kill you. I want to suck everything from you and turn it into my strength. The strange person's face was covered with twisted lines. Its cold voice was accompanied by a continuous roar of spiritual attacks, echoing through large areas. This terrifying sound also made the people around them feel extremely uncomfortable. Shwe'er, who was waiting at the entrance of the valley, heard this sound, and blood immediately flowed out of her small mouth. Even her body swayed slightly. Bang! 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 The armored pollution giant reacted the fastest. The first thing he did was run. After running for 3 kilometers, he finally stopped. At this point, the strange sound finally stopped affecting them. What a terrifying sound! Is Lord Li Xian fighting with such a strange existence? Shwe'er wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked solemnly in the direction of Gravel Valley, looking at the huge tornado that shot straight into the sky. The tornado had already connected to the sky and was rotating crazily, bringing with it a huge cloud of smoke and dust, causing the sky to darken. What a terrifying power! Is this Lord Li Xian's power? How powerful! Shweta's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. This was the first time she had felt Li Xian's power and witnessed how terrifying a silver rank was. I really hope that I can reach Lord Li Xian's level. Shweta secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely become a silver rank in the future and become a true powerhouse. While Shweta was swearing in her heart, a patrol squad that was 3 kilometers away was standing there in a daze, looking at the violent tornadoes in Gravel Valley in shock. That power that was as mighty as the heavens, this patrol squad was so frightened that their backs turned cold and they were extremely shocked. Why did 4 huge tornadoes appear in Gravel Valley? Could it be that someone is fighting against the pollution giant tree? Captain, you have the ability to observe from afar. What exactly happened at Gravel Valley? Why did it cause such a huge formation? This is too spectacular, the vice captain said in shock. Don't speak for now. Let me take a look first. The patrol captain waved his hand. Then, his eyes flashed as he began to carefully observe the direction of Gravel Valley. However, when he took a look, his entire person was so frightened that his expression changed greatly, and his pupils constricted. Too strong, too strong. Such a terrifying tornado was actually controlled by a human. It actually pressed down on the pollution giant tree and attacked it. Oh my god, that terrifying tornado almost tore off a third of the pollution giant tree. The patrol captain said in shock. His eyes flashed with light as he stared in the direction of the Gravel Valley. Captain, is there really someone fighting with the pollution giant tree? Isn't the giant tree a silver rank? Isn't it constantly absorbing energy from the ground? It's not easy to deal with. Back then, even Lord Sword Saint failed and fled out of the valley in a sorry state. If it weren't for the fact that the pollution giant tree could not move, I'm afraid Lord Sword Saint would have died here, the vice captain said hurriedly. Yes, Captain, is there really someone fighting with the pollution giant tree? That's a giant tree that even Lord Sword Saint can't afford to offend. The few patrolling soldiers kept talking, wanting to know the answer as soon as possible in shock. It's true, there's really someone fighting against the giant tree of pollution. You've all heard of this person before. He's the Lord Li Xian who's in the limelight, the Lord Li Xian who captured the shapeshifter. The patrol captain hurriedly explained, his eyes fixed on the battle in the distance. His entire being was frightened by such a battle. He felt that a silver rank was really too terrifying. It's actually Lord Li Xian, he's actually so strong. Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe that Li Xian was actually so terrifying. He's just that powerful. Let me tell you, Lord Li Xian has formed 4 super tornadoes and is destroying the giant tree wantonly. Now, half of the giant tree's body has collapsed and is dissipating bit by bit, the patrol captain said again. Half of its body has collapsed? This is too fierce. Previously, someone said that Lord Li Xian could only be ranked at the bottom of the top 10 silver rank experts. Now, it seems that Lord Li Xian is actually stronger than Lord Sword Saint. The vice captain was shocked. He felt that his worldview had been impacted. Back then, Lord Sword Saint was defeated in front of the pollution giant tree. Now that Lord Li Xian is here, he can easily crush the pollution giant tree. The gap between the two sides is obvious at a glance. What a terrifying existence! I've never heard of Lord Li Xian before. In the end, he just appeared and shocked everyone. He directly became an existence that surpassed Sword Saint. It's really amazing. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were shocked by Li Xian's strength, but at the same time, they waited expectantly. They hoped that Li Xian would be able to kill the pollution giant tree. Many people had already lost their lives in this giant tree. That was why they often came here to patrol and investigate the situation of the giant tree. Not good. The giant tree is actually becoming bigger. Oh my god, the giant tree has turned into a treant and is condensing armor. Quick, look, The patrol captain shouted loudly and hurriedly reminded everyone. Following his voice, everyone discovered that in the direction of Gravel Valley, the giant tree that was originally torn apart by the tornado had suddenly turned into an extremely huge treant. The treant's body was covered in thick armor, and at the same time, huge arms appeared around the treant's body. The number of those huge wooden hands was extremely terrifying. Roughly speaking, there were about 1,000 of them. Therefore, at this moment, the treant had already transformed into a 1,000-armed treant that was as tall as a mountain. Roar! Chapter 165, Five-Colored Stone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky, shaking a large area and raising a wave of air. The terrifying 1,000-hand treant roared crazily, and numerous large hands rampaged wildly, charging toward Li Xian like a demonic god. However, looking at this terrifying 1,000-hand treant, not only did Li Xian not panic, he even revealed a trace of disappointment. That's it. Li Xian's expression was indifferent. He realized that this treant's ability was not that great. It seemed to have an extraordinary aura, but in his opinion, it was just that. It was not even as good as the tree root's condition not long ago. Forget it, I've played enough. Let's end it. Li Xian's size amplification was suddenly activated at this moment. At the same time, under the effects of his speed enhancement, physique strengthening, steel body, and companion spiritual equipment, Li Xian's body expanded rapidly like a balloon. He started to transform into a terrifying figure that was like a small mountain, and it was still growing. Li Xian had never activated so many abilities at the same time. At most, he would only activate his size amplification and transcendent monstrous strength at the same time. However, when all his abilities were activated, Li Xian felt that his entire body was filled with terrifying strength. By the time he stopped growing, he had already transformed into a terrifying human that surpassed the 1,000-head treant. He was also a giant warrior wearing armor. At the same time, Li Xian also clenched his right fist, activating his extraordinary strange power at this moment. Rumble! An earth-shattering loud sound resounded through the clouds. A terrifying airwave that seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly rolled in all directions. Thick, black smoke and dust covered the sky, casting a layer of shadow over this area. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave suddenly pierced through everything, bringing along the terrifying power of a natural disaster as it ruthlessly smashed into the valley. Rumble, rumble! Terrifying tremors sounded out one after another, shaking the surroundings like a terrifying explosion. As the tremors were too terrifying, even the patrolling soldiers who were far away were frightened until their scalps went numb. Too strong. Is this Lord Li Xian's trump card? He actually became so huge. He's too strong, a patrolling soldier said in shock. Yeah, I originally thought that when the pollution giant tree turned into a 1,000-hand treant, it would be even more dangerous, and I did not dare to provoke it. But I didn't expect Lord Li Xian to actually become so huge. He's too strong. The patrol captain's eyes flashed with white light as he said in shock. Captain, what's the result of the battle now? The vice-captain hurriedly asked. I don't know. Lord Li Xian should have used his ultimate move just now, and then the pollution giant tree collapsed. But the follow-up was blocked by the smoke and dust. I can't see, but the giant tree might be finished. Finished? Captain, are you sure? This giant tree can recover infinitely, the vice-captain hurriedly asked. There's a very high chance of it being finished. You don't have the ability to observe, so you don't know. I saw it clearly just now. That terrifying punch directly broke the treant. Moreover, Lord Li Xian is still crazily waving his fist. According to this calculation, the pollution giant tree might really be finished, the patrol captain said solemnly. If Lord Li Xian really gets rid of the pollution treant, then it will definitely be a terrifying battle that will be recorded in the annals of history. It will definitely be famous throughout the world. The vice-captain looked into the distance and listened to the terrifying roar. His entire heart was shaking violently. He was unable to calm down and sighed at how terrifying Li Xian was. On the other side, Shweta also saw this terrifying scene. Especially when she saw Li Xian transform into a giant, she was so shocked that she opened her mouth. How many secrets does Lord Li Xian still have? Isn't this too terrifying? Shweta's soft and fair little face could not hide the shock on her face. She was completely frightened by this battle and her little heart was pounding. The armored pollution giant was also quite frightened. It swore that it would never betray Li Xian in the future and that it would obediently become Li Xian's mount. Boom! 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 The booming sounds continued without end. Li Xian's small mountain-like figure fought crazily. His two fists were like heavenly pillars that crashed down with a loud bang. They struck crazily in the smoke and dust, shaking the earth in the surroundings continuously. This kind of crazy attack lasted for a full minute. Only at this time did the booming sounds gradually stop. Then, everything returned to silence. A few minutes later, Shweta stood on the shoulder of the armored pollution giant and saw a small person slowly flying out from Gravel Valley. This small person was naturally Li Xian. However, Li Xian was currently swaying. He was even carrying a 5-colored stone the size of a watermelon and was rapidly flying over. Seeing this scene, Shweta's small feet suddenly stepped on the shoulder of the armored pollution giant. Her delicate figure quickly jumped down like a graceful swan and quickly ran toward Li Xian. Shweta, help me hold this thing. This thing conflicts with me. It actually affects my spirit at all times. Li Xian held a 5-colored stone and spoke quickly. He felt dizzy. The key point was that this thing could not be put into his portable space. This proved that this stone was not simple. Yes, my lord. How are you, my lord? Are you injured? Shweta asked from afar. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. No, the monster has been dealt with. This is the spoils of war. It's a pity that I don't understand what this is. Li Xian was puzzled. When he saw Shweta running over, he directly threw the stone to her. Buzz! A mysterious light suddenly flashed. After Shweta hugged the stone, an even more dazzling 5-colored light immediately appeared. At the same time, a vast power rippled from the ground. Through the 5-colored stone, power began to pour into Shweta's body, crazily increasing her strength. My special ability is actually increasing? How is this possible? Shweta could not believe it as she sensed her own body. Her strength, which was originally at black iron rank, was actually increasing rapidly. In a short period of time, she had broken through one after another, reaching the great circle of black iron rank. However, this was not the end. That was because the terrifying power was still pouring in. As long as it continued, Shweta would break through to bronze rank sooner or later. However, a pained expression suddenly appeared on her face. Blood oozed out from the corner of her rosy lips, and her body looked as if it was about to explode. Swoosh! Li Xian's figure flashed past, and he quickly took the 5-colored stone from Shweta's hands. The timely removal of the stone also caused the pained Shweta to gradually recover. She knelt on the ground and panted heavily. It hurts, Lord Li Xian. What is this? I feel like I almost died. It's too terrifying, Shweta said with lingering fear. I'm not sure either. However, the power contained in this stone should have increased. It seems that it can absorb the power of the earth continuously through superpowered people, Li Xian said solemnly. I can't believe it. Shweta was shocked. Although she herself had become stronger, she felt that this stone was very strange. Let me appraise its function. Li Xian thought of the auction house. Usually, Li Xian did not want to place anything particularly important in the auction house. After all, the auction house belonged to the summoned beasts world. However, at this time, he could only place it in the auction house. This was because, through the auction house, he could appraise some items very well. For example, the holy equipment from last time. He knew its name from the auction house, so he could also try the same this time. Li Xian was silent for a moment, and carefully put the 5-colored stone into the auction house. Chapter 166, Gravel City. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hint: a 5-colored abyssal stone has been discovered. The stone can be used as a medium to crazily absorb all the power of a particular world. If power is absorbed for a long period of time, there is a certain chance of destroying a particular world. Hint: the summoned beast's world can exchange for the 5-colored abyssal stone with a transcendence fruit. Do you wish to exchange? The pleasant sound of the hint rang out, causing Li Xian to frown. The 5-colored abyssal stone has a chance of destroying a world. It's truly inconceivable. Li Xian's eyes flickered, hesitating whether he should exchange for it. After all, it was quite tempting to exchange for a transcendence fruit. However, Li Xian thought for a moment before taking out the 5-colored abyssal stone from the auction house. Then, he looked at Schwerer. Hurry up and adjust yourself. You can take this 5-colored abyssal stone later. Oh, okay. Schwerer nodded her head. She had many questions in her heart, but she did not ask anything. Instead, she nodded obediently. Even though she was a little afraid, she still did not ask the reason. She just sat cross-legged and tried to recover as quickly as possible. Li Xian also nodded secretly when he saw that Schwerer was so obedient. The reason why he did this was to test the 5-colored abyssal stone. Since the 5-colored abyssal stone could absorb the power of this world, it could continuously become stronger. If the stone could be absorbed for a while and become stronger, would it be sold for a higher price? Although it would cause damage to this world, Li Xian did not feel that the impact was too great. After all, the treant had owned this stone for a long time, but it did not cause a huge impact. Besides, he had killed the pollution giant tree, which could be considered as helping this world. It was still possible to get a little reward, right? Therefore, Li Xian asked Schwerer to hold this stone for a period of time. Perhaps this stone would become bigger again in exchange for more benefits. However, Schwerer would not be able to recover in a short period of time, and it was also time to buy supplies. Therefore, they only sat for a while before leaving this place and heading towards the nearby base city. Not long after, in Gravel City. Due to the large amount of gravel used during the construction of the city and the fact that it did not look good, the city was named Gravel City. At this moment, there were many bounty mission notices posted at the entrance of Gravel City. One of the notices was blood red in color, and it looked very eye-catching. When the people who entered and exited the city saw the red words and saw the terrifying mission, they all shook their heads. This notice has been posted for 2 years, but no one has accepted it. I don't think anyone will dare to accept it. Yeah, this is to kill the pollution giant tree. Back then, even the sword saint failed. Who would dare to accept this mission? However, the rewards are really too generous. A small villa, 10 beauties, a large amount of money and medicine, and most importantly, all kinds of materials. How wonderful! Don't even think about it. Who would dare to accept such a mission? That would be suicide. The passers-by looked at the notice and kept shaking their heads. No one dared to accept such a mission, not even city lord level experts. Only silver rank experts had the confidence to accept the mission. However, since even the sword saint had failed, the other silver rank experts would definitely not accept it casually. This also caused the mission to last for a long time, becoming the most difficult mission in the history of Gravel City. Lord Li Xian, what are those people doing over there? It seems very lively. A clear and melodious voice sounded. Following this voice, Schwerer raised her soft little hand and pointed at the notice that everyone was looking at. It's a bounty mission. Shwetter, go and remove it. We'll find the city lord to change the reward for the mission. These rewards are too low level, Li Xian yawned and said. Okay. Shwetter nodded obediently and skipped toward the notice area. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, she stretched out her snow-white hand and took the notice off. Little girl, what are you doing? Quickly put the notice back. You'll be punished if you take the notice recklessly, a capable lady reminded. It's okay. This mission is very simple. My lord has completed it. Shwetter smiled slightly. Her big eyes were curved into crescent moons, looking very beautiful. Completed? What nonsense! This is a mission to destroy the pollution giant tree. Even the sword saint could not do it. How could your lord do it? Quickly put it back. Go quickly before the sheriff finds out, the kind-hearted lady reminded again. I'm telling the truth. My lord is Lord Li Xian. Shwetter tilted her head and her ponytail danced, making her look even more youthful and beautiful. Lord Li Xian? Why does it sound so familiar? The kind lady wondered. She could not remember who it was. Wait, could it be Lord Li Xian who captured 200 pollution giants? A well-informed businessman could not help but ask. That's right. My lord is very powerful. It's just a small pollution giant tree. Don't worry about it. Shwetter waved her hand and left with the notice. The crowd watched Shwetter leave and gathered together to discuss once more. It's actually Lord Li Xian. Look over there. It's really the legendary little man. This is a silver rank. Keep your voice down. No wonder you dared to reveal this notice. With Lord Li Xian's strength, it's really possible for him to kill the pollution giant tree. That might not be the case. Don't forget, even the sword saint has failed. The merchant shook his head. He felt that this mission would not be easy to complete. What's wrong with the sword saint? The sword saint has failed to capture the shapeshifter, but Lord Li Xian has succeeded. This means that Lord Li Xian is even stronger, the kind-hearted elder sister said. No, Lord Li Xian is able to capture the shapeshifter. This proves that his detection ability is very strong. However, the sword saint is more skilled in offense. In terms of offense, he is quite terrifying. Now, even the sword saint with the strongest attack power has failed. I'm afraid that Lord Li Xian will also fail. The merchant shook his head again. His words caused everyone to fall into silence. This was because the reputation of the sword saint was very great. The entire world knew that the sword saint was best at attacking power. However, there was almost nothing that the sword saint could do that the entire world could not do. Therefore, everyone fell into silence. They did not know how to answer. It was also at this moment. A military vehicle sped over from a distance. There was a huge piece of wood tied to the military vehicle, causing a large amount of dust to rise along the way. When the military vehicle arrived at the city gate, everyone took a closer look and their pupils suddenly constricted. This was because this piece of wood was actually a huge wooden arm. This arm was very long and the military vehicle could not fit it at all. Most of the wood was sliding behind, which was why there was so much dust. However, such a huge wooden arm gave everyone a fright. It was too rare, and no one had ever seen it before. When the merchant saw the driver, his eyes lit up. It was because he was familiar with the driver. Then, the merchant hurriedly asked. Captain Chi, what is the thing you are pulling? This is the first time I have seen such a long wooden arm. After the merchant finished speaking, he immediately handed over a cigarette and looked expectantly at the captain in the car. Hee, you must be curious. Listen carefully, this is the arm of the pollution giant tree, Captain Chi said loudly. The arm of the pollution giant tree? You mean the arm of the pollution giant tree? The merchant's pupils constricted. He could not believe that this was actually the arm of the pollution giant tree. Yes, this is its arm. pollution giant tree can transform twice and become very powerful. Unfortunately, it died. Its body was shattered, and only this intact arm is left. Captain Chi said with a sigh. He was very shocked by the scene he saw today. Dead? The pollution giant tree is dead? How is that possible? The merchant was stunned and stood on the spot in a daze. When the people around heard this, they were also frightened and quickly walked over. Chapter 167, Greetings. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Is the pollution giant tree really dead? How can such a huge tree be dead? Someone asked. Yeah, this is the pollution giant tree. It has existed for so many years and no one has been able to solve it. How can it be dead? Captain Chi, quickly tell us what happened. Everyone gathered together and discussed animatedly. They looked at Captain Chi with curiosity and shock. Well, naturally someone made a move and killed the pollution giant tree, Captain Chi said solemnly. Killed the pollution giant tree? Who is so powerful to actually kill the pollution giant tree? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly continued to ask. This person is none other than the silver rank expert, Lord Li Xian, who is currently in the limelight, Captain Chi explained, his eyes filled with admiration. Lord Li Xian? You mean Lord Li Xian? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They all looked in the direction of the city gate. Although they could not see anyone there, they still looked in that direction. No wonder. No wonder that girl dared to take down the bounty mission. It turns out that they have already completed the mission. That's right. He could even kill the G pollution giant tree. Doesn't this mean that Lord Li Xian is stronger than Lord Sword Saint? That's for sure. Wait a minute, it seems that Lord Li Xian has never been to our city before. He probably doesn't know about this bounty mission, right? Could it be that Lord Li Xian killed the pollution giant tree along the way and only accepted the bounty mission when he came back? Someone said hurriedly. It seems like it's really possible. Damn, he killed the pollution giant tree along the way. Isn't he too powerful? The crowd discussed animatedly and recounted the scene just now. Captain Chi could not help but ask about the relevant situation. After learning that Lord Li Xian had already entered the city, the military vehicle immediately started and hurriedly entered Gravel City. At the city lord's mansion. The originally quiet city lord's mansion quickly became lively. The city lord, who was leisurely playing, was directly frightened when he heard that the G pollution giant tree had been destroyed. When he learned that this was done by Li Xian, he felt even more shocked from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, the city lord immediately took action and hurriedly went to look for Li Xian with a heavy gift. The civilian district, in a small tea shop. Shuer and Li Xian were sitting here resting. While drinking tea, they were admiring the local customs of this city. Grandpa Zhang, you are very knowledgeable. Can you tell me what that little person is? Why is he so small? At the intersection of the tea shop, two little girls ran to an old man cutely and asked in a crisp voice. It seemed that this old man called Grandpa Zhang had seen a lot of things. This. Grandpa Zhang was a little confused. It was also his first time seeing such a small person, so he was very surprised. However, he liked to brag and talk about his glorious deeds. He did not like others to say that he was ignorant. Therefore, he changed the topic and said, that might be a special race. Let's not talk about that for now. Do you want to hear the story of how I killed the pollution giant? Yes. The two little girls nodded in unison. They cupped their chins with their small hands and listened quietly. Listen carefully. 5 years ago, when we went to Gravel City, we were attacked by an ordinary rank pollution giant. Although this is the lowest rank of pollution giants, we are all weak humans, not superpowered people. Facing such an enemy, we were all terrified. One of the children was so scared that he was crying on the ground, not daring to move. Seeing that the child was about to die in the hands of the pollution giant, I made my move at the critical moment. At that time, I rushed over crazily with a pickaxe and smashed it at the feet of the pollution giant. The giant howled crazily. The sound was very frightening. It turned around and chased after me. Facing such an enemy, I could only fight and retreat at the same time. Fortunately, the giant's foot was injured. During the battle, I knocked it off the cliff and resolved the crisis. Grandpa Zhang said confidently, his head held high. Grandpa Zhang, you're really amazing, to actually be able to kill the pollution giant, you're too amazing, the two little girls said in admiration. That's right. Back then, I even received a reward. Grandpa Zhang pointed at the medal on his chest and said. Then Grandpa Zhang, can you kill a black iron rank pollution giant? The two little girls asked again. We can't do that. Black iron ranks are too terrifying. Even if there were 100 of me, I wouldn't be able to defeat such a monster. Grandpa Zhang hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. Back then, when he killed the lowest level pollution giant, it was because of an accident that the giant fell into the cliff and died. Meanwhile, black iron rank pollution giants were much stronger than ordinary rank pollution giants. If he were asked to kill a black iron rank, that would be courting death, right? Therefore, Grandpa Zhang shook his head hurriedly. Is black iron rank that powerful? Even you can't defeat it, the little girl asked in a silly and cute manner. Of course. A black iron rank expert can become a city lord in a small city. In our city, they can also reach the level of a sheriff. That's a rank that's only second to a city lord. I can't defeat them. Grandpa Zhang continued to shake his head. He did not dare to brag about this kind of awesomeness. He really could not afford to provoke them. I see. The two little girls came to a realization. They finally realized how terrifying a black iron rank was. At this moment, dull footsteps suddenly sounded. A large number of soldiers rushed over from afar. The one leading them was a black iron rank sheriff. Looking at the well-trained soldiers, the people in the tea shop all became nervous. They stood up carefully and walked to the side. Grandpa Zhang was also frightened when he saw so many soldiers and a black iron rank security officer. He hurriedly brought the two girls to a corner and looked at them nervously. However, they soon widened their eyes. Because the strongest city lord of this city, the bronze-level city lord, had appeared. He slowly walked out from the soldiers while carrying a small box. Grandpa Zhang, look, it's the city lord. What's the matter that even the city lord was alarmed about? It's really the city lord. He's the most respected person in the entire city and also the most powerful person. Why is he here? The two little girls spoke in a charming manner. While they were puzzled, they also looked at the city lord with admiration. Grandpa Zhang was also very surprised. It was because the city lord had always been busy with official business, he rarely appeared here. However, he did not expect that such an important figure actually appeared here. This made everyone very shocked. The important sheriff was already scary enough. Since even the city lord had appeared, it was even more shocking. At this moment, in front of everyone's respectful gazes, the city lord led the sheriff carefully forward. When they arrived in front of a small figure, they bowed and said obsequiously, "Greetings, Lord Li Xian." As they bowed, a large number of soldiers behind them bowed in unison and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Li Xian." The soldiers' loud voices, as well as the simultaneous bows and salutes, as well as the obsequious expressions on the city lord and the sheriff's faces, this scene stunned everyone. Grandpa Zhang, who had been bragging not long ago, stared blankly at Li Xian. He was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that there would be an existence that even the city lord was in awe of. After all, the city lord was a bronze rank, a powerful city lord. If even the city lord was in awe of him, it meant that this little person was very likely an existence that surpassed bronze rank. Thinking of this, Grandpa Zhang's entire body trembled. It was because the existence that surpassed bronze rank was silver rank. At the moment, a silver rank had appeared not too far away from them. This scene frightened Grandpa Zhang so much that he did not move at all. His entire body was scared silly. The two little girls were also staring blankly. Their big eyes were flickering, and their little heads were in a daze. Chapter 168, He had finally arrived. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sit down. A faint voice sounded. Li Xian pointed at the seat and looked at the city lord. Thank you, sir. The city lord bowed respectfully and brought the gifts to the crude tea table. He placed the gifts carefully on the table. Sir Li Xian, thank you for helping Gravel City to destroy the pollution giant tree. On behalf of Gravel City, I sincerely thank you. I heard that you like spatial stones, and I happen to have some here. It was also a gift from the blind granny previously. The city lord said respectfully as he slowly opened the small box. In an instant, a large pile of spatial stones appeared in the box and appeared in Li Xian's field of vision. Looking at so many spatial stones, Li Xian's eyes sparkled as he nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, I'm very satisfied. After Li Xian finished speaking, he touched the box without hesitation. In an instant, the box disappeared. This. When the city lord saw this scene, his pupils constricted. He immediately realized that Li Xian had some sort of special storage ability. However, the city lord did not dare to ask. He only bowed respectfully. All right, that's it. Shwe'er, let's go. Li Xian waved his hand and came to Shwe'er's shoulder, walking further and further away with her. Only the crowd remained where they were, watching solemnly. All of them were extremely shocked. After the city lord had left as well, only then did Grandpa Zhang recover. When he thought of the city lord's respectful attitude, he also thought of the pollution giant tree in Gravel Valley that even the Sword Saint could not defeat. Grandpa Zhang completely understood and realized how terrifying Li Xian was. I actually drank tea with a silver rank in the same tea shop. That's too scary. However, I'll have the ability to brag again in the future. After all, I drank tea with Lord Li Xian in the same tea shop. Humph, everyone will be envious of me. Grandpa Zhang was proud of himself. He felt that such an experience was more legendary and more attractive. Putting aside Grandpa Zhang's thoughts, his gaze came to Li Xian's side. At this moment, Li Xian and the others had left the city. After traveling for some time, they came to a big tree outside the city. They saw the armored pollution giant sitting on the ground obediently. Seeing such an obedient giant, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he led Shwe'er to jump onto the armored pollution giant's shoulder and rode it into the distance. On the other side, by a clear lake, the blind granny and the sword saint were sitting on the grass. While eating, they talked about the situation in the underground darkness city. Sword Saint, the underground darkness city is full of dangers. Why don't we bring Li Xian here to explore the underground darkness city together? His detection ability should be very good, suggested the blind granny. There's no need. We've been to the underground darkness city many times and have rich experience. There's no need to increase the number of people. Moreover, the underground darkness city is fraught with dangers. If Li Xian goes, we'll have to divert our attention to take care of him. It'll take too much time. The Sword Saint shook his head and refused. Although we're very experienced, we still have to pay attention to the last level. There's an unknown terrifying existence hidden there. Back then, I didn't discover the other party and lost both my eyes. If we bring Li Xian along, his observation ability should be able to detect the enemy ahead of time. The blind granny thought for a moment and said. The last level is indeed a little troublesome, but our strength is no longer the same as before. In addition, my perception of danger is better than before. This time, it won't be the same. Moreover, the last level is definitely hiding treasures. I don't want anyone to snatch the treasures from me. In particular, Li Xian's detection ability can only provide assistance. His combat ability is weak, so there's no need to bring him along. The Sword Saint shook his head and once again rejected the blind granny's suggestion. This. The blind granny frowned. She felt that what the Sword Saint said was indeed reasonable, so she could only nod and say, "That's true. What you said is somewhat reasonable." Beep. 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 The sound of the Sword Saint's ultra-long distance communication ring suddenly rang out, causing the Sword Saint to lower his head to look. In the next second, he directly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. What's wrong? The blind granny was puzzled. The Sword Saint, who did not understand what had shocked him so much, stood up. He actually killed the pollution giant tree. How could such a terrifying giant tree be killed by him? How is this possible? How is this possible? The Sword Saint could not believe it, and his expression changed. Who are you talking about? The blind granny asked in puzzlement. However, the next second, she turned her head to look at her ring, which was also flashing with light. A few minutes later, the blind granny and the Sword Saint sat on the grass in silence for a long time. They realized that Li Xian was not simple. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He could even kill the pollution giant tree. I underestimated him, the Sword Saint said while shaking his head. Indeed, he is not simple. His strength might have surpassed yours and reached the limit of silver rank, which is the silver rank peak, just like me, the blind granny said seriously. This is the only explanation. Oh right, according to the intelligence report, Li Xian and the others are heading towards the underground darkness city. We have to speed up. There are treasures in the underground darkness city. We can't let Li Xian get ahead of us. The Sword Saint immediately suggested. Don't worry. There are only treasures left in the last level of the underground city of darkness. The treasures in the other layers are all gone. The last level is very dangerous. Even if Li Xian was not weak, he could not barge in alone. The first 6 levels of the underground city had quite a number of pollution giants. If Li Xian wanted to kill these giants, he would probably need a few days. Although we are quite far away, as long as we speed up, we can definitely make it to the underground city, the blind granny said calmly. That's true. Then let's set off and make it to the underground darkness city as soon as possible. All right. After the two of them finished their discussion, they quickly headed towards the direction of the underground darkness city. Their speed had increased by several times. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Li Xian and the others did not cause any more waves. They smoothly arrived at the Darkness Valley and arrived at the entrance of the underground Darkness City. What surprised Li Xian was that the underground Darkness City was constantly emitting dense black gas. Not only did the black gas pollute the land, it also dyed the entire valley black. Li Xian could even feel the power of his heart palpitating from the entrance of the underground Darkness City. Looks like we can't let Shuer continue. Li Xian sighed and looked at Shuer beside him. Then, he took out the 5-colored abyssal stone from the auction house and threw it to Shuer. Hold it and try your best to increase your strength. Yes, Lord Li Xian. Shuer nodded obediently. This was the 5th time she had held this 5-colored abyssal stone. She had held it for the past few days and her strength had increased quite a bit. However, as time passed, the speed of her improvement became slower and slower, and the effect on her was not as great as it had been at the beginning. Buzz! 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 A mysterious aura rippled out, and a tyrannical power rose from the ground, starting to be absorbed into the 5-colored abyssal stone through Shuer. Following this absorption, the 5-colored abyssal stone slowly began to grow in size. Although it was only slightly larger, it could still be seen that its strength was increasing. During this process, Shweta's special ability was rapidly becoming stronger, continuously increasing her level. The aura she was emitting also began to become stronger. Even the surroundings of her body began to ripple with a large amount of ice. Chapter 169, Steel Body Transcendence Fruit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at this change, Li Xian's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was because the nature of the ice had been improved, that is to say, Shweta's ice ability was no longer the most primitive ice, but had undergone some kind of transformation. This kind of transformed ice was more solid, colder, easier to control, and more powerful. Even Li Xian found it interesting. Unfortunately, he could not use the five-colored abyssal stone, and there was even a conflict between them. It seemed that only superpowered people or mutated monsters could use it. Shaking his head, Li Xian ignored it. Instead, he waited quietly, waiting for Shweta to become stronger. Half a day later, Li Xian put the five-colored abyssal stone away. He looked at Shweta, who was surrounded by ice, and nodded. "Congratulations, you've broken through to mid-level bronze rank. As long as you work hard, it won't be a problem for you to break through to silver rank in the future." "Thank you, sir. Are you not coming back?" Shweta was actually very smart. From the few days they had spent together, she had noticed Li Xian's abnormality and realized that Li Xian was about to leave. "Yes, the underground city is very dangerous. The chances of me coming back are not high, but you don't have to worry. I won't die. At most, I'll just return to the summoned beasts world." Li Xian spoke calmly. He could feel that the underground darkness city contained a terrifying power. The feeling of palpitations in his heart was several times stronger than when he faced the pollution giant tree from before. Therefore, Li Xian was already prepared to self-destruct. He was prepared to leave this world. But I don't want you to leave." Shweta's beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Although she had not spent much time with Li Xian, Shweta had discovered that this was the happiest period of her life. Not only had she witnessed a spectacular scene that she had never seen before, but she had also raised her strength to mid-level bronze rank. Even the nature of ice had been raised. Moreover, by Li Xian's side, Shweta felt very, very at ease. She was no longer living in fear like before, so she really did not want to part with Li Xian. "I'll have to leave sooner or later. All right, before I leave, I'll give you a small gift." Li Xian took out a notebook from his portable space and handed it to Shweta. "This is the summoner's cultivation method and summoning method. After I leave this world, you can summon a new companion. It will accompany you forever." "Lord Li Xian, thank you, but you're enough. I don't want to summon other summoned beasts anymore." Shweta's tender little face was tense, and her ruby-like eyes looked straight at Li Xian. "The summoner's cultivation method is very good. Through summoning, you might be able to summon me in the future. All right, I should go. Goodbye." Li Xian waved his hand and resolutely walked into the underground darkness city, bringing the armored pollution giant with him. Shweta heard Li Xian's words and was completely silent. Her small mouth opened as she wanted to call out to Li Xian, but she did not know what reason to use to stop Li Xian. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Li Xian walked into the underground darkness city. She watched as Li Xian disappeared with reluctance. Silence. A long silence. Shweta stood outside for a long time. Finally, she walked to a large rock not far away and chose to wait silently. "You will definitely come back. If you are unable to come back, I will work hard to cultivate and become an ultimate powerhouse. Then, I will go to your world to find you." Shweta's small hands were tightly clenched, and her beautiful eyes within the ruby were filled with determination. 10,000 miles away. In a corner of a small city, a tanned and determined youth was working hard to cultivate. His tender little face and tenacious expression made him seem out of place with the children around him. If Li Xian was here, he would definitely be able to see the 7-colored light surrounding this youth's body. It was a 7-colored light that others could not see. However, at this moment, the 7-colored light became weaker and was no longer as bright. At the entrance of the dark underground city, Shue'er's body was slowly surrounded by this 7-colored light. Her fate seemed to have changed because of Li Xian's butterfly effect. Li Xian did not know about this. Instead, he quietly walked into the underground darkness city. The underground darkness city was actually an underground city, but it was filled with a dense black aura, making it seem eerie and terrifying. As he walked, he could even hear some kind of terrifying scream and an inexplicable whisper. That voice seemed to be beside his ear. Li Xian carefully observed his surroundings, but he could not see anything. What a strange place! Moreover, the sense of danger is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid I'm really going to meet a strong enemy this time. Li Xian stopped in his tracks. His battle instinct made his body tense up. A feeling of being stabbed in the back filled his heart. The armored pollution giant behind him was so scared that it curled up into a ball and did not dare to move. Li Xian turned his head to look at the armored pollution giant. When he saw its terrified look, he frowned. Originally, Li Xian wanted to kill this giant, but when he thought about how obedient the giant was and how it had been his mount for so long, he felt a little pitiful for it. It was indeed a little unreasonable to kill him just like that. Therefore, Li Xian thought about it and said, "You should leave. Don't ever step into the world that Shue'er is in without my orders." "Yes, sir, I will definitely not step into the world that Shue'er is in. That world is not attractive to me. After all, I am not a normal pollution giant. I don't like to eat people like they do. On the contrary, this place is more attractive to me. This is because the black gas is of great help to me. Moreover, I can feel that the lower I go, the thicker the black gas is. It seems that the lowest part of this underground darkness city is the place where I should live the most. However, I do not dare to go down. I can feel that there is something very, very terrifying there." The armored pollution giant explained respectfully and told Li Xian everything that happened. He did not dare to hide anything. "Okay." Li Xian nodded. He squinted his eyes and activated his god's perspective. However, his god's perspective's range became several times smaller under the influence of the black gas even though it had already reached the peak level. This kind of influence made Li Xian more and more serious. In the end, Li Xian decided to increase his combat power by exchanging the 5-colored abyssal stone. Without hesitation, Li Xian immediately put the 5-colored anisal stone into the auction house and quietly waited for the notification. Notification: the 5-colored abyssal stone has been discovered. This stone can be used as a medium to crazily absorb all the power of a specific world. If it is absorbed for a long time, there is a certain chance of destroying the specific world. Notification: the summoned beast's world can exchange for the 5-colored abyssal stone with a transcendence fruit and 1000 honor points. Do you wish to exchange? The pleasant notification sound rang in Li Xian's ears. After Li Xian heard the notification, he decisively nodded and said, "Exchange. I wish to exchange for the steel body transcendence fruit." Hint: exchanged successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the steel body transcendence fruit and 1000 honor points. Following the pleasant sound of the notification, a metal fruit appeared in the temporary storage box of the auction house. It was emitting a beautiful glow. Just looking at it was very tempting. Chapter 170, The Blind Granny and the Sword Saint had arrived. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at this transcendence fruit and thinking of the energy it contained, Li Xian quickly took it out and swallowed the metal fruit without hesitation. Buzz! A mysterious energy rippled in Li Xian's body. At the same time, a faint metallic luster appeared on Li Xian's body. A never-before-seen feeling of fullness filled Li Xian's heart, making him feel as if his entire body was transforming. The sense of danger that had been on his back slowly decreased at this moment. The whispers in his ears also weakened a little, no longer affecting his spirit as frequently as before. Ding! Your steel body has been successfully upgraded to Transcendent Steel Body. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 1000 honor points. Physique, little humanoid beast, mid-level black iron rank. Soul, bronze rank. Master, Qin Yu. Advanced level, stealth, portable space. Peak level, companion spiritual equipment, lightning resistance, earth wall, earth spike, physique strengthening, poison resistance, self-healing, fireball, speed enhancement, God's perspective, transformation, invisibility, battle instinct, lava survival, healing spell, meteor shower, size amplification, dragon's might, frost freeze, wind wings, underwater breathing, simulated communication. Transcendent level, steel body, monstrous strength, self-destruct, defense, tornado. I finally obtained another transcendent level skill. It's really too difficult, too difficult. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. When he thought of how he had worked so hard for so long and finally obtained another transcendent level skill, his heart was instantly filled with joy. However, in this underground darkness city, there was definitely an existence that was not weaker than the Transcendence Fruit. If he could obtain it, he might be able to obtain a second transcendent level skill. Therefore, Li Xian took a deep breath and resolutely walked forward. Li Xian took a few steps and suddenly turned his head to the side, frowning. This was because the armored pollution giant was following him. It followed him timidly like a timid puppy, curling up and following him. When it noticed Li Xian looking over, the armored pollution giant immediately became cautious and looked at Li Xian with eager eyes. "Why are you following me?" Li Xian frowned. "Sir, I'm afraid," the armored pollution giant replied in a low voice and lowered its head in embarrassment. "Afraid?" Li Xian was speechless. Such a huge armored pollution giant actually said that it was afraid and wanted to follow him. This really made him speechless. However, Li Xian could not be bothered to pay attention to it. Instead, he strode forward. "Sir, be careful. An existence similar to mine has appeared. It is rapidly approaching us," the armored pollution giant suddenly warned. Li Xian's God's perspective was still active. However, the black fog here contained an intense power that constantly affected his God's perspective. This greatly reduced Li Xian's ability to observe. However, his battle instinct skill was already reminding him. Li Xian was also prepared for battle. "It's coming." Li Xian narrowed his eyes and instantly locked onto the enemy. His right hand suddenly slapped the ground. Puff! 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 Roar! A miserable cry resounded throughout the area and echoed in the underground city. The sound was very miserable. It was like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. When the armored pollution giant heard the sound and looked at the scene in the distance, it suddenly covered its butt and looked into the distance with pity. At the same time, it was even more respectful and fearful of Li Xian. "Let's go." Li Xian waved his hand and led the armored pollution giant forward. Step by step, they walked toward the second level of the underground darkness city. Near the entrance of the underground darkness city, the blind granny and the sword saint were walking on the road. Step by step, they walked toward the entrance of the underground darkness city. In the distance, the sword saint's gaze saw Shuer at the entrance of the underground darkness city. His footsteps immediately stopped. "What's wrong?" The blind granny raised her head in confusion. Even though she did not use her ability, she still noticed the sword saint's abnormality. "There's a girl at the entrance of the underground darkness city. She looks to be only 16 or 17 years old, but her strength has already reached the mid-level bronze rank," the sword saint said seriously. Mid-level bronze rank? Did you say mid-level bronze rank? She reached the mid-level bronze rank at the age of 16 or 17. The blind granny was extremely shocked. Her right hand quickly tapped on the void, and a golden eye slowly appeared. Soon, the golden eye landed on her blind eye, allowing her to see a clear world. With disbelief, the blind granny looked at Shweta from afar. When she saw Shweta's strength level clearly, the blind granny was finally convinced. She really is at the mid-level bronze rank, and this girl is only 16 or 17 years old. How is this possible? Even my master was called the most talented genius back then. But when my master was 16 or 17 years old, she was only at the black iron rank peak. Now, this girl has reached bronze rank. It's too unbelievable. The blind granny was extremely shocked. For the first time, she felt that her knowledge of this world was a little lacking. I seem to have seen this girl somewhere before. The sword saint frowned and lowered his head to think. Soon, he thought of something and hurriedly opened his communication ring. It's her. The one who summoned Li Xian, the girl called Shweta. She seems to be only 16 years old this year, the sword saint said solemnly. 16-year-old mid-level bronze rank? Are you kidding me? This is too shocking. The blind granny was shocked. She carefully looked at those long-distance communications and soon found an interesting message. The message was that when Shweta had just summoned Li Xian, her strength had not even reached black iron rank. Her strength was as weak as dregs. However, Shweta had actually crossed several realms consecutively and reached mid-level bronze rank. Such a level was really too frightening, and it also made the blind granny think of something. Shweta was not even at the black iron rank at the beginning, but now, her strength has actually reached mid-level bronze rank. In other words, ever since she followed Li Xian, her strength has undergone a huge leap, the blind granny said solemnly. You're saying that Li Xian has some sort of method to increase one's strength, so he forcefully raised Shweta's strength to mid-level bronze rank. The sword saint could not believe it. Yes. Although I've never heard of such a method, don't forget that Li Xian was able to kill even the pollution giant tree. His combat strength has already surpassed yours. Moreover, he's too mysterious. Perhaps he really has the ability to increase the strength of others, the blind granny said seriously. However, the increase is too great. I have traveled the world for many years, but I have never seen such a terrifying increase in strength. Mid-level bronze rank. This is a level that others need decades to reach. The sword saint was still extremely shocked. Although his worldview was vast, it was still limited to this world. He knew very little, which was why he was shocked. Although it is indeed unbelievable, this is the only explanation. Let's go and ask her to see what is going on. In addition, her strength has become so strong that it is certain that she will reach silver rank in the future. I can definitely take her in as a disciple and nurture her well. The blind granny had developed an interest in Shweta. If Shweta did not cause serious bodily harm due to her increase in strength, then the blind granny would decide to take Shweta in. Let's go and ask her. We'll see what's going on. The sword saint nodded and decided to go over and ask her. However, they quickly realized that since Shweta was here, there was a high chance that Li Xian had already entered the underground darkness city. Li Xian's speed is too fast. We hurried up and tried to catch up, but we're still too slow. The sword saint shook his head. He's indeed quite fast, but it doesn't matter. We'll enter the underground darkness city after we ask her. With our cooperation, we'll be able to catch up to Li Xian very quickly, the blind granny said indifferently. Boom! A loud boom suddenly sounded, and a strong tremor shook a large area. The black fog that was constantly surging from the underground city was rolling crazily at this moment as if it was steaming. Such a tremor and the steaming black fog made the faces of the sword saint and the blind granny change. They hurriedly rushed toward the underground darkness city. Chapter 171, the gold path of deceit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the entrance of the underground darkness city, Shwetter sat quietly on a large rock and waited. Suddenly, she saw two figures flying over from afar and immediately stood up with vigilance. When she saw the face of the man with a sword on his back, Shwetter was slightly stunned. Lord Sword Saint! Shwetter could not help but shout out. As a sword saint who often lived in the human world, his reputation was very well known. His portrait naturally spread to all the base cities. Shwetter had also seen the portrait of the sword saint before. Once she saw the sword saint, Shwetter naturally recognized him at a glance. This was especially so for his signature 3-foot-long sword. He was dressed in white and exuded a tyrannical aura. These characteristics were all proof of his identity. "You're called Shwetter, right? This is the blind granny, the #1 expert in the human race." The sword saint stopped in his flight and swept his sharp eyes over Shwetter. "Shwetter, wait here for us to come out. I have something to tell you later." The blind granny was in a hurry to enter the underground darkness city. She only left a few words before leading the sword saint into the underground darkness city in a hurry. In the underground darkness city, the blind granny and the sword saint's figures flashed past and entered the first level of the underground darkness city. They narrowed their eyes and looked around. What a dense black fog! This black fog is at least 10 times thicker than before, the blind granny said solemnly. Indeed. What exactly happened here? Such a dense black fog will probably create an even more terrifying pollution giant. The sword saint drew his 3-foot-long sword. The white robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind, and a bleak and murderous aura rippled in all directions. This way. Li Xian took the left path. The blind granny pointed her right hand in the air, and a golden arrow pointed to the left. Good. The two moved again, slowly walking along the path on the left. However, after walking for a short distance, they stopped. It was because, in front of them, a savage-looking pollution giant roared into the sky. Its face was full of pain and distortion. It even died standing there with its blood-red eyes open. The reason it did not fall was because dozens of earth spikes rose from the ground like thick steel needles, piercing into the fragile parts of the pollution giant and into its chest. Some of the sharp earth spikes even pierced through the head of the pollution giant, causing it to die in pain. It could not even fall down, and could only lose its life in pain. What powerful earth spikes! It killed the pollution giant in one strike. This attack method is impossible to guard against. The blind granny carefully examined the earth spikes and explained solemnly. Killed in one strike? Although the pollution giant isn't very strong, its recovery ability is extremely strong. To be able to kill the pollution giant in one strike, Li Xian's attack is indeed powerful. The sword saint walked closer to the corpse and examined it. He found that the giant had indeed been killed in one strike. This made the proud sword saint feel the power of Li Xian. What happened? Were you shocked by Li Xian's attack? The blind granny looked at the sword saint. No, my cultivation hasn't stagnated over the years. Instead, my fighting strength has become stronger. I've even comprehended 3 ultimate moves. As long as I use my ultimate move, I'll be able to unleash the maximum offensive power of the silver rank. If I were to fight with Li Xian, he might lose to my sword if he were to be distracted for even a moment, the sword saint said with a straight face. Yes, your ultimate move does have some tricks up its sleeves. However, overall, Li Xian's fighting strength is still higher than yours. You still need to work hard, the blind granny shook her head. I know. The sword saint clenched his long sword tightly. Although he did not want to admit it, Li Xian's overall strength was indeed higher than his. If he wanted to win against Li Xian, he could only use his 3 ultimate moves when Li Xian was distracted. However, the probability of this was very small. The sword saint felt very helpless and could not help but feel depressed. The depressed sword saint thought of the ultimate move that he had thought of and began to comprehend in his mind how to combine the three ultimate moves. As long as the three ultimate moves were combined, he would be able to display an extremely powerful ultimate move. At that time, he would definitely be able to defeat Li Xian. Let's go and continue moving forward. I want to see just how capable this Li Xian is. The blind granny's voice was hoarse. However, as she walked, golden light flashed around her body. An extremely shocking power spread around her body, causing her to become exceptionally terrifying. Such power also made the sword saint very fearful. He could not help but say, "Your ability is too high level. This power should not have appeared in this world at all." Although Li Xian was summoned here, there is no way for a gold rank to appear in our world. Therefore, Li Xian should be at the silver rank peak. Although he is stronger than me, he should not be able to hold on for long under your high-level power. Yes. If Li Xian is at the silver rank peak, his strength should be comparable to mine in the past. However, the ability I have comprehended now is the gold path of deceit. This ability is very strange. Unless your defense is extremely strong, you won't be able to block my attack at all. Therefore, even if you cooperate with Li Xian, you will only be able to hold on for half an hour at most, the blind granny said calmly. Yes, this kind of strange ability is hard to guard against. It is indeed difficult to deal with. The sword saint shook his head helplessly. Facing the blind granny, the sword saint was even more fearful. Back then, the blind granny's strength was at the silver rank peak, and she was the #1 expert among humans. Later, her eyes were destroyed by a golden energy, and that golden energy was also left in blind granny's eyes. Through this golden energy, the blind granny comprehended a new ability. This ability was very powerful, as if it was a power that surpassed this world's level. There was no way to dodge this power. It was a little like the sword saint's heartbreak sword, which directly acted on the human body. Unless one's defense was extremely strong, there was no way to deal with it. This was also the reason why the sword saint could not defeat the blind granny. Bang! 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 Dull footsteps suddenly sounded. The sound was very hurried and messy, as if someone was running in a hurry. It's a low-level silver rank pollution giant. However, this is clearly the first level. Why would a silver rank appear here? Shouldn't silver ranks appear on the 6th level? The blind granny was puzzled. It should be caused by the thicker black fog. I'll take care of it. The sword saint's figure floated into the air. His white robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His figure flew out like a celestial being. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand drew a beautiful white arc in the air. Swoosh! The long sword shone with white light. The beautiful sword chi stirred up the surrounding black fog and flew out like a cold light. Behind the black fog, a silver rank pollution giant with a terrified expression ran wildly while looking back in panic. It did not realize that the sword chi was coming. Puff! The sword chi suddenly hit the heart of the pollution giant. Dark red blood dripped down from the heart and dyed the giant's body red, causing the giant to stop in its tracks. The pollution giant lowered its head mechanically and looked at the bleeding heart. Then, it looked at the sword saint with blood-red eyes. Roar! An earth-shaking roar sounded. The wound on the pollution giant's heart healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, its body expanded violently and it stared at the sword saint ferociously. Damn human, get lost! It's not dead. Back then, I could easily kill 2 low-level silver rank pollution giants with 1 sword chi attack. After all these years, my strength has become stronger, but I didn't kill this pollution giant. The sword saint floated in the air with a very serious look on his face. He waved the long sword in his hand quickly, and streams of sword chi fell from the sky like a curtain of rain, suddenly attacking the pollution giant. Die! Boom! The pollution giant roared, and its body dashed out like an armored vehicle. His big feet stomped on the ground crazily, and he rushed straight toward the sword saint. The rain-like sword chi landed on the giant's body. Although it caused a lot of wounds, it did not stop the giant from moving forward. Chapter 172, Silver Rank Pollution Giant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! 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 The giant continued to run wildly and soon passed under the sword saint. However, it did not attack the sword saint. Instead, it looked behind in horror and continued to run wildly. Golden light array. The blind granny's hoarse voice sounded. 4 golden light screens suddenly appeared and trapped the pollution giant in the middle. Golden light hammer. The golden hammer condensed in the air, and then, with the power to shatter everything, the hammer ruthlessly smashed toward the pollution giant below. Bang! Blood sprayed out, and the head of the pollution giant was covered in blood, dyeing half of its body red. Damned humans, get lost, all of you get the F***ck out of here. The pollution giant continued to roar, its fists violently expanding as it crazily smashed towards the golden screen of light, causing it to continuously tremble and shake violently. Bang! 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 The golden light hammer continued smashing wildly from above, smashing wildly at the head of the giant of contamination as well. After several consecutive strikes, it finally broke the skull of the pollution giant, and brain matter flowed out. Roar! The explosive roar reverberated violently. Along with this sound, the head of the pollution giant quickly healed and returned to its original state in an extremely short period of time. Then, it continued smashing at the golden light array. What a troublesome fellow, the heart-severing sword! The sword saint's expression was grave. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand suddenly turned into nothingness. In an instant, the pollution giant that was smashing the golden light array stopped moving and stood rooted to the ground. At its heart, a bloody hole appeared and blood began to flow rapidly. It's finally settled. The sword saint descended from the sky. He raised his right hand and the long sword appeared once again. Wait, it's not dead yet. The blind granny suddenly reminded him. What? It's not dead yet? I've clearly cut off its heart. The sword saint could not believe it. After all, the heart-severing sword was one of his 3 ultimate moves. It contained spatial power and could directly attack the enemy's heart. Such an ultimate move had once killed a large number of enemies and also shocked the world. However, he had not expected that. His heart-severing sword had actually had a mistake this time and failed to kill this low-level silver rank pollution giant. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded in all directions, and the pollution giant was completely enraged. Its body grew larger and larger, and a terrifying power that could destroy everything was brewing in its body. Bang! The giant's 2 fists smashed fiercely onto the golden light array, and a large number of cracks actually appeared on the indestructible golden light array, continuously spreading out like a spider web. The blind granny's expression changed slightly when she saw this. She clasped her hands together, and golden light surged from her palms like a mountain spring. Golden light stream. Whoosh! 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 Countless thin lines appeared in the golden light array, like lasers, carrying terrifying power as they quickly swept across the entire light screen. Wherever these terrifying golden light rays passed, the giant's body was directly cut open and broken. Just like that, the enormous pollution giant was sliced into pieces of flesh and blood before finally falling onto the golden light array. Bang! 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 Just like that, the pollution giant died without any signs of life. It's really difficult to deal with. The blind granny put down her hands and let out a deep breath. It seemed that this move had consumed quite a bit of her energy. This giant's recovery ability is truly terrifying. I feel that its recovery speed is 10 times faster than before. Moreover, its defensive power has also greatly increased, allowing it to withstand so many attacks. The sword saint examined the corpse of the pollution giant, and his expression became increasingly grave. It is indeed difficult to deal with. This black fog is the source of the disaster, and it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Moreover, this giant seemed to be afraid of something, and it kept looking back. The blind granny recalled the scene not long ago. Indeed. It seems that something over there is making it afraid. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. The two of them nodded and continued to move forward quickly. The battle not long ago had exhausted them to a certain extent. Logically, they should take a rest. However, they were too curious about what was behind them that made the pollution giant afraid. They had thought that it was Li Xian, but they felt that it was not quite the same. The main thing was that the pollution giant was too strong. The two of them had to work together to kill the pollution giant. During this process, although the giant was angry, it did not fear the two of them. It even wanted to kill the two of them. This proved that even a strong person would find it hard to scare the giant. Even if Li Xian could kill the giant, he definitely would not scare the giant. There must be something incredible inside. Therefore, the two of them moved forward carefully and slowly came to a small black forest. The strong smell of blood instantly filled their nostrils. What a strong smell of blood! Are there monsters here that are good at killing? The Sword Saint said seriously. Maybe. This way. The blind granny walked to the left and soon entered the forest. They moved along the narrow path quickly. Finally, they passed through the small forest and saw the scene outside the forest. However, when they saw the scene, they froze on the spot like idiots. Oh my God, what happened here? Why are there so many giants' corpses? The Sword Saint looked forward in disbelief. He was scared out of his wits. Beside them, the blind granny was also scared out of her wits. The golden eyes that were flashing on her eyes were trembling. In front of them, there was a spacious open space. There were more than 30 pollution giant corpses lying in a mess. These giants were very huge, strong, and ferocious. It was obvious that they were not weak when they were alive. However, these 30 pollution giants were all dead as if they had been crushed by someone. Their corpses were incomplete, and some only had their heads left. Even the Sword Saint and the blind granny felt their scalps go numb and their hearts palpitate in fear at such a terrifying scene. These dead giants are definitely not weaker than the giant we killed just now. How could such a powerful giant be crushed to death? Just who could it be? The blind granny examined the scene carefully, and the shock on her face became more and more obvious. Are they really crushed to death? Are you sure? The Sword Saint was still in disbelief. I'm very sure. If you don't believe me, I'll use my time reversal ability to display the scene just now. However, I'll need to rest for half an hour. Time reversal consumes too much energy, the blind granny said after some thought. Alright, let's use it once. Let's see what kind of monsters are capable of crushing these giants. There are so many pollution giants. Even if we were to join forces, I'm afraid that we wouldn't dare to face them directly, let alone myself, the Sword Saint analyzed. We have to lure them away and kill them separately. Now that they've gathered together and died, they must be facing a strong enemy at the same time, and this person is definitely not Li Xian, the Sword Saint analyzed. Oh? You're so sure? The blind granny looked at the Sword Saint. Of course. Think about it. Although Li Xian is stronger than me, he's weaker than you. Neither of us dares to face more than 30 pollution giants directly, so it's even more impossible for Li Xian. I reckon that Li Xian might have bypassed this place and went straight to the second level, the Sword Saint analyzed. It's possible, but the appearance of silver rank pollution giants on the first level is very strange. Could it be that the strength of all the monsters in the underground darkness city has increased dramatically? A bad feeling rose in the blind granny's heart. If the entire underground darkness city contained such powerful enemies, it would be a disaster for the outside world in the future. Let's see who killed these pollution giants first. After we figure it out, we'll go to the second level and see what happened in the underground darkness city, the Sword Saint suggested. Chapter 173, Lava Space. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Alright. Then I'll begin. The blind granny took a step forward and arrived among the corpses of the pollution giants. She slowly put her right hand on the ground. In an instant, a golden light flashed in her right hand and quickly spread to the entire scene. Then, an illusory screen appeared in front of the two of them. On the screen, Li Xian flew in the air and faced off against more than 30 pollution giants. Both sides were at daggers drawn. At this moment, Li Xian waved his right hand. Countless earth spikes suddenly rose from the ground and struck all the pollution giants on the scene. However, although these giants roared in pain, they easily pulled out the earth spikes and roared as they charged at Li Xian. Following that, Li Xian continued to wave his right hand. A meteor shower rained down from the sky, enveloping all of the pollution giants like a natural disaster. Such a powerful move also burned the pollution giants until they cried out in pain. However, their recovery speed was too fast. Even the meteor shower did not cause much damage to the giants. These giants indeed have very strong recovery abilities. They are all silver rank. However, this Li Xian is also very strong. He is actually proficient in fire-type skills, the blind granny praised. It's a pity that his attacks are the same as mine. He can't cause much damage at all. I reckon that he will be leaving soon. Let's go around this place and go to the second level, the Sword Saint shook his head and said. As the Sword Saint's words fell, the pollution giants in the image began to run wildly. They opened their blood-red eyes and charged toward Li Xian. Surprisingly, Li Xian did not fly away. Instead, he fell from the sky and stood in the middle of the giants. What is he doing? Why didn't he run when he couldn't beat them? Why did he land in the middle of the giants? Could it be that he used an earth-type escape skill? The Sword Saint was puzzled. I don't know. Keep watching, reminded the blind granny. She continued to watch the scene with a serious expression. Soon, just as the Sword Saint had expected, the giants went crazy. They rushed toward Li Xian, who was in the center with their big feet, and punched him violently. However, at this moment, just as the Sword Saint and the blind granny were puzzled, a terrifying scene appeared. The small Li Xian in the center of the field suddenly expanded like a balloon and instantly turned into a huge monster. If it were not for the height of the underground darkness city, which was only dozens of meters high, Li Xian might have become even more terrifying. However, even though Li Xian was dozens of meters tall, he still brought a terrifying shock. His body was like a small mountain and carried a huge pressure, which scared the giants so much that they revealed terrified expressions. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly stretched out his hands and quickly grabbed at the two pollution giants. Under the terrified gazes of the giants, he crushed them with a bang. Then, Li Xian followed the same pattern and continuously crushed the giants. Under such a terrifying force, the giants could not recover at all. They could only be crushed to death in fear. In the entire scene, other than one escaping pollution giant, all the other pollution giants were crushed to death. Only a few mutilated corpses and intact heads were left on the ground. They died in fear and despair. Then, Li Xian ignored the escaping giant. Instead, he strode toward the second floor with a rumbling sound. Seeing this horrifying scene and the shocking scene, the Sword Saint and the blind granny were stunned. They were as motionless as petrified. They had never expected that Li Xian would be so terrifying. He could even turn into a giant and crush all the giants to death. After all, they were both silver rank. The two of them did not dare to face more than 30 pollution giants even if they worked together, even if they added the gold path of deceit. However, such terrifying pollution giants had actually been crushed by Li Xian. Such a shocking force shocked the two of them so much that they could not speak for a long time. When the scene disappeared, the two of them were completely silent. The blind granny did not know what to say for a long time. After a long time, they finally spoke. Blind granny, can the two of us defeat Li Xian if we work together? Together with your gold path of deceit, the sword saint's voice was a little hoarse. No, we've already lost. We've already lost before the battle even started. The blind granny shook her head, feeling a little dejected. As the number one expert in the world, the blind granny had always placed the burden of protecting the world on herself. She believed that no one else could save the world. At that moment, Granny Blind finally realized that there was someone who was so much stronger than her. This made the blind granny feel a little lost, and her life goal was somewhat shaken. Seeing the blind granny like this, the sword saint hurriedly helped her set a goal. Blind granny, don't be discouraged. We admit that Li Xian is very strong and that we are not his match, but this is the underground darkness city. The first 4 levels of the underground darkness city are all cities, but the 5th level was different. At the 5th level, Li Xian would definitely be unable to move forward. He could only ask for your help. Now that you say it, it's true. The blind granny thought of the 5th level and immediately nodded. Rather than calling the 5th level of the underground darkness city, it was more like a small space, a special space filled with a large amount of lava. The lava here was extremely terrifying. All that fell from the sky was lava rain. The key was that the lava rain continued to fall. Even if one flew, they would not be able to pass through it. Ordinary silver rank warriors would not be able to continue moving forward. They could only give up. Only the blind granny's special ability could help others pass through the 5th level. Therefore, in such a harsh environment, everyone needed to seek help from the blind granny. This was also the reason why the sword saint had brought up this matter. Blind granny, without your help, no one will be able to pass through the 5th level. Besides the 5th level, there is also the 6th level. In this world, no one can pass through the 5th and 6th levels except for you. The sword saint analyzed the matter with reason and evidence and explained his theory in a reasonable manner. Indeed, the 5th and 6th levels are not simple. Other than me, no one can pass through such a harsh environment. The blind granny spoke hoarsely and her voice became much calmer. It was obvious that her life goal had been set once again, and she was no longer as lost as before. Let's go to the 5th floor. Let's show Li Xian your true abilities and let this junior experience how omnipotent the legendary blind granny is. The sword saint made an inviting gesture. All right, let's go. The two of them moved again and quickly headed to the next floor. Along the way, they saw too many corpses, all kinds of strange-shaped monster corpses. These monsters died very miserably. They were either crushed or trampled to death. Such a terrifying scene once again struck the hearts of the blind granny and the sword saint. Fortunately, there were still the 5th and 6th floors. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief and continue moving forward. 2 days later, at the entrance of the 5th floor, the sword saint, who was covered in injuries, was sitting at the entrance of the 5th floor. He was taking healing potions while panting heavily. Beside him, the blind granny looked normal, but her face was a little pale. This 4-handed monster is too strong. We simply can't kill it. It took us so much effort to cut off one of its arms, but it actually grew back in a short while. It's too difficult to deal with, the sword saint said gloomily. It's indeed difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Li Xian severely injured it. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for us to kill it. The blind granny shook her head and said, I really envy Li Xian. He can crush the enemy whenever he sees it. It can't even recover even if it wants to, the sword saint said enviously. It's indeed an enviable strength. We need to spend a lot of effort to kill the monsters that he injured and missed. From this, we can deduce how strong Li Xian is. In terms of combat strength, I will never be able to catch up with him. The blind granny sighed. Don't worry. Although our combat strength is not as good as his, we can still move forward in the lava space. I reckon that Li Xian is at the entrance of the 5th level and doesn't know how to cross this lava space." The Sword Saint laughed. "That's true. Let's go. Let's not let this junior get too anxious. After all, he has killed so many monsters. It's all thanks to him." The blind granny also revealed a smile. She felt much more relaxed. Chapter 174, The Effects of the Gold Path of Deceit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two of them no longer had any serious expressions on their faces. They had become much more relaxed. It was obvious that they were in a good mood. The main reason was that Li Xian's strength was too strong. His fighting strength could be described as valiant. At the moment, they could help Li Xian get through the difficult situation that Li Xian could not get through. This showed how outstanding they were. The most important thing was the feeling of being needed by others. It was actually quite good, especially when Li Xian needed them. Thus, the two of them were in a good mood, especially the blind granny, who was in a much happier mood. With this kind of mood, the two of them slowly walked toward the 5th level of the underground darkness city. As they moved forward, the originally dim space slowly became a fiery red color. The entire world became red, and the temperature at the scene also gradually increased, becoming hot. When they reached the 5th level, rolling heat waves came from afar, baking their skin. The heat waves even made their hair curl, and beads of sweat could not help but flow from their foreheads. What a magnificent world! The Sword Saint looked at the rolling lava world, the boiling lava dripping from the sky, the rolling steam in the ground, and the flowing red lava. He felt very shocked. It's indeed a good place. It's even a precious place for cultivation. Unfortunately, neither of my two abilities are suitable for cultivation here. The blind granny shook her head. Yes, this place is very suitable for cultivating fire-type superpowers. Unfortunately, there are no powerful fire-type superpowers in the human world for the time being. Ordinary fire-type superpowers can't withstand the high temperature here. The Sword Saint nodded in agreement. At the same time, he looked around for Li Xian, but he did not see Li Xian anywhere. Strange. Where's Li Xian? Why can't I see him? His mount, the armored pollution giant, is here. The Sword Saint's vision swept across the surroundings. He only saw an armored pollution giant squatting on a rock beside the lava, curled up with a frightened look on its face. They had seen this giant more than once when they were looking back in time. Usually, after Li Xian had killed other monsters, he would ride the armored pollution giant away. It was obvious that it was a mount or something. However, other than the armored pollution giant, they had not seen Li Xian. This puzzled the Sword Saint. Beside him, the blind granny was also puzzled. She looked around carefully and then froze. What's wrong? The Sword Saint turned his head to look at the blind granny. You! Look over there, in the lava. The blind granny's voice trembled as she pointed at the center of the field, at the boiling hot lava. Lava! The Sword Saint turned his head in puzzlement and saw the lava field in the center of the field. Then, he found that there were bubbles emerging from it, and white steam kept rising along with the bubbles. However, other than these bubbles, there was nothing else other than rolling heat waves. This made the Sword Saint puzzled. However, just as the Sword Saint was puzzled and was about to ask what the reason was, water suddenly rose from the lava, and a small figure emerged from the lava. Then, with two small hands, it began to swim in the lava. Seeing this unbelievable scene and seeing this small figure swimming in the hot lava, the Sword Saint was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot as if he had been petrified. What? What did I see? Li Xian is actually swimming in the lava? How is this possible? The Sword Saint was dumbfounded, and his head was buzzing. He had never expected that not only was Li Xian not afraid of the lava, but he was also able to swim in the lava without being stumped by the lava. Such a scene had completely overturned his understanding, and even the powerful sword saint was stunned by it. Beside him, the blind granny looked the same. In fact, she had discovered this situation earlier. It was because she had seen more, so she was shocked. One had to know that this was lava, a place that was extremely hot. However, Li Xian was not only fine here, but he was also swimming in the lava. The key point was that Li Xian seemed to be swimming very happily. This result also made the blind granny a little dazed. She felt as if her brain had short-circuited, and she could not wrap her head around it. The two of them stared at each other as if they had been petrified. They stood on the spot for a long time. "Have you seen enough?" Li Xian's voice rang out slowly. Following this voice, Li Xian flew out of the lava and landed on the armored giant's shoulder. He looked calmly at blind granny and the sword saint. "Mr. Li Xian is actually able to swim in the lava. You're really amazing. I'm impressed." The sword saint was completely convinced. He could no longer feel any desire to compete. There was nothing he could do. No matter how powerful he was, he could not swim in the lava as a human. This ability was too abnormal. It did not even conform to common sense. This was also the reason why the sword saint was depressed. Although the blind granny still had a trump card, she could not swim in the lava as easily as Li Xian. Therefore, the blind granny sighed and said, "Mr. Li Xian, I am the blind granny. This is the sword saint. I wonder if Mr. Li Xian has heard of us." "Of course. I still know the title of the number 1 and number 2 expert of mankind." Li Xian nodded. The two of them followed behind like rats. Li Xian had long noticed them, but he could not be bothered to pay attention to them. However, since they took the initiative to show up, it was a good time to ask for some information. This was because when they reached the 5th level of the underground darkness city, the danger that Li Xian felt was twice as strong. He felt that if he passed through the 5th level, it was very likely that he would meet a truly strong enemy on the 6th or 7th level. A life and death battle would be inevitable. Thus, Li Xian floated up and flew directly to the blind granny, and the sword saint. He began to chat with them and ask for information. An hour later, Li Xian narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Did you really not see clearly the scene on the 7th level of the underground city?" "Yes. At that time, I had not comprehended the gold path of deceit. I only relied on the extreme power of ice to pass through the 5th and 6th levels and finally arrived at the 7th level. However, just as I walked down the 7th level's entrance, a golden light struck me like lightning. I didn't even have the time to react before I lost my light. Fortunately, I was at the 7th level's entrance and hurriedly escaped to the 6th level. That was how I was lucky enough to survive. However, I faintly heard a violent and painful sound. It was as if something was howling in pain," the blind granny said seriously. "Howling in pain? What could it be?" Li Xian was puzzled. He suddenly thought of what the blind granny had said just now, and immediately said again, "Can you use your gold path of deceit?" "Of course. This is a very high-level power. I've only comprehended a bit of it, but it still gives a huge boost to my combat power." The blind granny's voice was hoarse as she pointed her right hand at the armored pollution giant. In an instant, a golden light flashed and an illusory golden armored man suddenly appeared. He wrapped the giant in the center and then slowly moved forward on the lava. The lava that fell from the sky and the rolling lava below seemed to have no effect at all. It could not harm the giant. Chapter 175, The Underground Darkness City's 6th Level. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This kind of ability and this strange scene also made Li Xian become serious, and he said seriously, "As expected, this power is extraordinary. This energy is higher than superpowers and even higher than the level of spiritual power." For the first time, Li Xian was surprised. In the past, he had come into contact with spiritual power the most, and then the evil energy. Although evil energy's attack power was very strong, the negative effects were also very great. Therefore, in general, spiritual power was the mainstream of every world. However, Li Xian saw an energy that surpassed spiritual power. If this energy was successfully cultivated, it would increase his own combat power, which would be very terrifying. How did you comprehend this ability? Li Xian asked hurriedly. Through it. Granny Blind raised her right hand and gently placed it on her eyes. The moment her right hand was placed down, golden light energy that was like a golden thread appeared in her hand. The moment this energy appeared, space started to distort. Li Xian's body instinctively tensed up. It was an instinctive reaction to danger. What a tyrannical power! It's actually distorting space. Moreover, this golden light is several times stronger than the golden light you used just now. What on earth is this? Li Xian was surprised. He realized that he knew very little about the various worlds. He had never seen such a terrifying power before. I call it the gold path of deceit. Although I can only use the energy within this golden thread to unleash the diluted golden light, the power of this golden light still surpasses the power of my special ability. However, this golden thread is too overbearing. I have no way of controlling it. If I can control it, my combat power will receive a terrifying increase, the blind granny said seriously. The gold path of deceit. He. Li Xian's expression became more and more solemn because he could feel that this golden thread could cause him great harm. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. Unless he activated all his abilities and fought this golden light with his strongest stance, he would be able to hold on for a period of time under the golden threads. However, he would not be able to destroy the golden threads. If there were enough of these golden threads, he might not be able to hold on for long before he died. When he thought of this, Li Xian's expression became more and more serious. This was because everything indicated that there was a terrifying existence on the 7th floor that was related to these golden threads. If he went to the 7th floor, he would have a high chance of dying. This made Li Xian frown. His goal was the transcendence fruit. He did not want to die before he got it. Li Xian, who was feeling frustrated, suddenly turned his head and looked at the blind granny and the sword saint. Why are you going to the 7th floor? To find the source of the black gas and save this world. Otherwise, if this goes on for a long time, humans will sooner or later become extinct. Especially under the influence of the black gas, the monsters in the first 5 floors became abnormally stronger. This made me even more determined to seal the source of the black gas. The blind granny spoke calmly as if she was talking about a small matter. Although the sword saint beside her did not speak, he nodded solemnly. It was obvious that he was prepared to die. I understand. Then let's go to the 6th level. Li Xian's figure slowly floated up and headed toward the 6th level. Since the two of them had already made preparations, Li Xian would not stop them. Everyone had to take responsibility for their own actions. Moreover, these two were adults. They knew what to do in their hearts. Let's go. The blind granny and the sword saint also walked forward. They originally had no intention of stopping the black gas, but after coming to the underground darkness city and seeing the pollution giants that had become several times stronger, they made a decision. It was because if this continued, these monsters would become even more terrifying. They were very worried that they would not be able to enter the 7th floor the next time, so they made up their minds. With such a determination to die, the two of them continued to set off. Oh right, bring this armored pollution giant with you and place it at the entrance of the 6th level. Let it spend the rest of its life here, Li Xian suddenly said as he looked at the armored pollution giant. The reason why they placed the giant at the entrance of the 5th and 6th levels was to prevent it from entering the human world. With the lava space blocking it, the armored pollution giant would not be able to enter the human world. All right. The blind granny nodded and waved her right hand in the air. Soon, the golden armored man appeared and wrapped her, the Sword Saint, and the armored pollution giant. Then, they walked straight down to the next level. As this level was filled with lava, none of the armored pollution giants dared to enter. Therefore, other than the harsh environment, there were no other armored pollution giants that needed to be killed. Thus, the few of them easily arrived at the entrance to the 6th level and slowly stopped. From now on, you can stay here. These black gases are your food. Don't enter Shwetter's world, Li Xian warned again. In fact, his heart was also filled with killing intent. However, along the way, the armored pollution giant was really obedient. Moreover, it helped Li Xian point out the enemy in advance. In addition, it had been a mount for so long. If Li Xian killed it, it would be too much. Therefore, in the end, Li Xian shook his head and walked straight to the 6th level. Lord Li Xian, don't worry. I will never enter Shwetter's world again. I swear. The armored pollution giant raised his right hand, determination flashing in his eyes. It better be so. Li Xian's warning echoed in this area. In the end, only the armored pollution giant was left. It stood quietly without moving, its right hand still maintaining the posture of swearing. The 6th level of the underground darkness city. Li Xian, the blind granny, and the Sword Saint slowly appeared. They had just arrived when they felt extremely cold air. That cold air made the Sword Saint involuntarily shiver. It's so cold. This ice is really not just for show. It's so cold to the bone, the Sword Saint said solemnly. This is the world of ice. Li Xian was puzzled. He felt that there seemed to be other energy hidden here. No, this is the world of ice and lightning. Look at the sky. As long as people walk on the ice, they will welcome the arrival of lightning at any time. If they are not careful, they might be struck to death, the blind granny said seriously. Lightning? I got it. Li Xian nodded and walked straight to the 7th floor. Wait a minute. This lightning is very dangerous. It can arrive at any time. I will first form a lightning shield around you, the blind granny said hurriedly. Boom! Rolling bolts of lightning flashed and suddenly descended from the sky. More than 10 bolts of lightning struck Li Xian's right hand. The sudden appearance of the lightning stunned the blind granny and the Sword Saint, and their expressions changed drastically. Be careful! The blind granny hurriedly reminded him. Just as she was about to release a protective shield for Li Xian, she was suddenly stunned. She stared blankly at Li Xian, who was quietly dancing in the lightning. He can actually still dance in the lightning? Moreover, he actually turned into an Iron Man? No wonder so many lightning bolts suddenly appeared. This is actually initiated by him on his own initiative. The Sword Saint said in disbelief. His originally traumatized mind was once again severely damaged, and his entire worldview collapsed. The blind granny on the side also looked the same. Before she could release the half-condensed ability, she saw Li Xian playing in the lightning. The blind granny was at a loss. Her brain felt like it was stuffed with paste. How did you do it? It's already scary to be able to swim in the lava. You can even play in the lightning. This is too abnormal, the granny blind said in shock. This is too abnormal. We are all silver rank. Why are you so strong? This is too unreasonable. The Sword Saint was completely dispirited. His heart was shocked. If he was a determined Sword Saint in the past, then he would be a dispirited uncle at the moment. There was nothing he could do. He really could not accept Li Xian's abnormal ability. I forgot to mention, I have resistance against lightning. Lightning of this level actually makes me feel very comfortable. It's like being in lava, and I feel like I'm going home. Li Xian danced in the lightning and replied casually. Then, he flew around in the lightning, like a little elf. In a short while, he flew far away. The blind granny and the Sword Saint were envious. They also wanted to fly in, but the terrifying lightning kept flashing. They did not want to be struck until their hair exploded, so they could only obediently condense a protective shield. Let's go. Comparing people is infuriating. In the future, we'll just be ourselves. Don't compete with him, the blind granny said after condensing 2 lightning protective shields. Don't worry. I definitely won't compare with Li Xian. It's too infuriating, said the Sword Saint gloomily. Chapter 176, 3 Transcendence Fruits. The 2 silver rank experts walked in the midst of the thunder and lightning gloomily. Under the protection of the shield, they carefully walked toward the 7th level. After half a day of walking, they finally arrived at the entrance of the 7th level and stopped at the steps of the underground darkness city. Billowing black fog filled the air and surged out from the 7th level like a tsunami. The polluting power contained in the black fog was so strong that even the Sword Saint was shocked by it. The black fog here is even more terrifying. What exactly is on the next floor? The Sword Saint asked solemnly. I don't know. If we go down, the chances of us surviving are very low. Have you thought about it? Li Xian said calmly. Of course. There are some things that need to be taken care of by someone. The Sword Saint smiled and held the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. Yes. Let's go. I'll activate the protective shield. The blind granny's index finger moved, and soon, 3 illusory golden protective barriers appeared, protecting them like eggshells in the middle. Let's go. The 3 of them had solemn expressions as they walked down the stairs step by step, following the entrance to the lower level of the darkness. A moment later, the 3 of them seemed to have passed through some kind of enchantment. With a light pop, the scene in front of them changed from the original darkness to an endless golden color. Roar! An earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded. This sound was extremely terrifying, shaking the 3 of them so much that their bodies swayed. The golden protective barrier protecting the 3 of them trembled violently and almost disappeared. With this roar, the 3 of them felt their heads go dizzy and almost fainted. This roar caused their expressions to change drastically, and they hurriedly looked into the distance. Seeing that it was not a big deal, the Sword Saint and the blind granny instantly revealed shocked expressions. Even Li Xian was slightly moved. In fact, the environment here was not terrifying. There were mountains, rivers, flowers, and grass. The whole world was like a paradise. The space here was not big. At most, it was the size of a small city. However, in this space, a terrifying giant was standing in the middle. His face was distorted as he stared at Li Xian and the others. His blood-red eyes were filled with endless brutality. This giant's aura was extremely terrifying. Just standing there gave people an extreme pressure. Its aura was as deep as the ocean, extremely terrifying. The most important thing was that a large amount of golden light was rippling around this giant's body. That light was exactly the same as gold rank spiritual qi. It even illuminated the surrounding environment in a golden color. Gold rank. It's actually a gold rank. Li Xian's expression was grave. He had seen a true gold rank before, so he could tell the other party's strength at a glance. Gold rank? No way, this world repels gold rank powerhouses. How could it be a gold rank? The Sword Saint was aghast. It's heavily injured, and its strength has dropped from gold rank to the silver rank peak. However, it can still use gold rank spiritual qi, Li Xian said while holding back the sense of crisis in his heart. This. When the Sword Saint and the blind woman heard this, they were shocked. They looked carefully and found that the right side of the horrifying giant's body had lost a small part of its body. It had lost its right hand and right half of its chest. A large number of golden threads twisted and destroyed the wound, causing the wound that the horrifying giant was healing to reopen and repeat itself. While these golden threads continued to destroy, they also drilled into the body of the giant, expanding the wound of the giant as if they wanted to destroy the horrifying giant. However, there was a strange array plate on the giant's neck, and 3 mysterious fruits were embedded on the array plate. Every time the giant could not hold on any longer, the array plate would light up to block the golden threads and help the giant recover from his injuries. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Roar. The giant roared into the sky. The pain that penetrated deep into his bone marrow made the giant cover his wound and roar. His eyes were bloodshot. The giant in pain placed his left hand on the wound. He grabbed the 3 golden threads on the wound and tore them down. During this process, the giant's left hand was destroyed by the threads and became a bloody mess. His powerful defense could not withstand the strangulation of the threads and his bones were broken. Whoosh! 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 The terrifying giant threw out a thread in his hand and struck toward Li Xian and the others at lightning speed. Heart-severing sword. Golden light shield. Following the 2 sounds, the silver-white longsword suddenly turned into a huge cold light and was released from the sword saint's longsword, slashing toward the golden thread. At the same time, more than 10 strange golden light shields suddenly appeared, blocking at the front, trying to block these golden threads. Bang! 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 More than 10 golden light shields suddenly collapsed. The golden threads slowed down a little bit, but they still flew straight towards them. Swoosh! 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 The silver sword ray also slashed down at this moment, sweeping down with a terrifying power. However, what surprised the sword saint was that one of his 3 ultimate moves, the heart-severing sword, did not have any effect after landing on the golden threads. The gold threads did not even slow down. How is this possible? The sword saint was shocked. He could not imagine that the golden threads were so terrifying that they could not even be stopped by his ultimate move. Tornado. Li Xian waved his right hand, and a transcendent level tornado suddenly appeared and began to wreak havoc in this area. Whoosh! 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 The huge tornado spun with the power of a natural disaster and ruthlessly smashed toward the thread. At the same time, it also twisted toward the direction of the terrifying giant. The tornado, which could easily kill experts, was also unable to stop the golden thread. However, under the collision of these threads, the tornado gradually disappeared. Hey! Li Xian's expression finally changed. Ever since he reincarnated, he had participated in many life and death battles, but he had never seen such a situation. This strange scene caused Li Xian, who had reincarnated many times, to be moved. Of course, there was also a good point. After the tornado passed, the speed of the golden thread became much slower. Golden light wall. Swoosh! 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 More than 10 golden walls suddenly appeared. Along with the hoarse voice of the blind granny, they appeared in front of the golden thread, trying to block them. Bang! 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 The more than 10 golden walls quickly collapsed and were destroyed. They still could not block this thread, but once again, they slowed down its speed. Man and sword combination. The sword saint's body emitted an extremely powerful force. His entire body suddenly turned into a giant sword that shot out with an overwhelming and terrifying force. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept across a large area. The giant sword collapsed in the explosion, and the sword saint's figure was sent flying backward in blood. The golden thread finally stopped and began to change direction. It flew toward the giant again, attacking and destroying its body. Whoosh! The blind granny hurriedly caught the sword saint and immediately checked his aura. Then, a sorrowful and pained expression appeared on her face. It was because the sword saint was done with. He was already in a state of near death. Thinking of the sword saint's efforts for humankind, the blind granny opened her mouth, ready to say all the heroic words, to send off the sword saint. Sword saint, he. G. Buzz. Buzz. The healing light suddenly flashed and enveloped the sword saint's body, quickly healing his injuries. At the same time, a pill was stuffed into the sword saint's mouth, healing the sword saint's injuries even faster. The sword saint, who was on the verge of death, actually recovered under the double treatment of Li Xian, and his eyes even opened. The grief-stricken blind granny was confused by this scene. The heroic words that she was about to say were directly stuck in her throat, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Continue to test it. Li Xian's eyes sparkled. Although he felt that this giant was very terrifying and very difficult to deal with, in order to get the 3 fruits on the giant, Li Xian had to survive. Yes, the 3 fruits on the plate array were the transcendence fruits. Although he did not know what type of transcendence fruits they were, as long as he obtained them, Li Xian's strength would increase by a large margin. Chapter 177, Abyssal Giant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Good. Good. The blind granny looked at the sword saint who was gradually recovering in a daze. Although the sword saint had lost his fighting ability, he had survived. Moreover, if he continued to heal, the sword saint could still recover some of his fighting ability. This scene made the blind granny's mind go blank. She admired Li Xian more and more. However, when she thought of the giant, she became solemn again. Get ready. I'll make the first move later. Li Xian took a step forward and stared at the terrifying giant. When he saw the thread return to the giant's wound, Li Xian pressed his palms together. Transcendent Tornado, Meteor Shower. Terrifying tornadoes began to condense, bringing with them the power to tear everything apart as they swept towards the terrifying giant. At the same time, a meteor shower of fire condensed in the sky, bringing with it scorching flames as it swept down toward the terrifying giant. Earth spikes. Li Xian's hands slapped towards the ground once more. Densely packed sharp earth spikes suddenly rose up from the ground, striking towards the terrifying giant with lightning speed. Frost Spear Rain. Granny Blind also unleashed her ultimate move. This was her previous special ability, the Frost Spear Rain, that contained a piercing characteristic. Densely packed together, it was extremely powerful. The reason why she did not use the golden power was that she had used up too much energy. She needed some time to recover before she could use it again. Bang! 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 Continuous clashing sounds rang out. A large number of attacks landed on the terrifying giant's body, and none of them missed. However, when the attacks dissipated, everyone's expressions finally changed when they saw the terrifying giant that looked as if nothing had happened. Is this the power of a gold rank? Granny Blind was moved. She took out the thread from her eyes and began to prepare the ultimate move for her final attack. It consumed gold rank spiritual chi just now and blocked my tornado. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and realized that only transcendent level skills were effective. Not long ago, the giant had been tearing at the golden thread, trying its best to grab the thickest and strongest thread. It did not defend against Li Xian's ordinary attack at all. However, when the transcendent tornado passed, golden spiritual chi surged around the giant's body, cancelling out the transcendent tornado. This finally gave Li Xian some confidence. Help me buy some time. I'll try my last trump card, the blind granny suddenly said. Oh? Okay. Li Xian nodded and waved his right hand. 9 transcendent tornadoes appeared once again, sweeping toward the giant with the power to tear through everything. During this process, the blind granny's right hand repeatedly touched the void. The golden threads turned into a sharp golden spear that condensed in the air, bringing with it a penetrating aura that could destroy everything. Go! The blind granny waved her right hand, and the golden spear suddenly flew out, flying toward the terrifying giant at lightning speed. The giant, who was originally not very defensive and was frantically tearing the golden threads, suddenly raised his left hand and slapped toward the golden spear. Pfft! Blood gushed out as the golden spear pierced through the giant's left hand and hit the giant's heart, causing it to pause in shock. That's it. The terrifying giant's muscles trembled, and golden light shone as all the tornadoes were destroyed. The golden spear also fell to the ground, and the giant's wound healed in an instant, returning to normal. After doing all this, the terrifying giant suddenly twisted its neck and looked at the blind granny. "I recognize you. You're the ant that barged in here last time. I didn't expect you to be able to cause me harm. It seems that I've weakened too much." The giant looked at the golden threads on his right body that looked like gangrene. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear. In the next second, the giant turned to look at the blind granny and said coldly, "All of you will die. All of you will die." Bang! The terrifying giant's left hand swelled up violently, and veins popped out. It was as terrifying as the hand of a demonic god. After the hand appeared, it brought with it a vast amount of power. It forcefully tore off the thickest and most terrifying golden thread from the right side of its body, then threw it at Li Xian and the others. This time, the power of the thread was terrifying to the extreme. The power it carried even distorted space. This scene caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. Multiple earth walls. Freeze. Multiple tornadoes. Li Xian slammed his hands onto the ground. Hundreds and thousands of earth walls rose from the ground like a series of fortifications, blocking in front of the golden thread. After doing all this, Li Xian once again released a large amount of freezing air, freezing these earth walls into ice walls, forming a double layer of defense. At the same time, 9 transcendent tornadoes began to condense. A portion of them attacked the terrifying giant, while the remainder blocked the thickest thread. "It's useless. This thread is dozens of times stronger than the previous thread. Furthermore, this tyrannical power comes from that person." The terrifying giant spoke. Although its body was covered in blood, it opened its mouth wide and looked at Li Xian and company with ridicule. From the beginning to the end, he did not put Li Xian and the rest in his eyes. Even if the surrounding transcendent tornadoes approached him, he did not take them seriously. Boom! 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 Following the giant's words, golden threads descended like lightning and instantly penetrated Li Xian's defense. The large number of earth walls crumbled under the golden thread. The solid ice shattered like paper and the few transcendent tornadoes were quickly extinguished. Seeing this scene, Li Xian sighed and said, "Next, I'll use my body to block it." Li Xian had already used most of his methods. At the moment, he only had one last trump card left. Therefore, he took a deep breath and suddenly activated his transformation. Rumble! Following the loud sound, Li Xian's figure rapidly expanded like a balloon. From a small person, he directly transformed into a terrifying figure that was the same height as the terrifying giant. Rays of light even appeared around Li Xian's body. A set of mysterious armor and weapons condensed around his body, making him look like a god of war. Oh! The terrifying giant was stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at Li Xian blankly. "Are you a descendant of us, abyssal giants?" "No, you're not." "What exactly are you?" "Abyssal giant." Li Xian understood the other party's identity, but he did not dare to be careless. That was because the golden thread was already rapidly attacking him, aiming straight at his chest. "Quickly get out of the way, this thread is very terrifying, quickly go." The blind granny hurriedly reminded him, and ice walls rose up from the ground, trying to block the golden thread. However, this thread was too terrifying, and her ability was like a paste, completely ineffective. "It's useless. Although this thread is a remnant of that person's power, it's still not something this world can contend against. That person single-handedly blocked the entire abyss." The abyssal giant's voice was ice-cold as it spoke. It was as if no one had spoken to it for many years, and it was already stifled to death. Following the abyssal giant's words, the golden thread finally descended, bringing with it tyrannical power as it stabbed towards Li Xian's body. Steel body. Li Xian's expression did not change as he instantly activated his steel body. Along with his physique strengthening, defense, companion spiritual equipment, and other various skills, his entire body received a huge boost. Chapter 178, Giant Battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! A sharp and ear-piercing sound reverberated throughout the area, echoing in everyone's ears. Under such a sound, Li Xian's huge body staggered backward, and his right arm felt as if it was being pressed down by a mountain. It was heavy and painful. The shield that was formed from the life companion suit was immediately shattered, and the armor covering his arm was also shattered. However, the transcendent level defense, steel body, and the explosive power of the transcendent level monstrous strength finally had an effect. The powerful thread was finally blocked. Even though the thread had pierced through Li Xian's arm, the thread that contained a terrifying power was finally blocked by Li Xian. You actually blocked it. The abyssal giant's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Looking at the golden thread that was struggling on Li Xian's arm, the abyssal giant revealed a look of shock. One had to know that its physique was at the gold rank, and the thread that it threw out with all its might carried an extremely terrifying power. Even if the thread could resist and reduce a portion of its strength, it was still not something that others could stop. However, Li Xian had actually blocked it directly. This was truly shocking. He really blocked it. The blind granny's voice trembled as she sat weakly on the ground, her eyes filled with hope. After she took out the thread in her eyes returned to normal. Her azure blue eyes returned to normal, but she had lost the gold path of deceit. She had even suffered a backlash. She had forced herself to use her ice ability not long ago. When she saw Li Xian blocking the golden thread, she finally saw hope. She saw hope for the continuation of the human race. Take the sword saint and leave. The next battle will be between me and it. Also, help me take care of Shuer. Li Xian's expression was solemn. The intense sense of crisis made him know that self-destruction was something that would happen sooner or later. Therefore, he threw a bottle of healing pills to the blind granny, and at the same time, he used the healing spell to treat her injuries. However, Li Xian's gaze was fixed on the abyssal giant. Thank you. The blind granny expressed her gratitude to Li Xian. Her pair of azure eyes were very bright and even contained some mysterious power. It was as if there was something contained in her eyes. After all, her eyes had tamed a thread, allowing her to comprehend the gold path of deceit. Before I leave, I'll give you a gift. The blind granny smiled slightly. Her right hand slowly approached her right eye, and then suddenly stabbed at it. Blood flowed. When she put down her right hand, an azure eyeball appeared in her hand. This is my last strength. I'll rely on you next. The blind granny put her hands together, and the azure eyeball suddenly cracked. It turned into a blue-white light that floated up and began to envelop Li Xian's body. Origin Blessing. With the blind granny's voice, her blue left eye dimmed and completely lost its light. Coupled with her bleeding right eye frame, she had become a truly blind person. However, she did not feel the slightest bit of pain or discomfort. Instead, she smiled and said, "Goodbye." As soon as the blind granny's voice fell, she left with the sword saint and rushed to the 6th floor. Then, under the protection of the ice, they quickly ran to the 5th floor. Thank you. Li Xian's voice sounded slightly heavy. He even bowed toward the direction where the old woman had left and then turned to look at the abyssal giant. Crack! 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 Li Xian twisted his neck, and the explosive power surging in his body made him lean forward. He stared at the abyssal giant with murderous intent. What was that just now? The abyssal giant asked. He reached out his left hand and placed it on the wound on his right side, and started to tear the new golden thread. It's a blessing. It can increase my combat strength. I'm not sure how much, but this blessing has strengthened the power of this world. Li Xian's voice was calm. He slowly raised his left hand and slowly pulled out the golden thread that had pierced through his right hand. Crack! 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 Layers of cracks appeared on Li Xian's right hand. As the golden thread twisted, Li Xian's right hand was covered in wounds. It seems that you didn't feel good after taking that attack. The abyssal giant opened its mouth and revealed its cold teeth. It's just a small wound. Li Xian smiled slightly. The cracked right arm healed again. At the same time, he pulled out the golden thread and aimed at the abyssal giant. Boom! The extreme supernatural power was suddenly activated. Under the power of the golden thread itself, it was fiercely thrown at the abyssal giant. At the same time, Li Xian also rushed toward the abyssal giant. Damn it! The abyssal giant's expression changed slightly. The golden thread itself wanted to kill it, so the golden thread had a powerful force. Since the golden thread was thrown by Li Xian, its speed was extremely fast. This was a greater threat to it. The key point was that Li Xian also rushed over, which increased the pressure on the abyssal giant. Abyssi! The abyssal giant shouted loudly. A strange green vertical pupil suddenly opened between its brows. In an instant, an extremely cold green light swept across a large area. Bang! The abyssal giant spat out blood crazily. Its left arm was dripping with blood. The golden thread followed its left arm and quickly crawled to the wound on its right, beginning to destroy it crazily. Cough, 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 cough. Li Xian was also coughing violently. His entire body was dizzy. If his body had not turned into a body of steel, he would have already started to vomit blood. What is this vertical pupil? A spiritual attack? It even has some kind of impact force. Li Xian realized that the giant was more talkative and asked tentatively. Not only that. The abyssal giant grinned. Its left hand quickly recovered to its original state and slowly grew a ferocious barb. Then, it bent its body into a battle stance. Kid, you're not simple, but I like to slaughter people like you. Clomp! 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 The abyssal giant suddenly ran wildly, like an ancient giant beast, toward Li Xian. Its sinister left hand turned into a giant hammer, ruthlessly smashing toward Li Xian. Come at me! Li Xian shouted loudly, his eyes staring at the array plate on the terrifying giant's neck. Looking at the three transcendence fruits above, he also rushed toward the abyssal giant without hesitation. Bang! 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 The two sides quickly rushed together. The two behemoths began the most primitive progress of the battle. The two sides fought crazily like crazy demons. Blood dripped down. Boom! Li Xian's body flew backward. A huge pit appeared on his abdomen. Even the steel intestines on his abdomen were exposed. However, Li Xian stood up again without any care. At the same time, he quickly recovered his injuries with his peak-level self-healing. What a troublesome fellow! The abyssal giant's voice was ice-cold. He also felt that Li Xian's self-healing skill was very troublesome. Is this troublesome? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. His peak-level healing spell was activated. His injuries, which were already quickly healing, began to heal themselves even faster. Damn it! The abyssal giant's large feet crazily collapsed on the ground. Its mountain-like figure fiercely rushed toward Li Xian. Its sinister arms, which were filled with barbs, smashed toward Li Xian's head. Rumble. Chapter 179, Desperation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated on the 7th floor of the underground darkness city. Large patches of plants were sent flying, and the air was slightly distorted by the explosion. Li Xian's body was sent flying again, and 2 of his fingers were broken. Huff! 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 Li Xian panted heavily. His steel-body activated arms were full of cracks, and he looked like he would collapse at any moment. If it were not for the self-healing and healing spell, Li Xian might have lost both of his hands. Transcendent Tornado. 9 tornadoes appeared once again, bringing with them a terrifying power that could tear everything apart. They swept toward the abyssal giant, trying to buy time for Li Xian's recovery. At the same time, the ice under Li Xian's feet surged, and large areas of the area were frozen into ice. They began to change the environment, and through the changes in the environment, they gave themselves an advantage in battle. Dragon's Might. With Li Xian as the center, the peak-level Dragon's Might quickly suppressed the abyssal giant. At the same time, Li Xian's arms recovered. Under the protection of the companion's spiritual equipment, he was once again prepared for battle. Kill! Li Xian's fists waved crazily. The steel arms that were covered in layers of armor were like afterimages as they struck crazily at the abyssal giant. He started to fight with the abyssal giant as if he had gone mad. Bang! 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 The frozen environment affected the abyssal giant. Thus, its big feet shook the earth violently, and all the ice turned into nothingness in an instant. However, the dragon's might that enveloped the abyssal giant made it very uncomfortable. That kind of oppression made its attacks somewhat stiff. The ice covered the abyssal giant once again. Li Xian's eyes flickered, and he released all kinds of skills as if they were free. At the same time, his mountain-like body was boosted by his battle instinct skill, and he once again engaged in a life-and-death battle with the abyssal giant. Bang! 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 A stalemate appeared. For a moment, the two behemoths were evenly matched. However, as the battle went on, the abyssal giant began to adjust itself and adapt to Li Xian's various abilities. Even though the golden threads on the right side of its body kept twisting and breaking, it once again gained the upper hand. Bang! Following a muffled sound, the abyssal giant revealed a cold smile. Its left arm tightly grabbed Li Xian's right arm. "I've finally caught you!" Whoosh! A long sword suddenly appeared in Li Xian's right hand. The instant it was grabbed, it pierced straight toward the abyss giant's eyeball. Abyss eye! The center of the abyssal giant's brows once again opened up a strange green vertical pupil. In an instant, an extremely cold green light swept past the long sword in Li Xian's right hand. As the light swept past, the long sword condensed from the companion's spiritual equipment suddenly collapsed and turned into dust. Crack! With a tearing sound, Li Xian's entire right arm was torn off, revealing steel bones and flesh. "Ha ha ha, you're done for!" "Ha ha ha!" The abyssal giant laughed wildly. It had long realized that Li Xian's broken finger could not be recovered, so when his arm was broken, Li Xian's fighting strength would rapidly decline. "Is that so?" Li Xian smiled slightly. He actually held a transcendence fruit in his left hand, which Li Xian slowly put into his mouth. Ding! Your peak level self-healing has been upgraded to transcendent level. When? The abyssal giant lowered his head and looked at the 3 transcendence fruits on the disc array. He realized that there were only 2 left. This made him stunned. He looked at Li Xian in disbelief. It did not discover anything not long ago, but it lost 1 transcendence fruit. The abyssal giant did not understand what was going on. "Wait, it's that woman's blessing." "That is not a blessing." The abyssal giant suddenly thought of something. Its voice was cold and brutal. "You dare to lie to me? It's just that you are stupid." Li Xian tilted his head and smiled. His broken right hand grew another 1, and his combat strength was restored. F***ck. The abyssal giant saw this scene and was utterly furious. He charged at Li Xian like a crazy demon. "Now, do you think I'm still afraid of you?" Li Xian sneered and also charged at the abyssal giant without fear of death. Bang! 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 The violent battle began. The 2 behemoths crazily attacked each other. Blood and broken limbs flew out from time to time, and their angry roars echoed throughout the entire underground city. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The battle on the 7th level of the underground city gradually stopped. Li Xian's entire body was nailed to the mountain by sharp barbs, unable to move a single inch. A strange green light enveloped his head, causing his consciousness to be worn down. His spiritual power was constantly being consumed, and even his soul was damaged. On the opposite, the abyssal giant squatted on the ground, its entire body drenched in blood. Its legs had also disappeared, and golden threads covered a large part of its body. Only its left arm and head were still intact. The green light was being released from its vertical pupils, but the pupil was slowly dying as if the abyssal giant was using some forbidden move. I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. Originally, I still had a glimmer of hope to live, but you destroyed it. Since you want to die, then let's die together. I will destroy your spirit and will, and make your soul crumble into dust. I will disappear from this world for eternity, and you will never be able to reincarnate. The abyssal giant roared ferociously. Golden blood dripped from the corner of its mouth from time to time, but it did not care. Instead, it released that strange green light with all its might. Am I going to die? Li Xian's eyes were unfocused, and his spirit was extremely dispirited. Even his soul was letting out a sorrowful cry, and his consciousness was blurry. It's time to self-destruct, Li Xian said in a low voice. He tried hard to mobilize his consciousness, wanting to initiate a self-destruction. However, when he thought of the 2 transcendence fruits, he hesitated. There were 2 fruits in total. If he missed them, he would miss out on a huge opportunity. However, the effect of the strange green light was too strong. It was a devastating blow to his spiritual power. His soul was even continuously damaged. According to this consumption, Li Xian could not hold on for long. If he continued to delay, his soul would only collapse. Don't tell me I should just give up. For the first time, Li Xian was in despair. He really did not want to give up on the 2 transcendence fruits, but he was already at the end of his rope. He had to self-destruct. Qin Yu's world. In the kitchen of the villa, Qin Yu was wearing a small apron. Her fair hands were holding a kitchen knife as she gently cut the vegetables. She chopped and chopped the vegetables one by one. Suddenly, she felt a little uneasy. The kitchen knife accidentally cut her fair little finger, and blood slowly flowed out. It hurts. Qin Yu immediately put her bleeding finger in her mouth and stood on the spot with a frown. What's wrong, Yu? Did you cut your hand? I'll go get the medicine. Seeing this scene, Song Xiaomei hurriedly went to get the medicine box. No need. I feel a little uneasy. Qin Yu frowned and walked around anxiously. Uneasy? Why? Song Xiaomei was puzzled. Although Black Rock City was becoming more and more chaotic recently, their strength had increased by a lot. In addition, the big black bear was also becoming stronger, so they were not that worried. However, Qin Yu suddenly said that she was uneasy, which made people puzzled. Chapter 180 Reincarnate Again. I don't know. Maybe I didn't rest well. I'll go back to my room to rest for a while. Qin Yu did not apply any medicine on her hands. Instead, she quickly went back to her room and sat on the bed in silence. What exactly happened? Qin Yu became more and more uneasy. She even had a feeling of extreme fear. This feeling was very bad, and it made her extremely worried. Silently checking her own situation, Qin Yu very quickly discovered that something was wrong. She was like an enraged little tiger as she shouted. Brother Li Xian's contract strength has weakened. Could something have happened to him? No. I won't let anything happen to you. Absolutely not. Open it for me. Buzz. A strange light suddenly flashed, and the birthmark on Qin Yu's face quickly lit up. In an instant, the birthmark that was originally larger suddenly began to shrink. Following that, Qin Yu's pupils turned golden, and a terrifying power surged within her body. Bang! Vast amounts of spiritual power and soul power condensed, flowing through the contract tunnel toward Li Xian's direction. Underground Darkness City's 7th level. Vas. Li Xian's consciousness was becoming more and more dispirited, and his condition was extremely bad. His entire being was blurred, and he was on the verge of self-destruction. Ha ha ha, you're finally going to die, you're finally going to be finished. This is what you get for provoking me, ha ha ha. The abyssal giant had gone mad. Seeing that Li Xian was going to die, it laughed crazily, mocking and roaring wildly. However, at this moment, just as the abyssal giant was roaring, a terrifying power suddenly descended, and the shadow of a delicate woman suddenly appeared from Li Xian's body. Her golden eyes instantly locked onto the abyssal giant's head. Bang! Her slender palm slapped down, smashing the head of the abyssal giant like a watermelon. The golden threads that destroyed the abyssal giant suddenly twisted violently after the woman appeared, as if they were trembling or something. Whoosh! 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 All the threads fell into the woman's palm and disappeared. The woman's image turned to look at Li Xian, and then slowly disappeared. Puff! In the bedroom, Qin Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. The birthmark also completely disappeared at this moment, revealing her fair little face. A moment later, a golden lily appeared between her brows, emitting an inexplicable power. Qin Yu's strength also broke through to the low-level bronze rank at this moment, becoming a true bronze rank expert. However, this was only secondary. Her improvement was more due to her talent. A true genius had awakened. At the 7th level of the underground darkness city, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. His blurry eyes gradually saw everything in front of him clearly. After that, he silently picked up the 2 transcendence fruits and the array plate. Thank you. Li Xian squatted on the ground and ate the transcendence fruits in large mouthfuls while he mumbled 2 words indistinctly. Ding! Your peak level physique strengthening has reached the transcendent level. Ding! Your peak level battle instinct has reached the transcendent level. Ding! Your soul has been nourished by the 3 transcendence fruits. Together with the large-scale feedback from Qin Yu's soul, you have reached the low-level silver rank. Following a series of mechanical sounds, Li Xian's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He was several times stronger than before. This time, it's really a bumper harvest. However, I have to thank her properly. In my despair, the only one who helped me was actually her. Li Xian's voice was hoarse. He carefully sensed the contract with Qin Yu and found that the contract was very stable. There were no problems. However, he was still worried and prepared to leave this place to visit Qin Yu. Of course, before that, there was still one more thing to do. That was to see what was below the 7th level. Yes, the underground darkness city might have another 8th level, or another world. From Li Xian's god's perspective, he saw that there was a dark revolving door at the end of the 7th level. The billowing black gas had appeared from there. Destroying the dark revolving door would also solve the problem of the black gas. Therefore, Li Xian shrunk his body and quickly rushed to the end of the cave, entering it without hesitation. However, less than a minute after he entered, a terrifying self-explosion swept in all directions. Rumble! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The dark revolving door shook violently. Cracks appeared on the revolving door, like glass that was about to break. It would shatter at a touch. The 5th level of the underground darkness city. When the armored pollution giant heard the sound, it could not help but stand up. After hesitating for a moment, it walked towards the 6th level. When it reached the 6th floor, it saw the vast icy space and endless thunder. What happened? How is Lord Li Xian? The armored pollution giant murmured. Its body slowly shrank into a ball and rolled quickly toward the 7th floor. Boom! 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 The terrifying thunder and lightning roared. The armored pollution giant was struck until its skin and flesh were split open. It was covered in wounds, but in the end, it still came to the 7th floor on its last breath. When it saw the huge corpse of the abyssal giant in the center of the field, it was excited. Without hesitation, it rushed over and began to eat. After it finished eating, its strength had greatly increased. It had even broken through to silver rank. That place is attracting me. The armored pollution giant looked in the direction of the cave that was emitting black gas. Then, it cautiously walked over with its big feet. Finally, in its determination, it entered the dark revolving door. Crack! Not long after, the dark revolving door shattered, and the passage collapsed. The black gas stopped abruptly and was completely cut off. In the summoned beast's world, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a lush green forest. There were also a few powerful leopards leaning against him. Hey! Li Xian blinked his eyes and looked at the few leopards beside him. These leopards were a little like the leopard. They had well-developed muscles and sharp claws. They leaned against him, which seemed to indicate that he was also a leopard. Li Xian immediately looked at his body in confusion. He realized that he was a beast with pointy ears. He looked like a leopard, but he was not. He was very small, he was only a little bigger than a cat. Not a leopard? Then what is it? Li Xian opened his data panel in confusion and began to check his situation. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 1000 honor points. Physique, Nature Affinity Beast, mid-level Black Iron rank. Soul, low-level Silver rank. Master, Qin Yu. Advanced level, Nature Affinity, Stealth, Portable Space. Peak level, Companion Spiritual Equipment, Lightning Resistance, Earth Wall, Earth Spike, Poison Resistance, Fireball, Speed Enhancement, God's Perspective, Transformation, Invisibility, Lava Survival, Healing Spell, Meteor Shower, Size Amplification, Dragon's Might, Froze Freeze, Wind Wings, Underwater Breathing, Simulated Communication. Transcendent level, Physique Strengthening, Battle Instinct, Steel Body, Monstrous Strength, Self-Destruct, Defense, Tornado, Self-Healing. Nature Affinity Beast? Its skill is Nature Affinity? Well, no wonder these wild beasts are surrounding it. Li Xian shook his head speechlessly. He did not like the reincarnated creature this time, but he could not care about reincarnating again. Instead, he went to Yu Qin. Buzz! The light from the contract lit up. Li Xian's figure quickly disappeared, leaving behind a few leopards who looked at the gradually disappearing light from the contract array reluctantly. It seemed that they still wanted to rely on Li Xian. Black Rock City, inside a villa. Li Xian's figure quickly appeared. The first thing he did was to look in front of him. He saw Qin Yu being supported by Song Xiaomei as she sat on the bed. Her little face was pale as she looked over. Yu, are you all right? Li Xian quickly jumped to Qin Yu's side and began to cast the healing spell, enveloping Qin Yu's figure. I'm fine. Thank you. Qin Yu's little hand hurriedly hugged Li Xian in her arms and said softly, You're fine, that's great. Chapter 181 Heaven. Don't be afraid. I'll be fine no matter how dangerous it is. Li Xian comforted Yu Qin softly. He was telling the truth. Although his consciousness was blurry and his soul was damaged, he could still self-destruct if he wanted to. The reason why he did not self-destruct was that he could not bear to part with the two transcendence fruits. That was why Li Xian persevered. However, everything was perfect now. Li Xian's strength had increased by a large margin. Qin Yu's condition was still all right. She would recover after recuperating for a period of time. Most importantly, Qin Yu's strength had also reached bronze rank. In addition, the birthmark on Qin Yu's face disappeared and she became even more beautiful and cute. Especially the beautiful lily on her forehead, it made her even more beautiful and delicate. This made Li Xian take a few more glances. However, when he thought about the strength of the abyssal giant, Li Xian's mood became a little heavy. The main reason was that the abyssal giant was too powerful. Its strength had clearly been reduced to the silver rank peak, and it could not even use golden armor, golden wings, and a series of other gold rank moves. However, the abyssal giant was still ridiculously powerful. Even under the attack of the golden threads, the giant had still beaten Li Xian until he was on the verge of death. Such combat strength was really shocking. With my current strength, I can sweep across silver rank. However, there's still a huge gap between me and gold rank. Even though I've obtained another 3 transcendent level skills, I'm still unable to defeat a gold rank. Li Xian secretly analyzed, thinking about what would have happened if the abyssal giant had not been attacked by the golden thread. The answer was that Li Xian would definitely lose. In this battle, the golden threads did not seem to be of much use. However, it had affected a large portion of the abyssal giant's strength. This was why Li Xian was able to fight against the abyssal giant for a long time. Although Li Xian had obtained a new skill, it was still very difficult for him to defeat the abyssal giant. This also made Li Xian realize the huge gap between gold rank and silver rank. It doesn't matter. As long as I continue to obtain transcendence fruits, I can become stronger. If 3 transcendence fruits aren't enough, then I'll have 10 or even 30. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Li Xian secretly swore that he would return to the summoned beasts world as soon as possible. He would reincarnate a few more times to obtain more skills and then search for transcendence fruits. Oh right, there's also the terrifying world outside the 7th level. Li Xian's mood became even heavier. After he rushed out of the 7th level of the underground city, he came to a new world that was filled with a strange aura. He also saw an abnormally terrifying scene. If there was a phrase to describe that scene, it would be that corpses were strewn all over the place. Moreover, it was the corpses of gold rank abyssal giant that were strewn all over the place. At that time, after Li Xian left the 7th level, the first thing he saw was a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The entire world was filled with darkness and blood. The area where Li Xian appeared was a huge valley. In the valley, there were numerous corpses. These corpses were all covered in golden threads. The scene was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was simply hell on earth. A large portion of these corpses was gold rank abyssal giants. The rest were all kinds of strange monsters and demons. Each of them emitted a very powerful aura. Even if they died, it would still make Li Xian feel terrified. In the middle of the corpses, a mountain-like 4-horned scaled beast stood there quietly. Just by standing there, it gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. The aura on its body was as deep as the ocean. Even if Li Xian activated all of his defensive abilities, his body would still be crushed by the aura and he would gradually walk toward death. The key point was that this 4-horned scaled beast was already dead. A golden long sword stabbed into the 4-horned scaled beast's head, and the terrifying golden light even split the 4-horned scaled beast into 2. Although its corpse had not fallen, its vitality had already been cut off. The golden energy was even destroying the 4-horned scaled beast's corpse. It would not be long before it collapsed. However, even though the 4-horned scaled beast was dead, its eyes were still staring into the distance, staring at a huge golden mountain peak. There was no one on this mountain peak, only a huge old flag fluttering slightly. On the flag, there was a large word written in a lively manner: heaven. Looking at the lively heaven word, Li Xian could feel the terrifying energy contained within this word. He could even see some kind of powerful sword technique from this word. Even from afar, Li Xian had benefited greatly from it. It was a pity. It was not safe here. A few gold rank abyssal giants walked over from afar and charged toward Li Xian like demons. Following that, Li Xian self-destructed and returned to the summoned beasts world. Li Xian deeply remembered the terrifying scene there and urged himself to continue becoming stronger. Li Xian had received a certain amount of stimulation. Although he really wanted to return to the summoned beasts world to reincarnate, he still decided to accompany Qin Yu for a few days and leave after she recovered. Of course, he also needed to understand the situation of this world and look at the recent events in Black Rock City. Therefore, Li Xian began to ask about the relevant situation and quickly received a large amount of information. I didn't expect that Ye Fan could actually refine a moistening water pill. Li Xian looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Sister Xiaomei's and my pill refinement progress was originally the fastest. Other than the moistening water pill, almost all low-grade pills can be refined. Originally, we wanted to try refining a moistening water pill. However, we didn't expect that Ye Fan seemed to have opened his mind and actually refined a moistening water pill in advance. Moreover, the quality is very high. Even Sister Qi couldn't stop praising it. Qin Yu's voice was soft and soft. Although her little face was still pale, after Li Xian's treatment, her injuries had recovered a lot and she was no longer so weak. Apart from this matter, is Ye Fan doing anything else recently? Li Xian asked. Yes, he has been particularly close to Xiao recently. I often see them together, Song Xiaomei said first. Xiao? That little beggar. Li Xian thought of the little beggar he had met before. At that time, she had provided Li Xian with information about the mystic realm, which allowed him to obtain a transcendence fruit in the mystic realm outside of Black Rock City. Yes, that's her. At that time, I was the one who introduced her to a job in a materials store, Song Xiaomei said with a nod. I see. Li Xian nodded. At that time, he felt that this girl was a bit strange, so he told Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu to stay as far away from this girl as possible. At that moment, it seemed that this girl was getting more and more strange. After all, the more Ye Fan was involved, the more strange it became. Tomorrow, I'll go to the alchemy shop with you guys to take a look. Li Xian thought for a while and said. Okay. Sister Qi keeps saying that she really wants to see you. Qin Yu blinked her big eyes and said. Okay, you should lie down and rest. I'll treat you later. Okay. Qin Yu obediently lay on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. However, she had been brooding about the moistening water pill and wanted to successfully refine it as soon as possible. Therefore, the refining method of the moistening water pill naturally appeared in her mind. At the same time, the lily on her forehead flashed a few times. Her original confusion about refining the moistening water pill was instantly lifted. Chapter 182 Pet Evolution Pill. Qin Yu even felt that she could easily refine the moistening water pill, and the quality would be very good. At the same time, her brain began to think about all kinds of sword techniques, knife techniques, spear techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, bow techniques. She had received many skills from her inheritance and had even given a portion to Li Xian. However, she did not fully understand these skills, and her understanding was not even half as good as Li Xian's. However, these skills were also quickly understood by her at the moment. She could even draw inferences from them, making these skills even more extraordinary. This result made Qin Yu lose her composure. While she was pleasantly surprised, she continued to think about everything and tried her best to improve her strength. This also caused her to not rest for the entire night. Instead, she closed her eyes and tried her best to improve her skills. Early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, the birds were chirping and the flowers were fragrant. Qin Yu woke up early. She did not even bother to wash up and immediately ran to the small courtyard to pick up the bow and shoot. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows flew past in succession and easily hit the bullseye. Even if she stood at the furthest distance, she still hit the bullseye every time. This kind of archery technique surprised Qin Yu and she could not help but continue shooting. Yu, how did you do it? It's too accurate. Song Xiaomei walked out of the room and was very surprised when she saw this scene. She did not expect Qin Yu to be able to use such a powerful archery technique. Li Xian, who came out with her, also listened carefully and quietly looked at Qin Yu. It should be because of this lily. After it appeared, I felt that all the combat techniques became very simple, and alchemy was also very simple. Just one night, my skills improved by more than I had in the past few years. Qin Yu pointed at the lily on her forehead. So it's like this. I'm so envious of you. I also want to improve my combat skills. Song Xiaomei said enviously. As a genius, she found that she had actually become a burden. This made her very disappointed, and she could not help but yearn for greater strength. It seems like I can share my skills. Let me try. Qin Yu was a little uncertain. She walked quickly to Li Xian and picked up the transformed orange cat. Then, she pressed her forehead against Li Xian's forehead. In the next second, a mysterious power flashed and enveloped the two of them. Then, Qin Yu let go of Li Xian and asked charmingly, "How do you feel?" "Very good. I feel great." Li Xian's eyes sparkled. He realized that his understanding of all kinds of skills had improved greatly. He even gained different views and ideas on alchemy, which surprised Li Xian. "Can you share it with me?" Song Xiaomei hurried over and looked at Qin Yu hopefully. "Of course." Qin Yu nodded and slowly approached Song Xiaomei. According to their movements previously, their foreheads were pressed together. In the next second, a mysterious power flashed and enveloped the two of them. Not long after, Song Xiaomei was pleasantly surprised. Her little hand was holding the Grim Reaper's scythe and waving it crazily in the small courtyard. Her movements were elegant and fierce. "Great, really great! My combat strength has finally improved. Thank you, Yu. Song Xiaomei cried tears of joy. She was actually under a lot of pressure. She was originally the strongest, taking care of Qin Yu and Li Xian in the way a big sister would. In the end, she had unexpectedly become the weakest. This put a lot of pressure on Song Xiaomei. At the moment, she had obtained so many combat techniques, she could completely crush those of the same level. She could even fight those of a higher level. This made her regain her confidence once again. Naturally, she was very happy. Qin Yu, who was beside her, was also very happy. She felt that everything was developing in a good direction. "Yu, you guys come in first. There are a few pill refining methods. I've always had some doubts. See if you can understand them." Li Xian thought of the few special pills in the ancient books. These special pills were very difficult to understand. Although Li Xian was experienced and knowledgeable, he still felt that they were obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, the pills were too ancient. Most of the materials needed were already extinct and could not be found at all. This was a good time to ask Qin Yu for help and see if she could understand or help to change the new materials. With this thought in mind, he, Qin Yu, and Song Xiaomei returned to the villa and began to explain the general process of those few pills. During this process, Qin Yu listened attentively. The lily between her brows was also flashing slightly. In just half an hour, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. "Brother Li Xian, about the body refinement pills, breakthrough pills, and pet evolution pills, I have quite a few ideas. I'll pass them to you now." After Qin Yu finished speaking, she stuck her forehead together with Li Xian again and began to transfer the knowledge. Very quickly, the transfer was completed. Li Xian also narrowed his eyes. "I see. Let's go to Sister Qi alchemy room and see if we can successfully refine it," Li Xian said with anticipation. The 3 pills that were transferred not long ago were very extraordinary. Among them, the pet evolution pill could constantly increase the strength of the pet beast. It was extremely effective against pet beasts below silver rank and could even allow them to make rapid breakthroughs. The main point was that the pet evolution pill could be eaten without restrictions, and its drug resistance was very small. The shortcomings were also very obvious. Most of the raw materials were extinct. Only a few kinds of materials could be found, and the raw materials were very expensive. In addition, the refinement of the pet evolution pill was extremely difficult, causing Li Xian to be unable to refine it until this moment. However, he did not expect that with Qin Yu's help, this problem was actually solved. He even found a substitute material, which made Li Xian very happy. With deep anticipation, Li Xian sat on Qin Yu's shoulder and hurried to Sister Qi medicinal pill shop. Not long after, Li Xian and the others rushed to the pill store and attracted everyone's attention. Sister Qi, who was wearing a purple gold cheongsam and black high heels, walked over from a distance and quickly arrived in front of Qin Yu. Then, Sister Qi blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Li Xian with joy as she said in a crisp voice. Qin Yu, you're finally willing to bring your kitten here. It's so cute. It's chubby. It's indeed very cute. The surrounding new apprentices also came over and looked at Li Xian curiously. These apprentices were all newcomers. The previous apprentices were all eliminated. Only Qin Yu, Song Xiaomei and Ye Fan stayed behind. Of course, these new apprentices would also be gradually eliminated. There might be one left behind. The competition was very cruel. This also caused these apprentices to dislike each other. However, after seeing Li Xian, these apprentices all felt that he was very cute, and a rare few came over together. Sister Qi, I'm going to go refine pills first. Qin Yu looked at the surrounding people. She was very worried that these people would trick Li Xian away, so she hurriedly carried Li Xian and ran into her own alchemy room. Alchemy room. After Qin Yu and the others arrived at the alchemy room, they began to prepare the ingredients. In the end, they decided to refine the pet evolution pill. The pet evolution pill was of great help to the pet beasts. It could help the reincarnated Li Xian improve his body's strength quickly and increase his strength in a disguised way. In addition, the pet evolution pill had the most complete ingredients and was the easiest to refine. Naturally, it was suitable to be the first to refine. The materials are all matched. Everyone, get ready. We are about to begin. After Li Xian confirmed that there were no mistakes, he announced that he was starting to refine. Okay, good luck. Good luck. Chapter 183 Shock. In the main hall of the pill store, Ye Fan slowly walked into the store with the black wild boar. After greeting Sister Qi, he walked to the counter alone and started to read a book seriously. Ye Fan, who could refine the moistening water pill, also received Sister Qi attention. She gave him his own alchemy room, and his status even faintly surpassed Qin Yu's. After all, Li Xian often did not come to the shop, so Qin Yu could not refine the moistening water pill. On the other hand, Ye Fan had refined the moistening water pill, so his status naturally skyrocketed. However, recently, Ye Fan was a little distressed because he was too short of money. Even though he had worked hard to refine the moistening water pills and his head hurt from refining it, it was still not enough for him to buy those few materials. Sigh, where can I get money? Ye Fan muttered to himself. Creak. Outside the shop, a military vehicle suddenly stopped, attracting everyone's attention. In this dangerous world where mutated beasts were rampant, although rich people had mobile phones, even rich people could not buy a car. Most people could only rely on walking when they went out of the city to hunt mutated beasts. However, a car stopped outside the door at the moment, and it was a military vehicle. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. As everyone's attention was focused on it, two female bodyguards with powerful auras quickly got down from the military vehicle and escorted a beautiful woman into the shop. It's the city lord's wife. Everyone was shocked when they saw this beautiful woman because it was the city lord's wife, who had a high status. Click. Clack. Sister Qi strode to the door in her high heels and invited the city lord's wife into the shop with a flower-like smile. Auntie Song, you're free to come to my shop? Is there something you need? Sister Qi asked in confusion. She was 5 or 6 years younger than the city lord's wife, but the city lord's wife was of higher seniority, so she could only call her auntie. My flying cat is dying. I want you to treat it and let it stay by my side, the city lord's wife said with a worried look on her face. Flying cat? What's wrong with it? Wasn't it fine the last time I visited? Sister Chi was puzzled. It hasn't eaten or drunk for the past 2 days. It hasn't even moved. It's in a very dispirited state. I've asked many experts to check it out. But they said that the flying cat's life is coming to an end and it's already powerless to turn things around. I don't believe that it will die, so I can only come to you. The city lord's wife held the flying cat in her arms tenderly. Looking at its listless appearance, the city lord's wife's eyes were filled with worry. Has its life come to an end? Let me take a look. Sister Chi hurriedly carried the flying cat over and placed it on the workbench for a detailed examination. Not long after, Sister Chi said with a solemn expression. The flying cat's life has indeed come to an end. In such a situation, even the moistening water pill is useless unless you obtain the legendary life water. Life water? What you said is the same as others, but the life water is just a legend. How is it possible to find it? The worry on the city lord's wife's face grew more and more. It was obvious that she had already mobilized her men to search for the life water. The life water is indeed difficult to find, but other than the life water, I don't know how to save the flying cat. Sister Chi looked at the dispirited flying cat worriedly. The flying cat had a pair of pure white wings, and its feathers were soft and beautiful. It was very cute. The flying cat's strength had even reached bronze rank, and it was once a formidable summoned beast. Unfortunately, in order to save the city lord's wife, the flying cat had suffered a very serious injury, causing its level to be unable to rise any further. Since the flying cat's life had reached the brink of death, Sister Chi could not help but reveal a sad expression. Sister Chi, can I take a look at this flying cat? Ye Fan opened his mouth and asked with bright eyes. Ye Fan knew clearly that the city lord's wife had a lot of money. If he could cure this flying cat, he would get a lot of money, and the city lord's manor would even become his backer. Then, his strength could increase even faster. Therefore, Ye Fan took the initiative to help. You are. The city lord's wife looked at Ye Fan in confusion and frowned. It was because her flying cat was precious, and ordinary people had no right to touch her flying cat. Auntie Song, this is Ye Fan. He once refined a high-quality moistening water pill. He is also a very powerful alchemist. Perhaps he has a way, Sister Chi hurriedly introduced. Oh? Then come and take a look. If you can cure my flying cat, you can choose any of these things. After the city lord's wife finished speaking, she waved her hand. In an instant, dozens of items appeared on the counter. Essence, spatial stone, gold card, advanced materials, soul crystals. It was a bunch of good things. With so many good things, Ye Fan was also stunned. This made him very excited. However, he still said cautiously, let me take a look first. After Ye Fan finished speaking, he quickly walked to the flying cat's side and carefully checked the flying cat's condition. After a moment, he said seriously. Its condition is that its vitality is overdrawn, which leads to the end of its life. It only needs to replenish its vitality. I can refine a pill that replenishes vitality. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can definitely cure the flying cat, Ye Fan said solemnly. Really? The city lord's wife hurriedly asked with surprise in her eyes. Yes, but refining the life pill requires a lot of materials. Most of them can be gathered, but there is a seasonal flower that needs to be gathered and used when it is in full bloom, Ye Fan said solemnly. It still needs 3 months before it can bloom. Hence, I need 3 months' time, Ye Fan said solemnly. 3 months? That's too long. The flying cat doesn't eat or drink right now. It won't be able to last that long. The city lord's wife frowned. This is indeed a problem. How about this, give me 1 day and I'll think of a way. Perhaps I can let the flying cat eat something temporarily to stabilize its situation, Ye Fan said seriously. This. The city lord's wife sighed deeply when she heard this and said helplessly, this is the only way. I hope you can find a solution as soon as possible. Don't let me down. Okay, I will work hard. Ye Fan was also a little worried because it was not easy to stabilize the flying cat's situation. If anything went wrong, he would be implicated. However, Ye Fan had a feeling that he could find a solution. This feeling had accompanied him for a long time. He had relied on this feeling more than once to solve many problems. Thus, he hurriedly walked to the side of the bookshelf and began to flip through various books, looking for inspiration and trying to find a solution. Time passed little by little. The city lord's wife looked at the flying cat that did not eat or drink, and her heart became increasingly uncomfortable. She could not help but raise her hand to pet the flying cat tenderly, wanting it to move. However, just as the city lord's wife was feeling uncomfortable, the dispirited flying cat suddenly raised its head, and its eyes stared straight in the direction of the alchemy room. It actually moved, the flying cat actually moved. The city lord's wife was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly held the flying cat in her arms and said gently, Kitty, do you want to eat something? I'll bring you to eat delicious food, the most delicious food. Meow. The flying cat shook its head. His voice was weak. He raised his small claws and pointed in the direction of the alchemy room. He spoke in human language, eat over there. Eat over there. The city lord's wife was stunned when she heard this. She immediately turned her head to look in the direction of the alchemy room. The people beside her also turned their heads in confusion. They did not understand what flying cat was talking about. At this moment, a rich pill fragrance spread out from the alchemy room. The refreshing pill fragrance stunned everyone present. The few summoned beasts that were originally lying on the ground in the shop all stood up. Even the big black bear that was licking the roasted chicken at the door stopped licking it. It directly grabbed the roasted chicken and entered the shop. Huff! 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 Ye Fan's black wild boar huffed and hurriedly ran toward the alchemy room, afraid that it would be snatched away if it fell behind. The apprentice's flying summoned beasts flew across the sky toward the alchemy room. When the flying cat, who was curled up in the city lord's wife's arms, saw this scene, it hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up, staggering towards the alchemy room. This scene stunned everyone, and everyone was dumbfounded. The city lord's wife was worried about her flying cat, and hurriedly said, "Be careful, don't fall down." The city lord's wife quickly ran and hugged the flying cat. She also hurriedly ran forward, wanting to see what had happened. Huff! 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 The black wild boar and the big black bear collided as they ran forward. The two summoned beasts almost started fighting. Chapter 184 High-level Black Iron Rank Big Black Bear. When all the summoned beasts stopped, they were already standing outside Qinyu's alchemy room. They were waiting charmingly, looking hopefully into the alchemy room. Although they could not see what was going on inside, they were all waiting eagerly. Even the big black bear's mouth was drooling. This scene stunned many people. Ye Fan, who was reading a book, could not help but walk over. Meow. The flying cat was carried by the city lord's wife and rushed over. Seeing so many summoned beasts in front of it, it hurriedly raised its claws and said in human language, "Mine. I won't give it to them." When the students heard this, they hurriedly carried their summoned beasts away. After all, the city lord's wife was here. Moreover, the chaotic scene made Sister Qi expression turn ugly. She was already on the verge of going crazy. Cough, cough, black wild boar, quickly come over. Ye Fan also saw Sister Qi expression and hurriedly called out to the black wild boar. However, the black wild boar only glanced at Ye Fan and ignored him. There was even disdain in its gaze. This gaze made Ye Fan feel a little awkward. After all, Other people's summoned beasts were very obedient. However, not only did his summoned beast not listen to him, it even looked down on him. This made him depressed. Ye Fan, who was embarrassed, hurriedly ran over. He grabbed the boar's ear and walked out, but he could not move it no matter how hard he tried. With no other choice, Ye Fan could only carry the black wild boar and walk out. In the end, Ye Fan's face was kicked by the black wild boar a few times before he was finally able to get it out. After most of the summoned beasts were taken away, only the big black bear and the flying cat were left in the scene. When the flying cat saw that only the big black bear was left, it also let out a sigh of relief. Then, it blinked its big eyes and looked at the alchemy room. Saliva slowly flowed out from the corner of its mouth. This is Qin Yu's alchemy room. What kind of pill is she refining? It actually smells so good, and it even attracted the strange movements of the summoned beasts. An apprentice could not help but ask. I don't know, but it really smells good. It's best not to disturb them. It's an important moment in pill refining. We can't be disturbed. That's for sure. Can't you see that everyone is waiting? A few apprentices whispered and waited eagerly. They were very curious about the scene in the alchemy room. The city lord's wife was also very curious because her flying cat had not eaten all this while. However, it was actually drooling at the moment. This indicated that the pills inside could be of great help to the flying cat. It might even be able to extend the flying cat's lifespan. Therefore, the city lord's wife was also looking forward to it. Creak. The door of the alchemy room suddenly opened, revealing Qin Yu's cute little head. Very quickly, Qin Yu carried a few white porcelain bottles and walked out of the alchemy room. On her shoulder, a cute orange cat was playing with a few white pills. The rich pill fragrance made the big black bear drool. It shyly came over and looked at Li Xian with eager eyes. In the distance, the black wild boar that was carried away by Ye Fan sped up and came over again. It stood beside the big black bear and also looked at Li Xian. The flying cat in the city lord's wife's arms could not help but move its little paws. It was obvious that it wanted to eat it too. Such a scene made everyone look at Qin Yu and the others differently. The few porcelain bottles in Qin Yu's arms especially attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yu, what pills are you refining? Why does it smell so good? The summoned beasts are all attracted here. Sister Qi spoke and looked at the pills curiously. As the owner of the pill shop, she actually did not know the pills Qin Yu refined. This really made her depressed and curious. When Qin Yu heard Sister Qi question, she immediately looked at Li Xian. This scene surprised everyone. Under normal circumstances, summoners were in the leading position. However, they did not expect Qin Yu to look at the orange cat. Let me speak. Li Xian yawned and spoke under the shocked gazes of the apprentices. This is the pet evolution pill. It can increase the strength of the pet. After the pet's strength increases, its lifespan and vitality will naturally increase as well. Li Xian spoke indifferently. His gaze swept past the flying cat and the many ingredients on the counter. The reason why he said this was to sell pills, obtain various ingredients, and even obtain the transcendence fruit. Li Xian firmly believed that as long as the benefits were sufficient, even the transcendence fruit could be obtained. The main point was that Li Xian's strength was already very strong, so there was no need to worry too much. Thus, Li Xian directly narrated it. Increase the strength of the pet beast? Are you sure? Sister Qi spoke and looked at Li Xian in surprise. One had to know that the pills to increase the strength of the pet beast were very rare, but now that this kind of pill appeared in her shop, it naturally surprised her. Don't you believe me? Li Xian raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at the big black bear that was drooling, and directly threw 3 pills over, saying, "These 3 pills are for you." Roar! The big black bear let out an excited roar. It immediately opened its mouth wide and caught the 3 medicinal pills head-on. Then, it swallowed them whole as if it was swallowing dates. After eating these 3 medicinal pills, the big black bear stopped moving. It directly lay on the ground and closed its eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, the big black bear's level suddenly broke through from the mid-level black iron rank to the high-level black iron rank. Its tyrannical aura swept across the surroundings. The high-level black iron rank. The big black bear has actually broken through to the high-level black iron rank, someone exclaimed. It's actually real. This pill can really raise the level of a summoned beast. The pill to raise the level of a pet beast is very rare. It's a rare good thing. I didn't expect that we would be lucky enough to see it. As the discussions continued, everyone's gaze completely changed. They looked at Li Xian with astonished gazes. The city lord's wife was also very excited. As long as the flying cat's strength was increased, it would be able to obtain a large amount of vitality and live longer. Therefore, she said hopefully, "What is the highest rank of pet beast that can be increased by this type of pet evolution pill?" "My flying cat is a high-level bronze rank. Can its rank be increased as well?" After the city lord's wife finished asking, she started to worry. The flying cat's level was relatively high. It was at the high-level bronze rank. Normal pills would not have any effect at all. Although she had just seen the big black bear level up, the city lord's wife was still very nervous. She was worried that she would hear something bad. "You'll know after you eat it," Li Xian replied. He turned his head to look at the flying cat and directly shouted, "Silly cat, open your mouth." "Silly cat?" When everyone heard this, they were a little speechless. At the same time, they were also a little surprised. The flying cat was a high-level bronze rank, while Li Xian's strength was still at black iron rank. A black iron rank actually dared to call a bronze rank a silly cat. This was definitely not something that should happen. However, Li Xian did indeed shout. The key thing was that after flying cat heard Li Xian's words, it actually opened its mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 20 pet evolution pills were thrown out by Li Xian. Under everyone's stunned expressions, they were thrown into flying cat's mouth. So many pills were thrown at the same time. All of them were squeezed into the cat's mouth. It was so close to choking flying cat to death. "All right, let's wait for a while," Li Xian replied, lazily squinting his eyes. Following Li Xian's words, everyone fell into silence. Time passed bit by bit, and soon half an hour had passed. Chapter 185 Bronze Rank Alchemist. After such a long period of time, the flying cat was still the same as before. There were no changes at all, and it did not advance either. This result caused the crowd to discuss among themselves, and they began to suspect that the medicinal pill might not be able to raise the level of the summoned beast. Ye Fan, who was standing at the outermost corner, also heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that he had become much more relaxed. He had been worried that the pet evolution pill would help the flying cat increase its strength. If the flying cat had broken through its level, its vitality would naturally increase greatly. It could live for a longer period of time and the problem of its lifespan could also be solved. Seeing that the flying cat had not changed and was still the same as before, Ye Fan felt that he still had a chance. He still had a chance to earn money from the city lord's wife. After all, a high-level bronze rank summoned beast was already a very powerful summoned beast. Ordinary pills would have no effect at all. In addition, the flying cat had been seriously injured and could no longer increase its strength. Therefore, Ye Fan felt that he still had a chance to treat the flying cat. He also had a chance to build a relationship with the city lord's wife. Therefore, he returned to the counter and continued to read. This time, he only flipped through a few pages and his eyes lit up. This was because he finally saw the pill formula that could extend life. This made Ye Fan pleasantly surprised. The excited Ye Fan immediately stood up and was prepared to announce this good news. He was prepared to help the city lord's wife treat the flying cat. However, at this moment when Ye Fan was excited and was prepared to announce the good news. Boom! A muffled sound resounded throughout the entire medicinal pill shop. The flying cat, who was at the high-level bronze rank, suddenly stood up. Its aura suddenly rose from the high-level bronze rank and broke through to the peak level. Its tyrannical aura swept across the entire area. Under such a powerful aura, the city lord's wife and sister Qi eyes widened in surprise. The apprentices also revealed an incredulous expression. Only Ye Fan stood there in a daze. The book in his hand fell to the ground. The good news that he wanted to announce was directly stuck in his throat. It was extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! It wasn't easy for me to find a way to extend its lifespan, but it actually broke through and extended its lifespan. All my efforts were in vain. I'm so angry. Ye Fan was so angry that his face turned green. He felt extremely aggrieved. If he had not found a solution, the flying cat's breakthrough would not have made him feel so bad. In the end, he had just found a solution. He was quite happy, but before he could announce it, the solution was useless. This result made Ye Fan so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Oink! Oink! The black wild boar in front of him oinked. It even put its two hooves together and made a kowtow motion. This scene made the already depressed Ye Fan even more angry. He really wanted to kick this black wild boar that was betraying him away. As the master, he was feeling uncomfortable. In the end, the black wild boar that was a summoned beast actually went to prey to its opponent. This made Ye Fan so angry that his nose almost went crooked. Black wild boar, I usually treat you so well. You don't know how to comfort me, but you actually went to curry favor with your opponent. This is really infuriating. I also don't know who is your master. The contract is clearly with me, but you went to find someone else. This is really unreasonable. Ye Fan grumbled indignantly. He felt so aggrieved that his face turned black. While Ye Fan was feeling depressed, Li Xian curled up on Qin Yu's shoulder and turned his head to look at the black wild boar. This wild boar had helped Qin Yu many times. For example, the ancient book came from this black wild boar. Such a good summoned beast should at least reward some of it so that it could give more good things in the future. Therefore, Li Xian looked at Qin Yu and said, Yu, give this black wild boar 9 pieces. Qin Yu was slightly stunned when she heard this, but she immediately nodded and said, okay. The 9 pet evolution pills fell into the black wild boar's mouth under everyone's envious gazes, causing it to directly lie on the ground and begin to absorb. Boom! A violent aura surged, and the black wild boar's level also received a breakthrough. Its strength soared by a large margin, and it looked even more ferocious and extraordinary. This scene made everyone present extremely envious. The apprentice's eyes were red with envy. Meow! The flying cat flapped its wings and flew quickly in the pill store. It circled around the room and meowed excitedly. With its lifespan extended, it finally did not have to die. It even saw an opportunity to break through to silver rank. Therefore, it was very happy. It could not help but fly to the counter, grabbed a pile of materials, and brought them to Li Xian. The city lord's wife saw this scene and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She ordered the crowd to bring more materials over and give them to Qin Yu and Li Xian. Sister Qi was not willing to be left behind. She constantly praised Qin Yu and Li Xian. Moreover, she used her beautiful eyes to look at Li Xian many times and sized him up curiously. She had once seen the surveillance footage and knew that Qin Yu's alchemy skills were not high. The moistening water pill used to be refined by Li Xian, and the pet evolution pill was almost 100% refined by Li Xian. In addition, it was Li Xian who had been speaking the whole time and Qin Yu's attitude. Sister Qi was already well aware of it. Therefore, she stood by the side with a bright smile. From time to time, she praised the orange cat for its cuteness. Her small hands even carried the fragrance of the wind. From time to time, she even wanted to pet the orange cat. Just like that, everyone chatted for a long time. What Li Xian did not expect was that Qin Yu, who was a little dumb and cute, was extraordinarily lucky. In just a short while, she had won the love of the city lord's wife. In the end, the city lord's wife pulled Qin Yu and insisted on taking Qin Yu as her daughter. She also wanted to give Qin Yu a small villa, which was located near the city lord's manor and had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Under the circumstances where it was difficult to reject her kind offer, Qin Yu finally became the city lord's wife's daughter and had the city lord's manor as her big backer. From afar, Ye Fan saw this scene and saw that his backer was gone just like that. He felt a chill in his heart and felt extremely uncomfortable. The key point was that the black wild boar had clearly broken through, yet it still refused to come back. It still sat obediently beside Qin Yu, which made Ye Fan feel even more indignant. He really wanted to go up and kick the black wild boar a few times. Unfortunately, he could not. After all, the city lord's wife was here, so Ye Fan could only watch gloomily. Not long after, an agreement was reached. The city lord's wife used a large amount of materials to purchase Li Xian's medicinal pills. Both sides were mutually beneficial. At the same time, she helped Li Xian find rare materials, such as transcendence fruits. Thus, Li Xian was not in a hurry to return to the summoned beast's world. Instead, he stayed in Qin Yu's world for a full 2 months. During this period, they first moved to a new villa, then continued to refine pills and study the rest of the pills. In these 2 months, through Qin Yu, the cheating device, Li Xian's alchemy level skyrocketed. The number of pills he could refine reached over 100. Although most of them were low-grade pills, his alchemy level had indeed improved by a large margin. According to the words of this world, he was already a bronze-rank alchemist. In the entire Black Rock City, he could be considered as one of the strongest alchemists. However, in regards to this, Li Xian only used it as a support. What was truly useful was his combat strength. Thus, he once again returned to the summoned beast's world and chose to commit suicide. Ding! You have died. Random Resurrection. Chapter 186 Purification. Following the mechanical notification, the warm sunlight shone on Li Xian's body, making him feel warm. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and green water. He also saw the dividing line between District 99 and District 98. I've actually reached the boundary line. I don't care anymore. Let's see what skills I've obtained first. Li Xian looked at his own body and felt that he was a bit like a panda. With doubt, Li Xian closed his eyes and began to search through the memories in his mind. The scene in front of him changed, and scenes appeared one after another. They flashed through his mind like a cartoon, causing Li Xian's eyes to gradually widen. I've become a black iron rank purification beast? I can actually purify everything. Li Xian was shocked and his expression became very serious. It was because this ability was a little abnormal. It could purify everything. That's not right. The reason this purification beast died was that its soul collapsed. In other words, purifying requires soul power. Li Xian took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand, preparing to try out the purification skill. However, looking at his black claws and the black and white stripes on his body, Li Xian was a little speechless. This was because he had really become a panda man. With the appearance of a panda, he could stand like a human. Although he was only about 1.5 meters tall, his appearance was very cute. If he wore a bamboo hat, held a weapon, and put on a pose, it would definitely be very cool. I don't care. I'll try my purification skill first. Li Xian lowered his head and looked at the dried leaves on the grass. White light flashed on his right hand, and the power of light quickly landed on the dried leaves on the ground. In the next second, the dried leaves began to slowly decompose, turning into dust from the root and finally disappearing into the world. This result surprised Li Xian and made him continue the test in anticipation. 10 minutes later, Li Xian frowned and withdrew his purification skill, because he was not satisfied with the test result. The speed of purification is too slow. With leaves without vitality, it takes more than a minute to complete purification. If it takes 3 to 4 minutes to purify a blade of grass with life, the speed is too slow. The only advantage is that the casting range is relatively large. Li Xian shook his head. He felt that this ability was somewhat useless. Although the effect was abnormal, it was still too weak. The key point was that this ability was already at the intermediate level. Logically speaking, it should not be so weak. It seems that the panda man has other skills. Unfortunately, his soul collapsed and his memory was lost. I only obtained one skill. Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. I'll increase the level of purification later. Li Xian was prepared to increase the level of purification. In his portable space, there were a large number of materials stored. Among them were various materials that could improve the purification skill. Even the transcendence fruit in the space could improve the purification skill. The only thing that was lacking was the purification grass that was required to advance from intermediate level to advanced level. There shouldn't be any purification grass in this area. The panda man has been searching for so long, but it still couldn't find one. It's obviously not around here. Li Xian was not going to waste any more time. Instead, he was going to commit suicide. This time, he made up his mind to reincarnate a few more times. After all, his soul had reached silver rank, so it would not be a problem to reincarnate a few more times. Thus, he habitually injected his battle instincts, his body of steel, and all his passive skills into his body. He even condensed 2 long knives in his hands. The next second, he took the long knife and committed suicide. One of the knives was propped up against the ground, while the other stabbed straight into his heart. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. The light lifted the curtain of darkness, and Li Xian breathed in fresh air once again. What did the reincarnation turn into this time? Li Xian's eyes blinked, and a black valley appeared in front of him. The abnormal black scene stunned Li Xian. This is poison. Li Xian tilted his head and looked around. He found that the valley was filled with black gas. The strong poison had caused many plants to be corroded and poisoned to death. With doubt, Li Xian browsed through the memories of this body and quickly came to a realization. So this time, I reincarnated into a poisonous fog beast. It's a high-level bronze rank poisonous fog beast. It allowed me to master 2 advanced level skills. Not bad. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. His consciousness landed on the data panel, and he looked at the introduction of these 2 abilities. Corrosive black fog, advanced level. Can release a black fog with corrosive properties, corroding everything. Highly toxic black fog, advanced level. Can release a black fog with highly toxic properties, poisoning everything. Not bad, not bad. They're all advanced level skills, and I have materials to upgrade my skills. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised as he found the advanced materials from his portable space and swallowed them all. His portable space contained a large number of materials, and it was already full. If he did not eat spatial stones frequently to increase the size of the space, the materials he obtained could only be thrown into the auction house. However, the auction house also had a limit. After putting in 1,000 materials, the auction house would be full, and he could not put anything else in. Li Xian could only continue to expand his portable space. Ding! Your advanced level corrosive black fog has been successfully upgraded to peak level. Ding! Your advanced level highly toxic black fog has been successfully upgraded to peak level. Following 2 mechanical beeps, Li Xian had once again obtained 2 types of peak level skills, and his strength had increased to a certain extent. I've become stronger again. This is great. If I self-destruct later, the poisonous black fog will be everywhere. The enemies who are in the midst of my self-destructing will definitely be extremely miserable. Li Xian was very happy. He was very satisfied with the new ability he had obtained. However, just at this moment, just as Li Xian was satisfied, the pleasant sound of the notification rang in the ears of all the reincarnators in the Ash Wolf area. Hint: the crocodile race has started a race war against the humans in the Ash Wolf area. 500 crocodile race members are heading toward the Ash Wolf area in District 99. Hint: the humans are weak. Killing the crocodiles will grant you 10 times the honor points. The victor will also receive a mysterious reward. Hint: a new item is being auctioned at the auction house. You can use honor points to exchange for it. The continuous sound of notifications made Li Xian's expression changed slightly. A race war? I didn't expect it to start so soon. However, the 10 times reward is really not a small amount. Li Xian's eyes sparkled. He was ready to kill these 500 crocodiles and make a fortune. This was because when he opened the auction house, he found that the auction house had added a large number of materials. Many rare materials had appeared in the auction house. There were even hundreds of thousands of spatial stones. With so many spatial stones, Li Xian naturally would not miss it. He immediately spent all his honor points and bought them crazily. Hint: purchase successful. You have obtained space stones. They have been stored in the temporary storage box. Hint: purchase successful. You have obtained space stones. They have been stored in the temporary storage box. I have used up all my honor points. There are still so many spatial stones left. I have to earn honor points. Li Xian took a deep breath. He opened his god's perspective and quickly ran to the edge of the Ash Wolf area. In the chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel had already exploded. Everyone in the Ash Wolf area was anxiously talking, worried that they would die. Didn't you guys notice? As long as we leave the Ash Wolf area, we will be able to survive. We don't need to fight, someone said. Indeed, but this is a good opportunity to obtain honor points. If we miss it, the crocodiles will get it. Are you guys willing? So what if I'm unwilling? I'm just an ordinary rank healing frog. Even summoners despise me. They despise my slow speed. They despise me for not being able to protect their master. Other than healing, what else can I do? I've decided to escape. My level is also ordinary rank, while the weakest crocodile race is black iron rank. This isn't a fair battle at all. Fair? There's no such thing in this world. If the enemy wants to kill you, do they have to wait for your strength to rise to the same level? Stop dreaming. What we need to do now is to escape and survive. If you want to leave, then leave. I want to stay and fight. Even if I lose, I have no regrets. The Mist Beast roared loudly. It's easy to say that. Your mist skill can make you immortal. It's easy to escape, but what about us? We would die. That's right, I'm leaving. While there's still time, hurry up and leave. Most of the people in the chat channel started to run, running for their lives in other areas. At the border of District 98 and District 99, the Panda Man's body, which had been injected with a large number of Li Xian's skills, stood quietly in the breeze. His steel body was like a rock, but there was a sharp long knife in his heart. Bang! 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 Chapter 187: The Terrifying Panda Man. Bang! 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 Dull sounds echoed from afar. Along with this sound, a large group of crocodile race members slowly walked over from afar with all kinds of weapons in their hands. The crocodile race was all over 2 meters in size. Their bodies resembled humans, but their heads were large crocodile heads, and behind them grew large crocodile tails. Their skin was covered with thick scales, and their defense was extremely strong. Each crocodile race member's aura was very strong, and the vertical pupils on their heads were filled with coldness. Young clan leader, killing these small humans isn't worth expending precious challenge scrolls, right? Give me 100 people, and I can easily raise the Ashwolf area, the captain said while carrying his mace. If we only kill humans, it's indeed not worth using challenge scrolls, but our goal is to occupy the Ashwolf area, so we have to kill all the humans and summoned beasts here. After winning through the challenge scroll, we can also obtain a mysterious and precious reward. Now is the best opportunity, the young clan leader said indifferently. I see, that's true. Humans are very weak. Killing them is as easy as squashing an ant. Therefore, we will definitely win this battle. The mysterious reward naturally belongs to us. The young clan leader came to a realization. It's good that you know. The challenge scroll is very precious. My clan only has one. This is also training for my clan. I hope to occupy the entire Ashwolf area within a day, said the young clan leader. Young clan leader, don't worry. They are just small humans. In front of the powerful crocodile race, these humans are like trash, casually trampled to death. The captain spoke arrogantly. He was 2.5 meters tall and sturdy. His large mouth opened and closed, revealing his cold teeth. Very good. Let's go. Kill all the living beings along the way. Let the humans experience the strength of our crocodile tribe. The young clan leader ordered loudly. Yes, young clan leader. The crocodile race members shouted excitedly. They carried all kinds of weapons and continued to move forward. Far away, they saw the motionless panda man near the border. It seems to be a dead summoned beast. Who cares, smash it all. Vice Captain, smash this summoned beast for me. The captain pointed at the panda man and said. Yes. Vice Captain. A similarly strong crocodile race man held a huge axe and ran out, straight towards the panda man. Watch me chop you. The vice captain's body suddenly jumped up. He held the huge axe with both hands and jumped into the air. Then, he swung the huge axe towards the panda man's forehead. This sharp axe was very powerful. Coupled with the vice captain's bronze rank strength, almost no one could block it. Therefore, the vice captain's face already revealed a proud expression. Whoosh! A cold light flashed past. The vice captain only felt a blur before his neck turned cold. Where is it? The vice captain looked at the empty grassland in front of him. He was at a loss. He did not know why the panda man had disappeared. However, he did not have time to think before his head rolled off and blood spurted out. Bang! A crocodile head rolled on the ground twice. It looked forward with its eyes wide open as if it had not realized what was going on. Behind the crocodile's corpse, the panda man stood quietly with both hands holding a knife. There was no aura on his body as if he was a dead man. However, on the long knife in his right hand, traces of blood dripped onto the grass along the long knife, dyeing the grass red. Gulp! The weaker black iron rank members of the crocodile race swallowed their saliva when they saw this strange scene. They felt a chill on their backs. This was because they had not seen clearly what was going on. Damn it, what's going on? How did the vice captain die? Someone whispered. It's that summoned beast. It's so fast. It killed the vice captain with one slash at the critical moment. It's too strong. Yes, that's right. This summoned beast isn't simple. Everyone, be careful. The crocodile race men discussed animatedly and looked solemnly at the panda man. Even the young clan leader and the captain became serious. However, they had the advantage of numbers and were not afraid of this strange panda. Man! Everyone, listen up. Come with me and kill it. The captain roared and led a large number of his subordinates as he charged out like a dark tide toward the panda man. Crack! Crack! The panda man twisted his neck and let out a cracking sound. His body slowly leaned forward and he swung his dual blades backward, making a strange battle move. Whoosh! 11. The panda man's figure flashed past quickly. He charged into the crocodile race's team expressionlessly and started his slaughter amidst the bloody shadows of his blades. 30 kilometers away, Li Xian was running rapidly on the grass. At the same time, he was flipping through the many good items in the auction house. The more he looked, the more he wanted to buy them off. However, he did not have any honor points, so he could only watch with envy. However, at this moment, just as he was feeling envious, he suddenly realized that his honor points had actually increased a little. Immediately after, a large number of honor points began to pour in. Ha ha ha, it must be the Panda Man's corpse that has taken effect. It's not in vain for me to inject so many abilities into the corpse every time before I die. But I have to speed up. The power injected won't last for long. The corpse will fall soon. Li Xian muttered to himself. The speed enhancement was suddenly activated, and his entire body flashed past like an afterimage. After a period of time, Li Xian was finally not far from the border. He could see the battle scene from his god's perspective. Is it dead? It doesn't matter, there's still me. I thought of an interesting battle method. Li Xian's body suddenly changed. Soon, he turned into a small circle of panda people with a different appearance. Then, he formed a long saber and charged out. At the border, the fierce battle finally stopped. The thick smell of blood covered a large area. Broken bodies fell to the ground one after another. There was despair in their eyes. Cough. 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 The young clan leader covered his chest and kept coughing blood. The big sword in his hand had been broken into 2 pieces, and his body was shaking. Beside the young clan leader, a few crocodile race men who were protecting the young clan leader were covered in blood. It was obvious that they were also injured. What kind of summoned beast is this? How can it be so terrifying? It actually killed so many of us, the young clan leader said solemnly. It looks like a purification beast, but it's definitely not a purification beast. I don't know what it is exactly. The captain shook his head. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had lost too much blood. He turned his head to look at the corpse on the ground. Seeing the fearful looks of his subordinates, he said angrily. All of you, stand up. What's there to be afraid of? So what if this guy is strong? He'll still be killed by us. We're the crocodile race. We're not afraid of anything. We can kill anyone who comes. After the captain finished speaking, he raised his mace and smashed it at the panda's corpse. Bang! 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 With a dull sound, the panda's corpse began to sink bit by bit. It was smashed by the mace until it was beyond recognition. The corpse was smashed into pieces. This scene made the crocodiles feel very happy. They could not help but stand up and smash the panda's corpse together. They began to vent crazily. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Our crocodile race is invincible. Even if another summoned beast like this comes, we can still kill it. The captain laughed loudly in front of all the race members. At the same time, he used his mace to pick up the panda man's corpse and demonstrate it in front of everyone. However, after he said this, the entire scene fell silent. All the crocodile race men revealed frightened expressions as they looked behind the captain in fear. This gaze also caused the captain to be shocked. He slowly turned his head back in panic. In the next second, his pupils constricted. Chapter 188 Ashwolf Area Leader. Not far away, on the lush green grass, a panda man was holding 2 shining long knives as he ran over from afar. This panda man's eyes were extremely cold. When he looked at the crocodile race men, it was as if he was looking at dead people. In addition, the panda man's aura was extremely terrifying, causing the captain's heart to palpitate. He felt an extreme sense of danger. Without the slightest hesitation, the captain shouted in fear, "Run! Take the young clan leader and run quickly. I'll block him, quick!" Whoosh! A sharp blade light flashed past, leaving a beautiful ring of light in the air. The crocodile race's captain felt a chill on his neck, and then the world spun. When he landed, he saw his headless body. Bang! The captain's body fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. He stared at the back of the panda man with his eyes wide open. Whoosh! 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 The one-sided slaughter began. The panda man's expression was cold, and his dual blades were like lightning. Every time they flashed, a corpse would fall to the ground. Many crocodile race members protected the young clan leader and quickly retreated, trying to block this terrifying panda man. However, none of the crocodile race men who were close to the panda man could withstand a single move and were all instantly killed. The panda man was like an uninhabited land amongst the crocodile race men. The long knife in his hand was like chopping melons and vegetables, easily killing the enemies. Such a clean killing scared the crocodile race men so much that they retreated frantically, fleeing in fear and despair. After a period of time, the battle stopped. Li Xian, who was dyed red with blood, stood among the many corpses. He carried a long knife and stood quietly in the breeze. His entire body was emitting a dense bloody smell. He was like a devil from Azura hell. There was not a single living creature within a radius of several kilometers. Even the chirping of insects and birds had stopped. The entire world was silent. That's it. The crocodile race is so weak. Li Xian was speechless. The crocodile race was too weak. He had not even finished warming up and had already killed all the crocodile race men. He did not even have time to experiment with many of his ultimate moves. Oh right, one of the crocodile race men tore a space scroll and escaped. However, it doesn't matter. Just come and take revenge on me. I don't mind earning more honor points. Li Xian looked at the honor points that had increased explosively and nodded his head in satisfaction. After this battle, it was definitely a great harvest for him. It gave 10 times the amount of honor points, just thinking about it felt very good. To be honest, the strongest of these crocodile race men is only bronze rank. With such weak strength, who gave them the courage to attack the Ash Wolf area? Who are they looking down on? Li Xian shook his head speechlessly. He could not understand why such a weak crocodile race would come to court death. It felt very strange. Let's buy the materials first. Later, the will of this world will announce the results of the race war. Let's see what the mysterious reward is. Li Xian held his long saber and walked to a small hill covered in blood. He slowly sat down in the breeze and began to check the items in the auction house. I'll buy spatial stones first. What I lack the most right now are spatial stones. 10,000 won't be enough. At the same time, I'll also improve my nature affinity. Li Xian activated the nouveau riche mode and crazily consumed honor points, constantly buying all kinds of materials. By the time he finished consuming his honor points, he had already bought a large number of things. Munch! Munch! Li Xian activated the glutton mode again and stuffed all the things he bought into his mouth, quickly improving his skills. On the other side, in the mountain crane area next to the Ash Wolf area, a group of human reincarnators ran for their lives here, sitting on the ground without any form. We finally escaped. Now we can finally survive, someone said happily. Yeah, the crocodile race is too terrifying. Why would such a powerful enemy choose to attack us? We don't even have many black iron rank experts. That's right. No one can stop the terrifying crocodile race. We can't even earn those honor points even if we wanted to. We really can't afford to offend them. It's a pity that there are still many human-summoned beasts that run slowly. Let's hope that they can survive. We can only pray. It's not that we want to leave them behind. It's just that their speed is too slow. There's nothing we can do. The crocodile race is too powerful. Everyone discussed animatedly. Although they coveted the honor points, the crocodile race was too terrifying. The humans were simply not a match for them. At the moment, all they could do was to wait for the battle to end. Returning to Li Xian's side. On a small hill, Li Xian was still eating his fill. After eating for an entire hour, he finally heard the notification sound. Ding! Your portable space has been upgraded to the peak level. Ding! Your natural affinity has been upgraded to the peak level. A series of notification sounds rang out. Li Xian's strength had been strengthened once again by this sound. In fact, his portable space had been expanded by 2 times. The full portable space finally had a place to store more things. It's not easy. My portable space has finally been upgraded. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and began to wait for the race war to end. Time slowly passed, and soon, 2 hours had passed. Just as Li Xian was getting impatient, a voice that had come late finally sounded. Hint, the race war has ended. The human race has won. The Ash Wolf area will be awarded to the human race. Due to your contribution exceeding 90%, the Ash Wolf area will belong to you alone. Hint, congratulations on obtaining the authority of the Ash Wolf area. You have obtained a blueprint of the Ash Wolf city. Hint, all reincarnators who survive in the Ash Wolf area will have to pay you honor points tax and receive your protection. Hint, you have obtained a mysterious treasure chest. Please open it yourself. Hint, you have become the Ash Wolf area leader. The world announcement will be made soon. Please enter your name. A series of voices rang out once more, causing Li Xian's eyes to shine brightly. I've actually become the Ash Wolf area leader? And I can even earn honor points through collecting taxes? It's a bit like a game city. Perhaps I can also collect taxes from buying and selling things. Li Xian looked at the spatial stones in the auction house and thought about his own territory. If there were 1,000,000 reincarnators and he could collect 10 honor points a month, that would be 10 million honor points. With so many honor points, it was much faster than him fighting monsters with all his effort. Therefore, Li Xian impatiently entered his name Li Xian. Time went back to a moment ago. In the mountain crane area next to the Ash Wolf area. From time to time, people would escape from the Ash Wolf area in a panic. They would sit on the ground and not move, including many people who were slow. This result gradually made everyone confused. It was really strange that they could escape at such a slow speed. Everyone rushed forward to ask about the result. The result was that they did not meet any enemies, which made everyone even more confused. They could not figure out why. Finally, the slowest was a picture snail and a healing frog. They walked anxiously from afar. Their speed was very slow, so they naturally became the ones that everyone abandoned. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to escape from the Ash Wolf area. Healing frog, picture snail, how did you escape? You were clearly so slow, but you actually managed to escape. The Mist Beast asked in puzzlement. The Mist Beast originally wanted to fight, but when he saw that everyone had escaped, he thought of the shortcomings of atomization and did not dare to fight anymore, so he escaped with them. When he saw that even the healing frog and picture snail had escaped, he was really puzzled. I don't know what's going on either. We didn't encounter any enemies. Why don't I see what's going on? I can release the scene that I've detected from a long distance in the form of a picture. However, the time it takes for me to release my skill is quite long. You guys pay attention to protecting my safety, the picture snail warned. Chapter 189 Transcendent Level Skill. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The Mist Beast nodded its head and promised. Then I'll start. The 2 antennae on the snail's head glowed and started to prepare bit by bit. As time passed, a screen with snowflakes on it slowly appeared in the air. Slowly, the screen appeared. Green mountains and clear water appeared, attracting everyone's attention. All of you wait for me quietly. I'll look for the target first, and then I'll send it to the screen. The picture snail began to search. In the past, he often could not find the enemy, but this time, he was very lucky. He actually met a dead rat and saw the crocodile race. However, the moment he saw the crocodile race, the picture snail was so scared that his entire body trembled. He could not even maintain the screen. What's wrong? Snail, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, the healing frog said worriedly. I'm fine. I'm just scared. Oh my god, do you know what I saw? It scared me to death, the picture snail said in fear. What did you see? Tell me quickly, the mist beast hurried him. I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I saw a large number of dead people. I saw many corpses of the crocodile race. Oh my god, it's too terrifying, the picture snail explained in shock. Crocodile race corpses? Are you sure? The black fog beast could not believe it. Of course I'm sure. I'm very sure. Wait a moment, I'll show you in the form of a screen. Snail took a deep breath and slowly showed the scene he saw on the screen. Then, everyone present saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They saw a terrifying scene that was like Azura hell. A large number of crocodile race corpses lay in pools of blood. The fear in the eyes of those corpses caused everyone's backs to turn cold. They're really dead. They're really dead. There are so many crocodile race corpses. Who's so terrifying that they killed so many powerful crocodile race members, the mist beast said in shock. Even if these crocodile race people are dead, they still feel very terrifying. Who can kill such a powerful race? The healing frog said in fear. Snail, quickly take a look at what's going on. Look at what kind of powerful expert killed the crocodile race. Okay, I'll give it a try. The picture snail nodded. Just as he was about to search, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. World announcement, the race war in the Ashwolf region has ended. The human race has won. World announcement, the human, Li Xian has defeated the crocodile race and conquered the Ashwolf area. He has become the leader of the Ashwolf area. Come. World announcement, human Li Xian is the first to establish a territory. Reward, the Ashwolf area will not be invaded by any race for 3 years. Several world announcements rang in the ears of all the human reincarnators, causing them to be slightly stunned. Immediately after, the chat channels of all the regions were in an uproar. F***ck, he can actually establish a territory. This Li Xian is so powerful. He's too powerful. I'm still an ordinary rank summoned beast, but he has already established a territory. Is he still human? The key point is that Li Xian defeated a race. The crocodile race is a powerful race in District 98. The lowest strength is Black Iron rank. The lowest is Black Iron rank? I don't even have a master. I'm still thousands of miles away from Black Iron rank. But now, someone has already defeated a Black Iron race and become a leader. Damn it, how can the difference between humans be so huge? A large amount of information flashed across the chat channels of various regions, causing everyone to be shocked and envious. The human reincarnators who had escaped to the mountain crane area were also dumbfounded when they heard the world announcement. Their minds were completely blank. After a long while, everyone finally reacted and said in a trembling voice, "We seem to have missed a great opportunity to earn honor points. Isn't that so? The key is that we ran for several hours before we managed to escape from the Ashwolf area. Now, the Ashwolf area has become the safest place. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have escaped." The mist beast was filled with regret. He cursed his own brain for actually escaping. Let's go back. The Ashwolf area won't be attacked for 3 years. The safety level has increased a lot, and there's also the powerful Li Xian. He defeated 500 crocodile race members. He's a monster. Let's go back. Let's go back to the Ashwolf area. The group began to walk toward the Ashwolf area. However, just as they walked into the Grey Wolf region, a voice sounded. Hint, you have entered the territory of the Ashwolf leader, Li Xian. This area belongs to Li Xian's protection territory. In this territory, you will have to pay 10 honor points every month. Hint: if you don't have honor points, you can exchange them with materials or work. The sound of the hint rang in everyone's ears, causing them to be slightly stunned. He actually wants to collect taxes. Isn't he too greedy? That's right. Honor points are so precious. I don't want to give them to others. At worst, we can just go to another territory. Right, let's go to the mountain crane area. Some people felt that Li Xian was too greedy, so they directly turned around and left, heading to another area. However, there were still quite a number of people who stayed behind. For example, creatures like the picture snail and the healing frog, that were slower and weaker in strength. They knew their own limits and did not want to be abandoned by others. In addition, Li Xian was powerful, so ordinary people did not dare to come to the Ashwolf area. Therefore, even if they did not have honor points, they still stayed behind and chose to work to pay off their debts. On the other side, on a small hill, Li Xian looked at the mysterious treasure chest in his arms, his eyes full of surprise. With deep anticipation, Li Xian slowly opened the treasure chest, and immediately, a golden light flashed. Following that, a mysterious book appeared in front of Li Xian, emitting a resplendent light. Book. Li Xian carefully read it and discovered a line of large words written in the book: Teleportation Door Skill Book. Teleportation Door? It's actually this. That's great. Li Xian did not hesitate and immediately used the skill book. Ding! You have obtained a transcendent level skill, Teleportation Door. It can expend soul power to condense a teleportation door. Transcendent level skill? It's actually a transcendent level skill. Li Xian stood up and looked at the transcendent level skill pain in disbelief. The teleportation door skill had appeared there. What a great harvest this time! Li Xian suppressed the surprise in his heart and tried his best to calm himself down. Then, he looked at the mark on his left wrist. There was a mark of a wolf's head there, which also represented his control over this territory. Next, I'll set up the main city. Li Xian took out a blueprint. This was the blueprint of the main city. He could put it on the plain and build a safe main city. Where should I build the main city? The Ashwolf Lake is not bad, let's build it over there. Li Xian's figure flashed quickly and soon arrived at the plain not far from the Ashwolf Lake. Then, he threw the blueprint of the main city down. Rumble. Following a series of rumbling sounds, a towering ancient main city slowly appeared, successfully constructed amidst the clouds. What surprised Li Xian was that on the city gate of this city, there were 4 large characters that were written with dancing dragons and phoenixes. Not bad, really not bad. Next, I'll start setting up the main city. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. The main city's structure diagram appeared in his mind, including the various buildings, houses, and trading houses within the city. They were all clearly visible. Li Xian followed his own ideas and set up the main city. For example, the requirements for entering the city, taxes, various work arrangements, missions, and so on. After everything was set up, Li Xian walked around the city in satisfaction. He looked at the city lord's manor that belonged solely to him and then prepared to reincarnate. With more skills, I will become stronger. That's why I want to continue reincarnating. Li Xian left the city and rushed from District 99 to District 98. After pouring power into his body, he committed suicide. Ding! You have died. Random Resurrection. Chapter 190 Steel Mantis. Following the mechanical notification, Li Xian's dark world once again welcomed light. Resurrected again. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. What entered his vision was a slightly dim cave. The rocks in the cave were strangely shaped. Some of the stone people had fungi growing on them. The environment of the cave was slightly damp. There was a small pool near the stone wall. Clear spring water flowed out from the small pool. Clearly, there was a small spring here. Li Xian lowered his head and saw that there was a thick layer of dry grass under his feet. He felt very soft and comfortable. However, when he saw his white limbs, Li Xian frowned. It seems to have become a mantis. However, why is the body white? Moreover, I feel that the body is very weak. Li Xian closed his eyes silently and began to search through the memories of this body. Very soon, he opened his eyes and revealed an incredulous expression. A bronze rank white mantis? It can actually consume soul power and create 3 mantis puppets without emotions or souls. Li Xian's expression became very serious because the creature that had reincarnated this time was somewhat special. The white mantis was not very strong. Its main body's movement speed was very slow, its strength was weak, and its defense was weak. It could be said to be an extremely fragile summoned beast. However, this summoned beast had a special ability, which was to create 3 robot-like mantis puppets. The level of the mantis puppets created could reach the mid-level black iron rank. The mantis puppets only had a simple consciousness. The core principle was to protect the rights and interests of the creator and protect the safety of the creator. The creator could destroy the 3 mantis puppets with a thought, and he could also create them again. When the creator created the mantis puppets, it could copy 3 of its skills to the mantis puppets. However, the skill to copy had to be suitable for the mantis puppets. Otherwise, it would not be able to create the mantis puppets successfully. This skill suits me very well. I have many skills. If I were to give 3 transcendent level skills to the mantis puppets, that would be amazing. Li Xian's eyes sparkled. He was prepared to try creating 3 mantis puppets. With deep anticipation, Li Xian activated the mantis puppet creation skill while also trying to infuse them with skills. Following the consumption of a large amount of soul power, Li Xian began to try one by one. First, he tried to duplicate his own transcendent monstrous strength, but unfortunately, he failed. Li Xian continued to testing all of his abilities. In the end, he chose the steel body, self-destruct, and battle instinct. A few minutes later, Li Xian slowly created 3 mantises, the steel mantises that were emitting a cold aura. Looking at the awe-inspiring steel mantises, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, you guys fight each other. Let me see your combat strength." Whoosh! 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 Clink, clank, clink, clank. A series of sparks suddenly flew. The 3 mantises' figures flashed quickly and began an intense battle. As the battle continued, the 3 mantises were like killing machines, madly fighting. The sharp broadsword carried a cold glint as it swept past from time to time, attacking each other's vital points. Just like that, the 3 mantises attacked each other with all their might. The fierce battle scene was quite interesting, but it was a pity that they were too weak. The strength of a mid-level black iron rank was still not enough in front of Li Xian. Even if they had obtained the 3 transcendent level skills that Li Xian had duplicated, they were still too weak, unless they used the self-destruct skill. "Alright, you can stop now." Li Xian shook his head. He felt that the steel mantis could only be used as a self-destructing truck. Other than that, it was not of much use. Crack! 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 Following Li Xian's order, the 3 mantises instantly stopped and stood in place like robots. They are very obedient. Li Xian looked at the skill introduction again. When he saw that the core principle was to protect the rights and interests of the creator and protect the safety of the creator, Li Xian wanted to test them again. "From now on, you guys will be called number 1, number 2, and no 3. Li Xian pointed at the 3 steel mantises one by one and then said, "From now on, you guys are free to move around." Whoosh! Whoosh! Steel mantises number 2 and number 3 rushed to the exit of the cave like lightning and disappeared in a moment. In the end, less than 10 seconds after they rushed out, the panicked cries of bears and screams of pain could be heard from outside. Inside the cave, Steel Mantis No. 1 stood quietly like a guard protecting Li Xian's safety. He did not leave Li Xian's side. Whoosh! Whoosh! Steel Mantis No. 2 and No. 3 returned. They carried a dead bear and rushed in to put it down. Then, they rushed out of the cave again. The remaining Mantis No. 1 walked in front of the dead bear. He quickly waved his mantis broadsword and kept cutting the dead bear. Soon, the most tender bear meat was cut out and started to be washed, divided, and stored. Li Xian was stunned by this scene. It felt like a dream. Interesting. Although their strength isn't good, their strength is not bad as a servant. Thinking of this, Li Xian released a fireball at the wood not far away. In an instant, the wood started to burn. Whoosh! Steel Mantis No. 1, which was storing food, suddenly rushed toward the wood and quickly moved the wood further away to prevent the fire from burning Li Xian. Then, the Steel Mantis cleaned its large knives and quickly cut the bear meat into small pieces. After using the large knife to cut through it, it stood next to the fire and began to roast. This scene also made Li Xian watch with curiosity. He was looking forward to what kind of bear meat No. 1 could roast. As time passed, the rich aroma of meat began to permeate the air. Li Xian was salivating. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Steel Mantises No. 2 and No. 3 quickly ran back with many things. Some of them were large lotus leaves that had been cleaned. Sizzle! 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 The aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Soon, the roasted meat was ready. The Steel Mantis No. 1 wrapped it in lotus leaves and carefully placed it in front of Li Xian. Then, the Steel Mantis No. 1 went back to work. Whoosh! Whoosh! No. 2 and No. 3 rushed out again. Not long after, a stone bucket used to store food was carried back. After doing all this, the No. 2 and No. 3 set off again. They hurriedly ran far away. Li Xian looked at the busy Steel Mantis. He felt that he had created 3 servants, and they were very considerate. They did not need to be commanded to complete the task. They should be influenced by my subconscious at all times and know what to do and what not to do. Moreover, I can kill them with just a thought. Li Xian was very satisfied with his creation this time. Although they were a little weak, they were enough to be servants. Therefore, Li Xian prepared to test them while tasting the roasted meat. Time passed little by little. No. 2 and No. 3 wandered around, eliminating all threats. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the huge Ash Wolf Valley. This was the residence of the original owner of the Ash Wolf area, the Ash Wolf. Since it was deprived of its power, it must be unhappy. No. 2 and No. 3 began to run wildly, rushing straight toward the Ash Wolf Valley. They were ready to see if the Ash Wolf had any resentment. If it did, they would kill it. In the Ash Wolf Valley, a huge snow-white wolf stood quietly in the valley, its wise eyes looking at the sky. The powerful aura of the Wolf King was released wantonly. Ash Wolf King, you are no longer the leader of this place. There is no place for you here anymore. Do you want to submit to the new leader? A parrot said loudly. Submit. The Ash Wolf King spoke in human language, and powerful spiritual power undulated around its body. You want me to submit him without him defeating me? Rule the Ash Wolf area? What a joke! Just wait, I will break through to silver rank soon. When that time comes, I will definitely become the king of this place again. No one can expect me to submit. The Ash Wolf King spoke proudly, and the aura around him became more and more terrifying, causing the surrounding summoned beasts to shiver. Chapter 191 The Ash Wolf King's Nightmare. The parrot looked at the mighty Ash Wolf King and heard that it was about to break through to silver rank. It could not help but feel awe in its heart. Ash Wolf King, are you about to break through to silver rank? Of course. I've worked hard for so many years and finally saw the hope of breaking through a few days ago. Just you wait. In less than 5 days, I'll be able to break through to silver rank and become a true ruler of the area. The Ash Wolf King said proudly. Its huge white head was raised high, and terrifying spiritual power fluctuations rippled once again. Each ripple was stronger than before. So strong. As long as you break through to silver rank, the Ash Wolf area will definitely return to your hands. Even the surrounding leaders wouldn't dare to offend you again. The parrot said respectfully. Its attitude was completely different from before. This is inevitable. No one can take away the Ash Wolf area from me, let alone make me submit. In my world, there is no such thing as submission. The Ash Wolf King made a bold declaration. Its unyielding will was fully displayed at this moment. When the parrot heard this, it admired the Ash Wolf King even more. It hurriedly continued to praise it and said a lot of flattering words. After the parrot left, the Ash Wolf King began to patrol its own valley. It was prepared to return to its own cave to make a breakthrough after completing its patrol. However, it had just arrived at the entrance of the valley. A steel mantis with a mid-level black iron rank rushed over quickly and stood fearlessly in front of the Ash Wolf King. Where did this low-level summoned beast come from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Scram! The Ash Wolf King opened its mouth wide, and a sharp wind blade suddenly shot out, directly slashing towards the steel mantis. Ding! A long vibrating sound rang out, causing the Ash Wolf King to pause. It was because the sharp wind blade that the Ash Wolf King had just released was actually blocked by the steel mantis. This scene caused the Ash Wolf King to have some doubts about life. It was a summoned beast at the bronze rank peak. The wind blades it released were something that even a mid-level bronze rank would not dare to receive. However, this steel mantis actually used those two large blades to block it. This was truly astonishing. You have some ability, but that's all. Die. Whoosh. 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 Densely packed wind blades appeared in the air, carrying a terrifying power that could cut through everything. They instantly swept toward the steel mantis. These wind blades were too dense, stacked on top of each other, and the angles were tricky. Not to mention low-level summoned beasts, even summoned beasts of the same level as the Ash Wolf King did not dare to take these wind blades head-on. Therefore, after the Ash Wolf King finished releasing the wind blades, it waited confidently, ready to watch the scene of the steel mantis being dismembered. Clink! Clank! Clink! Clank! A series of colliding sounds rang out. Along with this sound, the steel mantis moved its body rapidly as if it was assisted by God. It could always dodge the wind blades at the critical moment. Even if it could not dodge the wind blades, it could still swing its large saber to collide with the wind blades. From there, it could borrow the force of the collision to dodge the remaining wind blades. At this moment, under the wind blades that filled the sky, the steel mantis flashed like a butterfly passing through a flower. It moved gracefully amidst the crisp sounds and walked out with extremely thrilling and exciting steps and footwork. During this process, the Ash Wolf King had been watching the entire time. At first, it did not take it seriously. However, as it watched, the Ash Wolf King's expression became solemn. It felt that this steel mantis was not simple. What a terrifying battle instinct skill! This fellow's battle instinct is actually so powerful. It can always dodge the wind blades at the critical moment. Moreover, how can its steel body be so tough? Its large saber was continuously cut by several wind blades, but only a small amount of damage appeared. This is too abnormal. The Ash Wolf King became serious. It felt that this steel mantis was definitely a battle maniac. If this fellow grew up, it would definitely be invincible among its peers. It's really amazing. Unfortunately, its strength is too weak. The gap between it and me is too big. Today, you will die without a doubt. The power of the wind rose around the Ash Wolf King. Its feet were also wrapped by the wind. Wisps of white light spread over its body, forming something like a protective membrane that protected it. Next, I'll let you experience the power of the bronze rank peak. Die! Whoosh! The Ashwolf King's figure flashed like a gale, carrying a terrifying aura as it charged toward the steel mantis. 3 kilometers away, steel mantis no 2 stood under an orange tree, quietly looking at the oranges on the tree. The fresh and tender oranges looked very delicious. Whoosh! 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 Steel mantis no 2 waved the large knife in its hand, frantically digging up the soil under the orange tree. It cut along the tree roots bit by bit, quickly digging up the orange tree. The key point was that this orange tree had roots, so it could obviously continue to be planted. After doing all this, Steel Mantis number 2 prepared to bring the orange tree back to the cave. However, at this moment, it suddenly turned its head to look in the direction of the Ashwolf Valley and ran at full speed. Rumble! A terrifying explosion swept through the entire Ashwolf Valley. Smoke and dust filled the air and rose into the sky. A large amount of rubble was blasted away by the explosion and swept in all directions like bullets. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the Ashwolf King limped as he walked. His entire body was covered in wounds, and blood was dripping from his mouth. Too strong. This steel mantis is a monster. Its combat talent is terrifying, and its defense is astonishing. Most importantly, it can even self-destruct. F***ck, it hurts like hell. Who the F***ck did I offend? Why won't this mantis let me off even if it dies? The Ashwolf King felt very aggrieved. It had been patrolling its territory, but in the end, it had suffered such a disaster. Most importantly, the other party was willing to self-destruct rather than leave. This made the Ashwolf King extremely uncomfortable, and it could not help but curse out the profanity that it had learned from the humans. Fortunately, the steel mantis died. Otherwise, when it grew up, it would definitely be a nightmare for me. The Ashwolf King said happily. It raised its claws and condensed a white light, and began to heal its own injuries. Under the treatment of the white light, its injuries recovered quite a bit, and its combat strength also gradually recovered. As the king that once ruled the Ashwolf area, although its level was only at the bronze rank peak, it had a total of 5 skills. In addition, its skills were all very high level, making it like an unkillable cockroach. It could run, heal, resist, and even attack in groups. It was a very powerful all-rounded summoned beast. That was why the Ashwolf King was full of confidence. It thought that after breaking through to silver rank, it would definitely be able to take back the Ashwolf area. It's time to try and break through to silver rank. My stomach hurts so much. Although my external injuries have been healed, my internal injuries will need some time to recover. Moreover, I've used up quite a bit of my spiritual power. If another steel mantis were to appear, I reckon that even if I don't die, I would still be skinned alive. The Ashwolf King shook its head, feeling that this was not very likely. After all, having one was already very abnormal. If another steel mantis were to appear, it would definitely be a disaster. However, at this moment, just as the Ashwolf King finished saying these words, it suddenly felt something. It suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction of the valley entrance. In the next second, its pupils constricted. F***ck, another mantis really came. The Ashwolf King was terrified. It hurriedly gathered all its abilities and prepared for battle with all its strength. However, at this moment, the steel mantis suddenly picked up a large rock and carved a large word on it: submit. Submit? Submit to you? Impossible. I, Ashwolf King, will never submit to a summoned beast that is weaker than me, the Ashwolf King roared. Buzz. The mysterious undulations began to ripple, causing the Ashwolf King's heart to skip a beat. This was because it had previously felt such undulations. At the instant the undulations appeared, the steel mantis had self-destructed just like that. At the moment, the steel mantis at the entrance of the valley had released such a fluctuation before the fight had even begun. This already proved that the other party was going to self-destruct. As expected, the steel mantis began to run at high speed, charging at the Ash Wolf King like a rocket. Sensing the fluctuation of the steel mantis and seeing the other party charging at it, the Ash Wolf King was frightened and shouted in fear. "Don't come over!" Rumble! A terrifying explosion appeared, engulfing the entire Ashwolf Valley once again. The entire valley seemed to have suffered an earthquake as the ground shook and the mountains shook. Thick smoke rose up, causing the entire area to sink into a dark state and become indistinct. Chapter 192 Scaring the Ashwolf King. On the other side, in the cave, Li Xian was eating roasted meat while checking all sorts of information about the main city. He was constantly setting up and issuing missions for the main city. However, at this moment, Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Another one died? As expected, this steel mantis is too weak. It's only suitable to be a servant. Li Xian shook his head and activated his god's perspective. Soon, he saw an orange tree that had been cut down. The fresh and tender oranges were enough to make one drool. "No one, go and get that orange tree back." Li Xian put away his god's perspective and ordered. Whoosh! Number 1 rushed out at high speed and left without any hesitation. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction when he saw this scene. Although it's a little weak, it's indeed suitable to be a servant. Then, I'll create 2 more to make it 3. Li Xian muttered and once again released the mantis puppet creation skill and continued to create steel puppets. Following the large consumption of soul power, 2 new steel puppets gradually appeared, their metallic bodies emitting a cold texture. The consumption of soul power is really not small. To create a mantis puppet, it actually consumes 5% of my soul power. What a waste! Forget it, I'll sleep. I should be able to recover after a nap. Li Xian stretched his body and laid down in the grass to sleep, beginning to recover the soul power he had consumed. Outside, at Ashwolf Valley, the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing the ruined valley. At this moment, the valley had turned into ruins. The originally beautiful grass, trees, and flowers had all been destroyed. The entire valley was only left with a devastated land and the scarred Ashwolf King. At this moment, the Ashwolf King was lying on the ground motionless. Its breathing became very weak, and it could not even stand up. Fortunately, the white light kept flashing, healing its heavily injured body. When that steel mantis self-destructed, it held back. Otherwise, I might have already died. When the Ashwolf King thought of the terrifying scene not long ago, a thick fear emerged in its heart. It had almost died, and completely vanished into thin air. If not for that steel mantis choosing to self-destruct from afar and not getting too close to the Ashwolf King, the Ashwolf King might have already been finished. I don't want to experience this kind of near-death state anymore. It's too terrifying. The Ashwolf King continued to heal himself. His injuries gradually improved, and he could slowly stand up. Even his hair had recovered to its original state. However, his internal injuries were too severe, and even his walking was shaky. I'll continue to heal. I can't let other summoned beasts see my weakness. At this moment, I can't even defeat an ordinary rank summoned beast. The Ashwolf King continued to work hard to heal itself. Gradually, its steps stopped swaying and it could walk slowly. However, it clearly knew that it could only heal to this extent. If it wanted to continue to recover, it would need at least half a year. Let's return to the cave. This is my territory. No one dares to approach it easily. If I rest in the cave for half a year, I might be able to recover. The Ashwolf King slowly walked forward with its claws. However, it soon sensed something and hurriedly looked toward the entrance of the valley. Then, the steel mantis that it was most unwilling to see appeared. A steel mantis was carrying an orange tree and watching from afar. It did not have any intention of attacking. However, the steel mantis raised the large blades on its forelimbs and made a gesture of cutting its neck. Then, the steel mantis left, carrying the orange tree and leaving quickly. However, the neck-slicing motion scared the Ash Wolf King so much that it broke out in a cold sweat. It no longer dared to walk toward the cave. No, I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might not live past today. The Ash Wolf King hurriedly walked out. It was because it was too heavily injured, it could not run. It could only walk forward step by step. Although there were many summoned beasts outside the valley, as long as the Ash Wolf King didn't show any signs of weakness, no one dared to approach it. Therefore, it wasn't particularly dangerous in the outside world. In order to make itself look uninjured, the Ash Wolf King controlled the wind to blow its fur white and bright, without a speck of dust. At the same time, it continuously released its aura, which was the Ash Wolf King's unique tyrannical aura. It was as intimidating as a king in all directions. After doing all this, it left as fast as it could and headed toward the Red Maple Mountain. Time slowly passed. Soon, 3 hours passed. The Ash Wolf King was lucky enough to come to the Red Maple Mountain. It lay on the top of the mountain and quietly observed the surroundings, in case it was attacked. It did not dare to go to the mountain crane area because the other party would definitely kill it while it was weak. Therefore, the Ash Wolf King could only quietly recuperate here. However, the Ash Wolf King did not know. At this time, Li Xian had already woken up and turned into a black-robed person. He brought 3 steel mantises and headed towards the direction of Red Maple Mountain. At the foot of Red Maple Mountain, a group of human reincarnators who had returned from the mountain crane region walked slowly. Through the skill of a conversation beast, they did not need to chat in the chat channel to be able to talk to each other. They were the group of people who were unwilling to pay the honor points. Originally, they had decided not to return to the Ash Wolf area and went to the mountain crane area. In the end, the mountain crane area was too dangerous. Many of them had died and had no choice but to return. The mountain crane area is too dangerous. Several reincarnators have died. We can only return to the Ash Wolf area. However, Li Xian is too evil. Paying 10 honor points a month is equivalent to robbing money. That's right. We should resist together and refuse to pay honor points together. After all, unity is strength, a red rat said angrily. I'm afraid it's very difficult. Li Xian is too strong. Our strength combined can't beat him. But we can suggest that Li Xian reduce the honor point payment to 1 point. That way, we can accept it. You wish. With such a high benefit, Li Xian will definitely not give up. Unless someone has powerful strength to defeat Li Xian, otherwise, Li Xian will not reduce the honor point payment. Everyone's expressions were somewhat ugly. This was because Li Xian was too strong. They simply could not defeat Li Xian with their own strength. Look at the peak of Red Maple Mountain. Isn't that the Ash Wolf King? It's actually here, someone said. It's indeed it. This is a very powerful summoned beast. It was once the lord of this region. Unfortunately, it has also stepped down. Its authority has been revoked, so it probably doesn't have a place to stay. Wait, I've thought of a way. We can work together with the Ash Wolf King and fight for a piece of territory from Li Xian's hands. It can be considered an autonomous region. With the Ash Wolf King's strength and us working together, we might be able to succeed. Even if we fail, we can still lower the price of honor points, the Red Rat suggested. This is a good idea. The Ash Wolf King doesn't have a place to stay, so he will definitely hold a grudge against Li Xian. As long as we show our sincerity, we will definitely be able to convince the Ash Wolf King. Yes, yes, yes. We have a lot of materials. Through the exchange of interest, we will definitely be able to convince the Ash Wolf King. The big-mouthed beast hurriedly nodded. The group felt that this idea was feasible. After discussing for a while, they headed towards the peak of Red Maple Mountain together. However, they had just reached the peak when a terrifying aura swept over, scaring the human reincarnators so much that they did not dare to go forward. After discussing, they sent out a Mina that could talk to the Ashwolf King. "Lord Ashwolf King, we want to make a deal with you." The Mina reincarnator flew up and spoke to the Ashwolf King from afar. "What deal?" The Ashwolf King's aura was extraordinary, and he spoke indifferently like a king. "It's like this." The Mina quickly recounted Li Xian's evil deeds, adding all sorts of embellishments. Furthermore, the Mina promised many benefits, and even took out many good things to persuade the Ashwolf King. The Ashwolf King listened quietly. Seeing that the materials the other party took out contained healing materials, the Ashwolf King's eyes lit up. "Sure, I just happen to be planning to take back my authority. In a few days, I'll be able to break through to silver rank. When that time comes, I'll definitely be able to take back the authority that belongs to me," the Ashwolf King said proudly. "Silver rank?" When everyone heard this, they were shocked, but then they were ecstatic. One had to know that silver rank was very powerful. After reaching silver rank, no one dared to underestimate the Ashwolf King. Even if they could not take back their territory, they could still obtain an autonomous region. Then, they could survive in the Ashwolf King's territory and pay fewer taxes. Therefore, everyone looked happy. Chapter 193 Surrender or Die. "Alright, you guys continue to search for more materials. These materials will be of some help to me, but I need more materials," the Ashwolf King said indifferently. "Yes. Lord Ashwolf King." The Mina nodded and quickly flew to the group of reincarnators. It began to encourage everyone to take out more materials. During this process, the Ashwolf King lowered its wolf head and proudly ate the materials. In a short while, it finished all the healing materials. In order to cover up its own injuries, it ate the other materials as well. After it finished eating, the Ashwolf King found that its injuries had improved a lot. It could finally run a little, but its combat strength still needed time to recover. At this time, the Mina flew over again and sent over a lot of materials. After getting so many materials, the Ashwolf King was very satisfied. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. The humans continued to provide materials to the Ashwolf King. The Ashwolf King promised to protect these humans in the future. Even if it could not take down Li Xian's territory, it would still demand a reduction in taxes. After the discussion was over, the Mina returned to the team and excitedly danced with everyone. He felt that their decision was very correct. They did not have to pay so many honor points anymore. He, Li Xian would never have thought that we could come to an agreement with the Ashwolf King. "It's the Ashwolf King that's about to break through to silver rank," the Red Rat said excitedly. "Yeah, who asked Li Xian to be so greedy? He really dares to take 10 honor points." "That's right, I've only obtained 12 honor points since I reincarnated. Is it easy for me?" Everyone continued to speak and began to look forward to the scene of following the Ashwolf King in the future. At this time, the Black Fox Beast spoke and said somewhat worriedly, "Will the Ashwolf King lie to us? Or maybe it can't beat Li Xian and submits to Li Xian. Then we'll be in trouble. What are you thinking? With the Ashwolf King's proud personality, it won't even bother to lie to us. Moreover, the Ashwolf King is unyielding. It would rather die than submit to Li Xian." "That's right. The Ashwolf King is at the bronze rank peak and is about to break through to silver rank. How can such a powerful summoned beast submit so easily? It won't even bother to lie to us." "Right, as long as the Ashwolf King breaks through to silver rank, no one would dare to look down on it. Even Li Xian needs to treat it well." The group gathered together and discussed animatedly. They did not believe that the powerful Ashwolf King would lie, much less believe that the Ashwolf King would lose. Such discussions also made the Black Fox Beast nod. He felt that it was indeed reasonable. Just like that, the group did not head toward the center of the Ashwolf area. Instead, they waited silently on the spot, waiting for the Ashwolf King to break through to silver rank. On the other side, 3 steel mantises were running at high speed, walking on the bumpy ground as if they were walking on flat ground. Li Xian was flying slowly at the back, turning into a black-clothed man that followed quietly like the Grim Reaper. After the steel mantis number 1 returned, it reported to Li Xian that it had seen the Ashwolf King in the Ashwolf Valley. Li Xian thought of his main city. There was an empty position for a city protector beast. He could capture the Ashwolf King and tame it to fill in the vacancy. If the Ashwolf King was not convinced, then he would beat it until it was convinced. After all, it was just a weak summoned beast. Even if it broke through to silver rank, it would still be trash. Therefore, Li Xian flew, under the observation of God's perspective, toward the direction of the Ashwolf King. His speed was very fast. It did not take long for him to reach the vicinity of Red Maple Mountain. At this point, the 3 steel mantises were even faster. They ran wildly on the vegetation of the mountain as if they were walking on flat ground. They're pretty fast. Li Xian stopped in the air and looked down at the 3 steel mantises. He was very satisfied with their speed. Unfortunately, he could only pour 3 skills into them, so the increase in their strength was a little small. The Mantis Puppet skill is now at the peak level. If it is upgraded to the Transcendent level, it will definitely be able to increase the Mantis Puppet's combat strength. Li Xian's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. He continued flying in the breeze and flew towards the peak of Red Maple Mountain. At the peak of Red Maple Mountain, the Ashwolf King was eating healing materials to treat its own condition. It discovered that its injuries had recovered quite a bit and its combat strength was gradually recovering. However, there was still a long way to go before it could recover to its peak. At this moment, just as it was thinking about what to do, its pupils constricted because it saw 3 steel mantises running over at a rapid speed. Seeing these 3 steel mantises, the Ashwolf King was terrified. It stood up abruptly, wanting to escape. However, the steel mantises were too fast. The Ashwolf King compared its speed, and despair appeared in its eyes. Heavily injured, it simply could not outrun the 3 steel mantises. Facing such terrifying fellows, the Ashwolf King knew that if it ran, the result was very likely to be death. Can I only submit? I really don't want to submit, but I don't want to die either. The Ashwolf King thought to itself and sighed at its own sorrow. At the same time, it was also terrified of where the steel mantises came from. They were actually so terrifying. That's right. While the Ashwolf King was thinking, it suddenly noticed that the 3 steel mantises had stopped. They turned their heads to look behind them, then lowered their heads to make a salute. This scene caused the Ashwolf King's heart to tremble violently. This was because the steel mantis's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Just the thought of self-destruction was enough to make people feel terrified. However, such a terrifying steel mantis actually lowered its head and made a respectful gesture. This caused the Ashwolf King to be shocked. It looked in the direction of the steel mantises and soon discovered that a black-robed person was slowly flying over. The black-robed man flew slowly and calmly to this area. Then, the black-robed man slowly descended and landed in front of the 3 steel mantises. Swoosh! One of the steel mantises immediately fell to the ground as if it was a stool. The black-robed man gently sat on the steel mantises and said in an indifferent voice, "I am the city lord of Ashwolf City, Li Xian. I will give you 2 choices. Surrender or die." The indifferent voice resounded throughout the area, causing the Ashwolf King's scalp to go numb. The intense sense of danger made its heart palpitate. It quickly realized that its answer would determine its own life and death. Not far away, when the human reincarnators saw this scene, they all stood up. This black-robed man is Li Xian? He actually came to tame the Ashwolf King, and he even brought 3 summoned beast subordinates with him. They are just 3 mid-level black iron rank summoned beasts. The Ashwolf King is at the bronze rank peak. In addition to its unyielding character, it will definitely not yield. Just wait and see, a great battle is about to begin, said the red mouse. That makes sense. The survival guide said that the Ash Wolf King is very arrogant, and it is also a very powerful all-rounded summoned beast. I believe that it will not yield. It will definitely fight to the death with Li Xian, and it may not lose, the big-mouthed beast affirmed. When the surrounding human reincarnators heard this, they also nodded in agreement. They collectively looked at the Ash Wolf King, waiting for its domineering rejection. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, the Ash Wolf King finally made a decision. It emitted the aura of a king as it walked forward step by step. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it slowly lowered its head. Greetings, City Lord. Bang! The Ash Wolf King knelt down, its head lowered as it knelt down, choosing to submit. This scene stunned all the reincarnators. The few people who spoke were frozen on the spot like idiots, their minds blank as they watched everything. It actually submitted. How is this possible? Isn't it going to break through to silver rank? Isn't it going to take back its territory? Why did it suddenly submit? Am I dreaming? The Mina was dumbfounded as he shouted in a daze, suspecting that he was hallucinating. The surrounding people had similar expressions as they all stared blankly at the Ash Wolf King who was kneeling down. At this moment, the entire Red Maple Mountain was silent. Oh? You want to take back your territory? Li Xian's voice broke the silence. He looked at the Ash Wolf King with a sneer. An intense pressure and killing intent instantly swept over. No, 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 I didn't. It was these people who encouraged me to take back my territory. They even gave me the materials. Look, I haven't finished eating yet. It was all given to me by them. The Ash Wolf King felt the terrifying pressure. It thought that Li Xian wanted to kill it, so it hurriedly pushed all the responsibility to the human reincarnators. This kind of shirking of responsibility made the confused people stunned again. Chapter 194 Crocodile Race's Revenge. They had never expected that the Ash Wolf King would not only surrender but also betray them in the blink of an eye. Such behavior made everyone furious. Damn it, this Ash Wolf King is too hateful. If he surrendered, so be it. In the blink of an eye, he pushed the responsibility onto us. This guy is too shameless. Yeah, the key point is that this guy doesn't even have the courage to fight. With just a word from Li Xian, the Ash Wolf King surrendered. Isn't this too fast? That's right. What a coward. I'm so angry. The human reincarnators all stared angrily at the Ash Wolf King. They felt very ashamed of the Ash Wolf King's actions. On the other side, the Ash Wolf King was also very sullen and depressed. If Li Xian came alone, the Ash Wolf King would fight. Even if it could not win, at least it would have some face. However, looking at the three steel mantises and thinking of their terrifying combat strength, the Ash Wolf King gave up. There was nothing he could do. These steel mantises were all monsters. They were the kind of existence that would self-destruct at the slightest disagreement. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying existence? If the Ash Wolf King were to suffer another self-destruct, it would be finished, right? Therefore, the Ash Wolf King had thought it through. Rather than suffer a loss, it might as well just admit defeat. It was also because of this that the Ash Wolf King had made such a move, betraying the human reincarnators. The Ash Wolf King's betrayal also made the human reincarnators very uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a fly. However, they had also guessed Li Xian's strength. Even the Ash Wolf King who had reached the bronze rank peak had surrendered. The reincarnators could only choose to submit. Therefore, they hurriedly expressed their submission to Li Xian, willing to pay the honor points. However, Li Xian did not let them off easily. He had to make an example of them. Therefore, Li Xian punished the few people who led the resistance. He punished them for working in the hardest and most tiring job in Ash Wolf City for 10 years. Moreover, this job was something ordinary people were not willing to do it. It was too dirty. Those people were very angry and wanted to resist. However, at this time, Ash Wolf King rushed over and looked like he was going to bite them. Those people all surrendered. In the end, the problem here was solved. Li Xian brought everyone back to Ash Wolf City. Then, in white light, the Ash Wolf King became the guardian beast of Ash Wolf City, responsible for protecting the city's safety. 5 days later, under Li Xian's treatment, the Ash Wolf King successfully reached silver level. Its strength soared, and its arrogance rose again. Then, Li Xian took the Ash Wolf King out for a trip. After returning, the Ash Wolf King was as obedient as a dog. It no longer had its arrogance. "All right, you guard the city properly. I'm leaving." After saying this, Li Xian snapped his fingers. In an instant, an ancient and mysterious teleportation door appeared. Mysterious runes were engraved on the teleportation door. It was extremely strange. In the center of the teleportation door was an illusory vortex that was continuously rotating, emitting mysterious energy fluctuations. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to guard the Ash Wolf City. I will definitely not let anything happen to the Ash Wolf City." The Ash Wolf King hurriedly nodded, being as obedient as a dog. "Okay." Li Xian nodded and strode into the teleportation door. 3 steel mantises left with him. Phew! Seeing Li Xian leave, the Ash Wolf King let out a sigh of relief. It wanted to escape. When it thought of the scene after he was taken out that day, the Ash Wolf King could not help but shiver. Then, the Ash Wolf King thought of the pet evolution pills, the healing pills, and the salary of guarding the city that Li Xian had given it. The Ash Wolf King felt that this kind of work was really not bad. "As long as I work hard, I'll be able to use my salary. I'll be able to buy pills and eat them, and I'll be able to continuously become stronger. This is much better than before. From the looks of it, following my master is pretty good. Even if I'm injured, I don't have to hide in fear anymore, and I don't have to worry about the leaders of other territories attacking me. With my master around, who would dare to offend the nearby creatures? It would be strange if he didn't blow them up. I've decided that I'll follow Master Li Xian from now on. I won't leave even if he wants me to." The Ash Wolf King muttered, carefully revealing a pill from his claw. Smelling the rich medicinal fragrance, the Ash Wolf King could not help but lick it, instantly revealing an intoxicated expression. "Master said that this is called the Pet Evolution Pill. As long as I work hard, I can use my salary to buy the pill. This is a good thing, I want to eat it just by smelling it." The Ash Wolf King said happily. He resisted the urge to swallow it and licked it gently. He narrowed his eyes and lay on the grass at the city gate, enjoying the taste of the delicious pills. Near the city gate, a group of reincarnators came and went. They were busy working and accepting various quests issued by the main city's bounty guild in exchange for various pills. The quests they completed and the materials they obtained became one of the sources of the materials Li Xian needed. Of course, the human reincarnators still needed to grow. After all, they were too weak. When they grew up in the future, they might be able to obtain transcendence fruits and the like. Transcendence fruits could only be eaten with the corresponding skills. The human reincarnators did not have many skills, so it was very difficult for them to find transcendence fruits that suited them. In addition, Li Xian's purchase price was extremely high. No one could surpass his price, so there was a high chance that these transcendence fruits would flow into Li Xian's warehouse. Thus, this main city would become an important source of resources for Li Xian in the future, laying the foundation for his future strength. District 98. A mysterious teleportation door suddenly appeared. It was rectangular in shape, and a strange dense fog rippled slightly. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. After the teleportation door appeared, Li Xian walked out of the teleportation door with 3 steel mantises. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. What he saw was a dry desert. Sand was flying everywhere in the desert, and the hot wind made Li Xian frown. I randomly chose a place to teleport to, but I didn't expect to be in the desert. How unlucky! With a thought, the door behind Li Xian slowly disappeared and turned into nothingness. Let's see if there are any living beings around. Li Xian activated his god's perspective and started to scan the surroundings. Unfortunately, he did not see any living beings within the range of his god's perspective. Even summoned beasts could not be seen. The place was all covered in yellow sand. Forget it, let's reincarnate and continue to obtain skills. By the way, if I reincarnate, will the steel mantises disappear? Li Xian was puzzled. He was not sure if they would die. You guys can move around freely. If you run into groups like the three-eyed race, the crocodile race, and the big-headed dolls, kill them all. Li Xian left a sentence and once again poured all of his abilities into his body before committing suicide. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Whoosh! 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 After Li Xian died, the three steel mantises quickly ran out. They ran wildly on the sand as if they were walking on flat ground. They began to search for their target and began to kill. 30 miles away, in an oasis. About 2,000 crocodile race members lived here and built a small crocodile city. The city lord was a silver rank powerhouse. With his talent and ability, ordinary people could not afford to offend him. At this moment, in the meeting room, the city lord and the deputy city lord of Crocodile City were holding a letter and discussing matters. The contents of the letter had mentioned many times that they wanted to avenge the young clan leader, to capture Li Xian and send him to the clan. I didn't expect Li Xian to be so powerful. He actually managed to cut off half of the young clan leader's body. Only his upper body managed to escape. He's still unconscious. I remember that the young clan leader had a space scroll and protective equipment, but he still suffered such serious injuries. This Li Xian isn't simple. The deputy city lord was surprised. Chapter 195 The Dead Black-Robed Man. That Li Xian is indeed extraordinary. However, a few days ago, I used a scanner to scan the Ashwolf area. There wasn't a single silver rank there. Although the Ashwolf King was not far from silver rank, it was not a silver rank after all. Therefore, as long as I make a move, I will definitely be able to easily capture Li Xian and complete the mission given by the higher UPS, the city lord said confidently. But city lord, the Ashwolf area is protected by the world consciousness and cannot be attacked for 3 years. We have no way to avenge the young clan leader, the deputy city lord said with a frown. Don't worry, I have a way. The Ashwolf area is not big. If the human reincarnators want a better life, they need to go to the surrounding territories to plunder. Although we cannot attack the Ashwolf area, we can hunt down the humans from the Ashwolf area. When that time comes, the Ashwolf area leader, Li Xian, will definitely take revenge, the crocodile race city lord said coldly. When Li Xian makes his move, I can find an opportunity to sneak attack Li Xian, capture him, chop off his limbs, and bring him back to the clan, the crocodile race city lord said coldly. This is a good method, but it will take more time. The deputy city lord nodded his head in agreement. Even if it takes time, we have to do it. The young clan leader is seriously injured and unconscious, which has alarmed the entire race. The clan leader even gave a death order to capture Li Xian, the city lord said seriously. That's true. The young clan leader is our hope. To think that only half of his body returned from a single trial. I reckon that the lords in the clan have gone mad with anger. The deputy city lord shook his head and said. He's not just mad with anger. When we bring Li Xian into the clan, I reckon that the clan will pull out his tendons and skin, and torture him for several years. They might even pull out Li Xian's soul and burn it on the soul refining platform for 1,000 years, suffering endless pain. The city lord said coldly. 1,000 years? What terrifying torture! However, Li Xian deserves it. Doesn't he know that our crocodile race has a good relationship with the soul refinement race? How dare he provoke us? He deserves it even if he dies. The deputy city lord nodded. Humph, anyone who dares to provoke our crocodile race must die. Go, gather all the elites in the city and prepare to capture Li Xian, the city lord said coldly. Yes, city lord. The deputy city lord left in a hurry. Due to the well-trained crocodile clan, the weakest was only black iron rank. Very quickly, the 700 elite crocodile race members were gathered. Following that, under the city lord's lead, they headed towards the direction of the Ashwolf area. The entire oasis only had a small amount of protective force left. The deputy city lord managed the crocodile city, managing the elderly, the young, the sick, the disabled, and the logistics clansmen. Time passed slowly, and Crocodile City fell into its usual peace and quiet. At this time, 3 steel mantises came from afar and quickly separated, rushing toward Crocodile City from 3 directions. What is that? It seems to be a summoned beast. The Crocodile City members at the city gate looked into the distance and saw something approaching quickly from afar. It seems to be a mantis. Its spiritual energy fluctuation is only at the mid-level black iron rank. It's so weak. I haven't had fun for a long time. When it comes over, I'll smash it. Don't even try to snatch it from me. The captain of the city gate was at the black iron rank peak. When he saw this scene, he instantly smiled and stood in front of the crowd, waiting expectantly. The remaining city guards also smiled. Their hands were itchy. They also wanted to join in the fun. While they were waiting, the steel mantis rushed over at high speed. Come on, die! The city guarding captain roared and smashed the heavy hammer with both hands. With a terrifying force, he smashed the steel mantis's head. Puff! A cold light flashed, and blood sprayed out along with the cold light, dyeing the land red and the oasis red. The captain fell to the ground with such a sound and his body was split into 2. Seeing this scene, the soldiers' pupils constricted. They were about to shout, but it was too late. Along with the screams, the steel mantises that had no emotions and were not afraid of pain charged into the city like the Grim Reaper and began a frenzied massacre. This scene happened at the other 2 city gates of Crocodile City. Just like that, the 3 steel mantises charged into Crocodile City as if no one was around and started their unbelievable attack. On the other side, the city lord of Crocodile City led 700 soldiers on foot in the desert towards Ashwolf City. As the weather was too hot, everyone was sweating profusely. In addition to the sandstorm, everyone was in a bad mood. Although the city lord was powerful, he was also in a bad mood under such hot weather. It's really annoying to go out and catch Li Xian in such hot weather. When I catch Li Xian, I will torture him for a few days and nights. I will nail the red-hot nails into his flesh, one of the captains said angrily. Your punishment is too weak. I have even harsher punishment. I will cut off Li Xian's flesh bit by bit and let the healer heal him. Then, I will continue to cut him for 10 days and 10 nights. I guarantee that he will be very happy. The other captain opened his mouth and said the vicious punishment excitedly. With these words, everyone continued to move forward. However, as they walked, they suddenly saw a person standing in front of them on the left side of the desert. It was a black-clothed person. The most important thing was that there was a steel knife stabbed into the heart of this black-clothed person. Oh? What's going on? Why is there a person? The city lord asked in a cold voice. City lord, that's a dead person, but the body didn't fall down. The captain who was good at scouting quickly reported after scanning the area. Dead person? How can there be a dead person in this place? Go and see what's going on. The city lord frowned. Yes, city lord. The scouting team captain was helpless. He could see clearly through his long-range vision that it was a dead person, but the city lord still asked him to check. It seemed like he did not trust them. The captain was depressed as he brought a group of soldiers over to inspect. However, he was not in a good mood. After confirming that it was a corpse, the captain kicked it. Whoosh! Half of the scouting team captain's body suddenly split apart. A large amount of blood spurted out, dyeing the black-clothed man red. Bang! The scouting team captain's corpse fell to the ground, causing the other soldiers to retreat in fear. Is he alive or dead? He clearly has no aura. The deputy captain shouted in fear. He took out a longbow from his back and shot an arrow. Whoosh! 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 The figure of the black-clothed man flashed past like an afterimage. Following that, he started a massacre. You're courting death! The city lord roared. His body was like an eagle as he leaped up high, bringing along a terrifying energy wave as he charged towards the black-clothed man. The crocodile race members in the team did not want to be left behind. They quickly charged forward and surrounded Li Xian's corpse, trying to kill him. The bitter battle began. Li Xian's figure moved like a ghost as the two sabers in his hands danced wildly in the cold light. That tyrannical battle instinct allowed him to dodge a large number of fatal attacks. As he flashed rapidly, he continuously waved his long saber. Every time he waved his saber, he could take a life. Fresh blood that was emitting hot air sprayed onto the ground, dyeing the hot yellow sand red. It also cast a shadow over the hearts of the crocodiles. Chapter 196 Who did it? Too strong, really too strong. What is this? Why is there no sign of life? A captain shouted in fear. I don't know, but I know that if we don't kill it quickly, we might have to return to Crocodile City. There are too many casualties. Quickly kill him. Whoosh! 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 The black figure was like lightning as it quickly passed through the crocodile race members. A terrifying blade light flashed past, causing people to feel despair and fear. The city lord of Crocodile City crazily attacked. His two hands formed a large green hand as he crazily attacked Li Xian. Unfortunately, Li Xian's speed was too fast. The large green hand could not catch him at all. Instead, the large green hand was cut off by the long blade many times. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The city lord roared loudly. His body suddenly collided and transformed into a huge crocodile monster. Then, he charged toward Li Xian's corpse alone with a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, Li Xian's corpse suddenly stopped moving. With a plop, it fell to the ground and completely returned to dead silence. This scene scared the city lord so much that he immediately retreated. He looked at the corpse on the ground vigilantly. What's going on? Why is this guy lying on the ground and not moving? The city lord panicked and could not figure out what was going on. In addition, the wind and sand were everywhere, and the surroundings were becoming more and more blurry. The city lord was worried that there was an ambush nearby. Retreat! Retreat from here first, immediately! The city lord gave another order. He led the remaining soldiers and hurriedly retreated for 2 kilometers. Only then did he look at the corpse lying on the ground vigilantly from afar. What's going on? Could there be a substitute or something? Is the real murderer hiding in the sand? Someone could not help but ask. This. The city lord was also bewildered. He did not understand what was going on at all. In the end, he hesitated for a long time before sending someone to investigate. Not long after confirming that the corpse had completely stopped moving and that even the weapons had disappeared, the city lord heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still did not understand what was going on. Let's return to the city first and report this matter to the clan. Let's see what exactly is going on. This is too strange. For the sake of safety, the city lord brought everyone back. Firstly, he wanted to report this matter. Secondly, he wanted to take a good rest. There were too many casualties. Of course, the corpse of the black-robed man had to be brought back. After all, this corpse could be handed over to the clan for research. Although the corpse might still be very dangerous, it would be less worrisome if it was tied with a rope and slithered in the sand from afar. Thus, the team set off. A few people walked in the corpse from afar, leaving long marks in the sand. Rumble! A terrifying loud sound suddenly came from afar. The yellow sand in the sky rose from the explosion, forming a terrifying scene of the yellow sand in the sky. This terrifying explosion also caused everyone's expressions to change greatly. This is an explosion coming from the direction of Crocodile City. Could something have happened to Crocodile City? Quickly go back. The city lord of Crocodile City was shocked. He felt more and more that there was a scheme behind this. He hurriedly led his team and rushed toward Crocodile City. Rumble! Another terrifying explosion appeared and swept across a large area. The yellow sand that filled the sky completely changed the surrounding environment into a world of yellow sand. This explosion made the city lord of Crocodile City even more terrified. He even slowed down his pace of rushing into the city. Because the explosion was too terrifying, the city lord felt his heart skip a beat when he saw it. At this moment, the sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out. A blood-stained figure rushed over from afar, rushing toward the direction of the city lord. Behind this blood-stained figure, a heavily injured steel mantis with 2 large blades was rapidly chasing after him. Its eyes were fixed on the blood-stained figure. Whoosh! The blood-stained figure finally arrived in front of the city lord. With a thud, it fell to the ground and spat out blood. Deputy City Lord, it's actually the Deputy City Lord, someone could not help but exclaim. The City Lord hurriedly rushed over and supported the Deputy City Lord. He said hurriedly, "What happened to you? What happened in the city? What happened to the big explosion? Tell me quickly." City Lord, Crocodile City has collapsed. There are monsters, monsters. The Deputy City Lord let out another breath. His aura was several times weaker, and he did not even have the strength to speak. At this moment, the Deputy City Lord suddenly heard a voice from behind. He immediately turned his head to look and saw the figure that was madly chasing after him. "Run! City Lord, quickly take me and run, quickly!" The Deputy City Lord did not know where his strength came from, so he hurriedly roared. At the same time, the steel mantis ran to a place not far away from the group, but it suddenly stopped. Its eyes suddenly locked onto the corpse that was being dragged along by the rope. The stillness appeared on the steel mantis's body. Its originally cold eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the thick smell of blood spread out. Whoosh! The steel mantis's figure quickly flashed past, and in a blur, it charged into the group of crocodiles. The city lord sensed that something was wrong and immediately rushed out. Even the Deputy City Lord did not have the time to care about it and ran far away by himself. Rumble! The terrifying explosion appeared once again. The steaming yellow sand even formed a sandstorm and started to sweep in all directions. The City Lord was sent flying hundreds of meters in such an explosion. After rolling for a few rounds, he finally came to a stop. Fortunately, he was powerful. With his powerful strength protecting him, even though he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, at least he survived. However, when the wind and sand fell, he looked at the deep sand pit behind him, looking at the corpses and flesh all over the ground. The City Lord's face turned pale. He hurriedly retreated in fear and then looked around vigilantly. What is going on? Where are the enemies? Why are they attacking my city? What is this steel mantis doing? The City Lord was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. He did not even know who to seek revenge against. In the end, he could only cover his heart and walk toward Crocodile City. He had to see how his main city was doing. That was the place he had been managing for a long time. He did not want to see his city destroyed in an instant. A few minutes later, the city lord looked at the ruined city and the ruins that looked like they had been destroyed by a catastrophe. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. The city lord woke up after 2 days. No one could save him. He could only struggle to find some food and water in the oasis. He quickly ate and recovered. However, he still could not forget the previous scene. He could not figure out what kind of existence it had offended to have a city destroyed. Who is it? The human race? It doesn't seem like it. If the human race had such powerful strength, they would have attacked long ago. Most importantly, they don't control corpses. Then the ones who can control corpses might be the dark race, the netherworld race, the corpse ghost race, and the death soul race. Damn it, many races can control corpses. Who is it? The city lord's eyes were blood red. Looking at the ruins of the city, he was even more furious. He swore to take revenge and kill the culprit. However, thinking of the steel mantids, the city lord still had lingering fear. He felt that this thing was too dangerous. He had to be extremely careful in the future. I'll first report this matter. My city has been destroyed, and the race will definitely be shaken. They will definitely look for the mastermind behind this. As for the matter of avenging the young clan leader, he would have to wait for a while. Although the human race also had some suspicious points, the probability was very small. At the moment, the main consideration is the corpse ghost race. These fellows won't be able to deal with us. The city lord narrowed his eyes as he analyzed. He felt that this matter might be related to the corpse ghost clan, and the suspicious points were very big. With his own guess, the city lord once again plundered some food and set foot on the path back to the tribe alone. On the other side, in the rolling yellow sand, Li Xian stood quietly on the sand, wagging his small tail speechlessly. He felt that he had reincarnated into a low-level summoned beast. Chapter 197 Crazily Acquiring Skills. Let's look through the memories first. Li Xian muttered to himself and began to scan through the memories in his mind with his eyes closed. During the browsing process, the faint sound of something sliding could be heard from the side. Li Xian activated his life companion suit and a long knife suddenly appeared in his palm. Swoosh! The light of the knife flashed in midair and everything returned to silence. A few minutes later, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes and what entered his sight was a pale yellow sand snake. The snake was 3 meters long and its body was thick and strong. Its skin was covered with scars, and it was obvious that it had been through hundreds of battles. However, this snake was already dead and had been cut in half. Li Xian shook his head and no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he looked at his own body through the god's view. His small limbs, slender tail, shifty appearance, and small black eyes made Li Xian speechless. I actually turned into a weak gerbil. Fortunately, I obtained 2 intermediate-level skills. Li Xian opened the data panel and looked at the 2 new skills carefully. Wind resistance, intermediate level, passive skill. Has a certain resistance to wind elements. Reduces wind elements damage. Danger sense, intermediate level, passive skill. It can sense danger. The more dangerous it is, the stronger the sense of danger. Looking at these 2 intermediate level skills, Li Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. These 2 passive skills were very useful to him. I'll continue to reincarnate. In any case, a silver rank soul is strong enough to withstand many skills. Li Xian was prepared to commit suicide. However, before he reincarnated, he had to do one thing. That was to create 3 more steel mantises. There was no other way. This thing died too quickly. After the last time I committed suicide, the steel mantises can still continue to move. This means that my death will not affect them. However, my current location is still in the desert. I might not be far from the steel mantises. If I am very far away, or if I am not even in the same world, what will happen to the steel mantises? Li Xian was puzzled. He tried to activate the mantis puppet skill. Under the rapid consumption of his soul, he created 3 more steel mantises. Go, move freely. After Li Xian gave the order, he committed suicide again, and his body fell in the desert. Ding! You have died, randomly resurrected. A dead world descended, and Li Xian's world completely turned into darkness. With the sound of the mechanical notification, the environment slowly changed. The dead silence decreased a lot, and the dark world was no longer as strange and dark, but it was still dark. In the dark world, one could vaguely see white bones. Crack crack crack. A strange sound rang out, attracting Li Xian's attention. He wanted to turn his head around but realized that he was actually unable to move. Oh? What's the situation? Li Xian wanted to speak, but he realized that he was unable to make a sound. He could not make a sound at all. He quickly activated his God's perspective and carefully observed his surroundings. Then, Li Xian paused for 2 seconds. He was obviously shocked by the current scene. Under his God's perspective, all the areas around him were dark. The dark sky, the dark earth, the dark plants, and the dark lake. Only the skeletons that were covered in white bones were walking in a daze. They were wandering wantonly amidst the cracking sounds. Skeleton warriors. Skeleton archers. Li Xian looked at the strange-looking skeletons in surprise. He found that many of these skeletons were holding weapons, bone swords, bone sabers, bone bows, and many other random weapons. This scene made Li Xian very surprised. He looked at his body carefully and found that he only had 1 skull left. The most important thing was that inside the skull, there was a strange ghost flame flickering. It seemed to be Li Xian's soul. Is this my soul? It's a silver-colored soul. Is this a silver rank soul? But why is my soul a ball of fire? Li Xian was puzzled. He could not figure out why. Crack! 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 An annoying sound rang out. Li Xian saw many white bones scattered around his head. He also saw a relatively large skeleton. This large skeleton was picking up pieces of bones and installing them on his body. It threw away the broken bones and replaced them with new ones. Li Xian did not need to guess to know that the skull that he occupied was probably killed by this relatively large skeleton. You're unlucky. Li Xian muttered to himself and released the fireball skill. Under the scorching flames, it hit the large skull and directly killed it. So weak. I clearly held back and wanted to leave some bones behind. Unfortunately, this guy was directly shattered. Li Xian felt very speechless. He was still prepared to repair this body for an experiment. This was because he had obtained 2 new skills. One of these 2 skills was very magical, and that was body repair. Swordsmanship talent, elementary level, passive skill. Allows you to have a unique talent in swordsmanship. Body repair, elementary level. The user can freely repair the body. This body repair skill is very interesting. Li Xian was very curious and wanted to try out his new ability. However, there were no suitable bones around. Li Xian was too lazy to look for more and directly self-destructed. Rumble. Following the terrifying explosion, Li Xian was reincarnated again. The reason why he reincarnated so frequently this time was to obtain more skills, especially passive skills. The previous battle with a gold rank made Li Xian deeply experience the power of a gold rank. The Abyss Giant had clearly been weakened by the golden threads to the silver rank peak. Moreover, it could not use its golden wings, golden armor, golden weapons, and many other skills. However, Li Xian was still unable to defeat the other party. Even though the other party was being attacked by the golden thread, Li Xian still suffered a crushing defeat. This time, Li Xian was prepared to pile up the thickest armor and get a bunch of passive skills to improve himself in all aspects. He wanted to make himself look like a reincarnated devil. No matter how weak his body was, his battle prowess was still terrifying. No one dared to underestimate him. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. The dark world descended once again. It was still deathly silent, but it gradually turned into a forest of white bones. It's still this area. Li Xian looked at his surroundings and was stunned. He saw a skeleton dog by his side chewing on a bone. Li Xian once again released a fireball. Bang! The skeleton dog fell to the ground, leaving behind quite a number of bones. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction when he saw this scene. This time, the fireball only used a little bit of strength. It was finally able to not shatter the skeleton dog, leaving behind the bones. It's a pity that it's a dog bone. Should I use it? Forget it, I'll just take back the bones that belong to this body. Li Xian shook his head, making cracking sounds. At the same time, he realized that his left hand was gone, but his right hand was still there. He was even holding a bone bow. Looks like it's the skeleton archer this time. I don't care about this anymore. I'll repair it first and test the effect. Li Xian hung the bone bow on the bone at his waist. He took 2 steps forward and picked up his left arm from the ground. He then placed it on his left shoulder. Crack! Crack! Following the cracking, Li Xian's arm miraculously recovered and could be used freely. Li Xian could even swing his left hand and turn it in a circle without any problem. Not bad at all. This skill is very powerful. I'll upgrade this skill later. I don't lack materials anyway. Let's take a look at the skills of this body first. Li Xian opened the data panel and carefully looked at this body's skill. The soul fire in his skull was slightly shining. This skill has opened up a new train of thought for me. I have to investigate it. If it's possible, it might be another path to upgrade, Li Xian muttered as he carefully investigated his own situation. Chapter 198 Big Soul Hand. There doesn't seem to be any changes. Li Xian carefully checked his own situation and found that there were no changes as he had imagined. He could only look at the 2 new skills again. Archery skill, elementary level, passive skill. Gives users a unique skill for archery. Body repair, elementary level, user can freely repair the body. These 2 skills were both elementary level. Logically speaking, they should be ordinary and should not cause any abnormalities to Li Xian. However, Li Xian had already obtained 1 body repair skill, and now that he had obtained another one, Li Xian felt that perhaps the 2 skills would be added together. However, after some investigation, he discovered that there was not any effect. It was still an ordinary elementary level body repair. Could it be that the same skill only has an effect the first time? Just like some special pills, it can only be used once. Li Xian secretly muttered to himself as he began to test. He picked up some bones on the ground and continuously tested the body repair. After finding that there was no special situation, he just picked it up and placed it on top to repair it. Forget it, I've reincarnated. Li Xian did not want to waste time. This time, he had made up his mind to obtain a large number of skills to become stronger, so he self-destructed once again. Rumble. With a deafening sound, Li Xian fell to death once again. Ding! You have died. Random resurrection. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and green water. The gentle breeze blew Li Xian's hair, making him close his eyes comfortably. This is the world that humans should live in. Where was the dark place before? Why was it so dead silent? Even the sky was black. It's really an unpleasant place. Li Xian shook his head and looked at his new body. Soon, he saw a patch of snow white. A little lamb? I didn't expect there to be a race of little lambs. Li Xian confirmed his identity based on the memories in his mind. This time, he was not reincarnated as a goat or a sheep. Instead, he was reincarnated as a kind of snow-white little lamb. It was very small and very cute. If there were such little lambs on earth, they would definitely be favored by many pet lovers. It was too cute. Its body is weak, its teeth aren't sharp, it's small, and its strength is weak. In terms of its body, it can be said to be useless. Li Xian walked lightly as he walked through the lush green forest. He looked at the various summoned beasts that were fleeing in all directions. Roar! Following a loud roar, a 3-meter-tall giant tiger appeared in front of him. It gave off a tyrannical king's aura. However, the moment it saw Li Xian, the giant tiger turned around and ran without any hesitation. What a cute little lamb! Even when it was just walking, it could scare away so many summoned beasts. Li Xian shook his head and slowly opened the data panel. A special skill appeared in front of him. Big Soul Hand, Peak Level. A little lamb with a strong soul can materialize its soul and turn it into a huge black hand to attack the enemy. Hint: the stronger the soul, the more terrifying the power of the Big Soul Hand. This skill is an extremely rare skill. Big Soul Hand, Hui! Li Xian muttered to himself. At the same time, with a slight thought, 2 huge black hands slowly formed behind his small body. These black hands were originally only 5 to 6 meters long. However, with Li Xian's thoughts, the black hands grew bigger and bigger. They even formed a terrifying giant hand that blotted out the sky. Only at this step did Li Xian stop. Then, he quickly shrunk the black hands. It really consumes soul power. The bigger the hand, the more soul power it consumes. After shrinking the hand to about 10 meters, Li Xian began to test the power of the big hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The big black hand struck the big tree that the 5 of them were hugging, directly shattering the big tree with one punch. The power was extremely tyrannical. Not bad. With the big black hand, my low-level silver rank soul power can finally be put to use. Finally, I've become a true silver rank. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. Although the black hand's soul power was relatively simple, through this skill, Li Xian's combat strength had also increased. At the moment, even if he did not use any other skill, just using the black hand, he could still display the strength of a low-tier silver tier, and his combat strength had increased explosively. That's great, but it's still not enough. Gold tier is too strong. Even with the black hand, I still can't beat gold tier. I should continue to obtain skills, Li Xian's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he quickly ran through the forest. From his god's perspective, he saw the dividing line between District 99 and District 98, and the place he was at was District 98. Let's go and see whose area District 99 is over there. It shouldn't be the Fire Peacock area or my Ash Wolf area, Li Xian said to himself. According to his understanding, District 99 was incomparably huge. All the humans on Earth were in District 99. Moreover, it was not just the humans. There were also many weaker races that lived in District 99. District 99 was also divided into many areas. For example, the Ash Wolf area, the Fire Peacock area, the Furry Bear area, the Humble Squirrel area, the Mountain Crane area. The rulers of these areas were mostly silver rank or close to silver rank. For example, the Humble Squirrel was a silver rank leader. Its strength could not be underestimated. Li Xian had reincarnated many times and obtained a lot of knowledge, resulting in his knowledge being very rich. The only reincarnations that he did not obtain knowledge from were the 2 previous reincarnations of skeletons. After this skeleton died, there was only a skeleton left. It had no memory at all, so Li Xian still did not know much about that dark world. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's first take a look at what kind of place is this. At the same time, I'll also connect to the auction house to see what good things there are. Courting death. Whoosh! Li Xian's body quickly transformed into a black-robed man. At the same time, wings of wind appeared on his back, and his body rushed toward District 99 like a sharp sword. Above Li Xian, 2 strange soul hands appeared, waiting to attack at any time. District 99, Treant area. A one-sided massacre was going on at the mouth of the gourd valley. Some creatures with golden eyes that looked like hyenas were crazily attacking the human reincarnators at the mouth of the valley. Their fighting style was very terrifying. Their golden eyes lit up slightly, and they could instantly cut off the prey more than 10 meters away. It was an attack that was difficult to dodge. At the same time, their eating style was very cruel. They liked to cut off the limbs of their prey first and eat them bite by bite in the midst of the screams of their prey. They liked to enjoy the screams of their prey and to watch them die in despair. At the moment, this scene was happening. Many human reincarnators were eaten alive by the golden-eyed hyenas. There were many golden-eyed hyenas, as many as 300 to 400 of them. Each one of them had strong muscles and gave off a powerful aura. They could even speak human language. However, they did not kill all of the human reincarnators, so they were unable to do so for the time being. That was because a tall treant was blocking the entrance of the valley. It was crazily whipping its branches and vines to block these golden-eyed hyenas with all its might. This treant was very powerful. It was shockingly a silver rank powerhouse. Every time it attacked, it could send over a dozen golden-eyed hyenas flying. Behind the tall treant, hundreds of human reincarnators were also providing support, blocking the golden-eyed hyenas together and using their innate skills. However, even so, human reincarnators still died from time to time. Even with the full help of the treant, there were still heavy casualties. Puff! A grey hyena's eyes lit up slightly. The little fox, who was casting a spell behind the tree, suddenly had its forelimbs broken and fell to the ground, howling in pain. Whoosh! The grey hyena's body flashed quickly. Taking advantage of the moment when the hyenas were attacking, it rushed in front of the little fox and took it away. "Save me, please save me!" The little white fox cried out for help in the chat channel in pain. Its eyes were filled with despair as it was taken away by the hyena. "Save her, quick! Damn it, Snowstorm! It's too late, there are too many golden-eyed hyenas. She's going to die." The human reincarnators looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. They desperately tried to save the little white fox, but there were too many hyenas. They could only watch as the hyenas carried the little white fox away. Chapter 199 Terrified. Bang! The giant vine of the treant swept past an treant, the hyena flying more than 10 meters away. Then, the vine rolled up and rescued the little white fox at the critical mom treant. Unfortunately, before the treant could put down the little fox, a large number of hyenas attacked again and wantonly gnawed on the body of the treant. At the same time, a golden light flashed across the eyes of dozens of hyenas. The treant's vines were all broken, and even one of its main branches had been cut off. Such a break made the tall treant let out a painful cry. It was actually a woman's crisp voice. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the human reincarnators would be so weak. There's not even a bronze rank one. When I heard that the human reincarnators had established a territory, I thought they were very powerful. Therefore, I found a human territory to attack them. However, I didn't expect that the humans were as weak as ants. What a waste!" The leader of the golden-eyed hyenas opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp teeth. At the same time, it spoke in a mocking tone. When it spoke, its teeth were covered with the flesh and blood of living beings. Clearly, it had just eaten its prey, and the aura it emitted had already reached silver rank. It was precisely because of it that the silver rank treant was unable to protect the human reincarnators. It could only continue to be consumed and suffer all sorts of injuries. "Ninth leader, let's attack with all our might. That treant can't hold on much longer. As long as we attack forcefully, the treant will definitely die. At that time, the human reincarnators protected by the treant will also become our food." The grey hyena looked at its leader, which was the ninth leader, and made its own suggestion loudly. At the same time, it looked at the human reincarnators greedily. "All right, let's attack with all our might. This time, we'll kill this treant as well. The ninth leader slowly walked forward. It had not attacked all this while, only occasionally releasing golden light. It had taken the opportunity to cut off the main branch of the treant. The key was that many golden-eyed hyenas were exhausting the treant's fighting strength. They took turns to use their golden eyes, which exhausted the treant. At the moment, the treant's fighting strength was almost exhausted. The next moment was the real time to kill. Little ones, let me bring you to enjoy the most wonderful bloody slaughter today, the ninth leader shouted cruelly. Kill, kill, kill. The golden-eyed hyenas howled and began to run excitedly. Under the leadership of the ninth leader, they charged toward the treant and the human reincarnators like a tide. Seeing the golden-eyed hyenas officially attack, the densely packed hyenas charged toward them. All the human creatures, including the treant, had despair on their faces. Before the ninth leader even attacked, the treant could barely hold on any longer. At the moment, when the ninth leader attacked, there would only be one result. Both the human reincarnators and the treant would be killed. Thinking of death, thinking of being devoured cruelly, everyone fell into fear. Unfortunately, they did not even have the chance to beg for mercy. They could only face death. Why is the sky dark? When everyone was in despair, the sky suddenly darkened. Such a sudden change made everyone puzzled. The attacking hyenas felt that something was wrong. They hurriedly retreated while looking up at the sky. When they looked up, their pupils suddenly shrank. What's that? Someone could not help but exclaim. A hand. A huge black hand. Even the sky has darkened. Is this a miracle? Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. They could not believe that the sky was getting darker and darker. That was because a huge black hand was descending from the sky and smacked down with terrifying power. Run, run! The ninth leader shouted as it ran quickly. At the same time, its eyes flashed, and a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. However, the golden light that could easily cut through the physical body actually strangely passed through the black hand, unable to harm it in the slightest. It was as if the black hand had no physical body. What the hell is this thing? Why isn't my golden eyes working? Damn it, split up, quick! The ninth leader shouted in a hurry, and its body suddenly fled far away under the silver rank spiritual power. Rumble! A terrifying rumble resounded in all directions, and the big black hand, with terrifying power, slammed fiercely on the ground. It turned a large area of hyenas into a bloody mess, dying on the spot. However, what was surprising was that the human reincarnators and the treant were completely fine. The big black hand even separated its fingers, leaving room for the human reincarnators to survive. However, the little white fox with the broken leg was too close to the little finger of the black hand. Even if the fingers were separated, it was useless. It was still in the position where it was being slapped. However, what surprised everyone was that the black hand actually curved its fingers and completely missed the little white fox. The big black hand even used its little finger to push the little white fox aside. This scene stunned everyone, and their minds went blank. On the other side, the golden-eyed hyenas were in a state of madness because the big hand had killed a large group of golden-eyed hyenas in one hit, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Damn it, who is it? Who is it? The ninth leader roared. His eyes flashed with golden light as he frantically searched for the enemy's location. Boom! Another black hand suddenly descended, slapping fiercely at the remaining golden-eyed hyenas. Once again, they suffered heavy injuries and suffered heavy casualties. However, this was not the end. The two black hands suddenly disappeared. The sky once again darkened, and the big black hands slapped downwards again. Boom! Boom! As the two black hands roared, the golden-eyed hyenas died one after another. In a short while, only the ninth leader was left. As a silver rank, its strength was very strong. Although the big black hand was terrifying, without any amplification, it could only display the strength of a silver rank. Therefore, the big black hand was unable to kill the ninth leader. However, other than the big black hand, Li Xian had other methods. Thus, Li Xian put away the big black hand and slowly removed his invisibility in the air, revealing his figure. That is, everyone present was looking for the culprit who had released the black hand. Since Li Xian had suddenly appeared, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Are you the one behind this? The ninth leader of the golden-eyed hyenas questioned coldly. It did not have any intention of escaping. Instead, he revealed a sinister expression. Yes. An indifferent voice rang out. Following that voice, Li Xian slowly descended from the air and stood in front of the golden-eyed hyena. He curiously sized up the other party's eyes. Li Xian was very puzzled by the golden eyes of the hyena, so he wanted to test the extent of its ability. You think you can kill me with just 2 black hands? I'm a mid-level silver rank. Go to hell. The eyes of the ninth leader of the hyena suddenly lit up, and a golden light flashed on the neck of the black-robed man. Plop! The black robe broke, and Li Xian's head fell to the ground. It kept rolling, but the black robe covered his face, so no one could see his appearance clearly. That's it. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. I didn't expect him to die in one move. The ninth leader of hyenas could not stop laughing. It had not expected the black-robed man to be so weak and die in one move. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. The spectators in the distance watched this scene with their eyes wide open. They did not expect the black-robed man to die so quickly. However, the human reincarnators were very grateful to their benefactor. When they saw the black-robed man being killed, the human reincarnators were all furious. They gnashed their teeth and stared at the ninth hyena leader with anger and sorrow in their eyes. The little fox with a broken leg was so upset that she wanted to cry. She even struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, she was so severely injured that she could not even stand up. Only the treant was not sad or shocked. Instead, it looked at the corpse in confusion. At this moment, while the ninth leader was laughing hysterically, 2 black hands suddenly appeared. They held the head on the ground and slowly placed it on the corpse of the black-robed man. What are you laughing at? An indifferent voice sounded again. This voice was surprisingly the cold voice of the black-robed man. The voice made the ninth leader's pupils shrink. A chill ran from its back to its head. It was scared stiff. What? What kind of monster are you? The ninth leader was really scared. It took a few steps back in fear and was ready to run away. The black-robed man's body was facing it, but the black-robed man's head was facing backward. Such a black-robed man was even more terrifying. Even the experienced ninth leader was scared to death. Chapter 200 Natural Treant. I put my head on backward. The indifferent voice sounded again, and it also rang in everyone's ears. With this voice, 2 black hands appeared again, grabbing the black-robed man's head and yanking it. In an instant, the black-robed man's head was yanked down again, and then he adjusted the direction and pressed it back down again. Crack! 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 Well, it's much more comfortable this way. Li Xian twisted his neck a few times, making cracking sounds. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the ninth leader. Whoosh! The ninth leader was frightened by the black-robed man. It suddenly turned around and ran away as if it was a dead soul. It even wished that it could grow 2 more legs to run away. It was too terrifying. It had never seen such a terrifying monster. What kind of monster is this? Even if its head fell off, it would be fine. Why is there such a terrifying monster in the human living area? I will never come here again. I will never come here again. The ninth leader was really frightened. It did not dare to stay any longer and ran as fast as it could. After running for a while, it realized that no one was chasing after it. It finally let out a sigh of relief, and the fear in its heart also lessened a bit. However, when it turned its head to look ahead, it was so scared that it turned around again. It was because the black-robed man appeared in front of it and was looking at it silently. This scared the ninth leader so much that it continued to run in panic. "Don't come over, don't come over." Seeing the black-robed man flying again and chasing after it, the ninth leader was so scared that it almost peed. It ran even more desperately. However, the black-robed man's flying speed was too fast. In a short time, he caught up with the ninth hyena leader and even went forward together. The ninth leader looked at the strange black-robed man next to it. It wanted to scream in fear, but it knew that it was useless to do so. It could only use its ultimate move. Its golden eyes shone and a golden light was released from the ninth leader's eyes. The golden light appeared on the belly of the black-robed man at the same time. However, what made the ninth leader of the hyenas even more incredulous was that the black-robed man's clothes were indeed torn, but his fair belly was exposed. The key point was that there was not a single wound on his belly. This made the ninth leader even more incredulous. Impossible, impossible. He had his head cut off just now. Why can't he sustain any injuries this time? The ninth leader was really afraid. It felt that things were getting more and more strange. "Is this your ultimate move? So weak." The black-robed man stopped and stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the ninth hyena leader who was running crazily with an indifferent voice. "Damn it, go to hell!" The eyes of the ninth leader flashed crazily. Golden light kept appearing on the black-robed man's body and even his neck. However, there was still no wound. Even the black-robed man who was cut off slowly recovered. How is this possible? How is this possible? The ninth leader was completely flustered. It did not even release his golden eyes and immediately began to run for his life. "You're too weak. Since the test is over, I'll send you on your way." The indifferent voice once again resounded in this area, and it also rang in the ears of the ninth leader. Hearing this, the ninth leader hurriedly turned his head and suddenly found that the black-robed man was waving his fist from afar. "What is this?" Boom! The supernatural power was activated, and the black-robed man's figure streaked across the air like lightning. When it stopped, the black-robed man was already standing beside the ninth leader. His fair right hand pressed the hyena's head into the ground, creating a huge crater. The powerful silver-rank ninth leader did not even have time to scream before his brain exploded and he died on the spot. So dirty! Li Xian shook his right hand and thought about whether he should use a water-type skill to wash his hands in the future. Otherwise, it would be too dirty. Fortunately, there's a lake here. Li Xian turned around and strode to the quiet lake. He began to wash his right hand and analyze the results of the test. Under normal circumstances, which was when he did not use any passive skills, the golden light could cut off his body. However, as long as he activated his transcendent level defense, the golden light would not be able to cut through his skin. It could be said that the golden light was weaker than he had imagined. The key was that Li Xian did not use his transcendent level steel body and transcendent level physique enhancement. Even the big black hand could protect his body. With so many skills that he did not have the time to use, the enemy would not be able to break through his defense. This made Li Xian speechless. "I thought it would give me a surprise. Unfortunately, this hyena is just a weak silver-rank chicken." Li Xian shook his head and activated his wind wings. He floated in the green wings and headed toward the gourd valley. There, the giant treant was using its life force to heal many human reincarnators, including the white fox with the broken leg. Her legs were actually attached to her body and its injuries were healed. Not a bad healing ability. This treant is very good. I'll take it away later and make it my city protector. As for these reincarnators, I'll take them away and bring them to my city. At that time, there will be even more people providing honor points for me. If my territory has a population of 10 million and I get 10 honor points every month, then I can get 100 million honor points every month. Li Xian looked at the large number of spatial stones in the auction house. He wanted to buy them all, but unfortunately, he could not buy them all. Even though he had killed hundreds of golden-eyed hyenas, the number of honor points he obtained was not as much as he had imagined. Only the last mid-level silver rank hyena provided a large number of honor points. With the honor points earned by the steel mantis, Li Xian's honor points could buy the spatial stones in large quantities again. I've bought all the spatial stones to increase the size of my portable space. I'll try my best to reach transcendent level as soon as possible. Li Xian muttered as he began the auction. He bought a large number of them until he had used up all his honor points. After doing all this, Li Xian quickly flew to the mouth of the gourd valley and landed under everyone's watchful eyes. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. The tall treant took a step forward and bowed slightly towards Li Xian. Its clear and melodious voice was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Are you a human reincarnator or a summoned beast? Li Xian was puzzled because he discovered that the other party was a summoned beast. However, the summoned beast was actually protecting the human reincarnators. This was very unexpected. Reporting to my lord, I am the leader of this place, the natural treant. The reason why I am protecting them is that they are also my subjects. The natural treant spoke softly. Its voice was pleasant to the ear, like a silver bell ringing in the wind. How about being my subordinate? I will protect your safety. Li Xian sent out an invitation. It would be a pity if he did not get his hands on such a natural treant that could resist and heal, especially since the other party was very kind. Therefore, Li Xian decided that even if he had to lie, he had to bring the other party back. Sir, do you mean that you'll occupy here, and I should give the leader's position to you? The natural treant asked softly.